Chapter 151 Chapter 148, Agents from Various Countries. Thank you, Goo, for 1,000,000 rewards, thank you. When Yi Tan was wandering around the base, Hong Long told Yi Tan that foreign partners had come. Yi Tan's eyes lit up, and he waved to Eiffel, who was looking around excitedly in the distance. Eiffel certainly knows what happened, but Yi Tan told him just now. Yi Tan and Eiffel came to the isolation conference established last time. It has now been remodeled, and a place has been set aside, and a large conference room has been specially built to receive some important people. But the people sitting in the conference room are beeping dogs in their hearts. Yi Tan simply doesn't treat people as human beings. That's a fucking trough. All of them are Vulcan Gatling. You try to sit here. It feels similar to the punishment. In case something is wrong and it makes Yi Tan angry, then don't turn Gatling to crush them. Suddenly, the representatives of these countries, like a kindergarten kid, sat quietly, waiting for Yi Tan. Hi, hello everyone. Yi Tan smiled and waved to them. The representatives saw that Yi Tan was still dressed in casual clothes. He was very thin and chic, but his figure always looked so lonely. Behind him is the handsome Eiffel. Many of these people know the Eiffel family, which is a big family that can shake many of the American economy. Mr. Yi. The representatives of various countries looked at Yi Tan and shouted respectfully. Now countries are no longer using English, but Huaxia, which is simply a beeping dog. If you don't learn Huaxia, you are just looking for death. I don't know that Yi Tan is now a deadly enemy with the United States. If you want to speak English, Yi Tan Kai won't listen. If nothing else is going to kill you, how can you drop this stuff? Yi Tan waved his hand, asked everyone to sit down, and said with a smile, now let's discuss the distribution of countries. Yi Tan said directly, everyone at the scene. Yi Tan has asked Hong Long to investigate. Once the results of the investigation came out, there was no difference from what he thought. All of you present here are high-ranking officials from various countries, either from the military or from politics. There is not a good bird. The German agent said directly, Mr. Yi, this is what we are here to discuss with you. We hope that Mr. Yi Tan can sell some of our military sports cars that you remodeled. The French agent also immediately said, yeah, Mr. Yi, your armed anti-gravity sports car is great. We really need it. Agents in other countries also agreed to respond. Yi Tan squinted his eyes and thought. Although the countries present have not had any feasts with Yi Tan is still not a thorn in their eyes. No matter how respectful they are now, they are all fake. Yi Tan tapped his finger on the desktop, squinting his eyes and said, you all know that the Tamron mobile phone blew up, right? Can you rest assured that the anti-gravity sports car? When Yi Tan's words came out, everyone was stunned. Yes, Tamron phones can blow themselves. What about anti-gravity sports cars? During the war, I suddenly gave you a drift and turn left back to your hometown, and played a hammer. The agents looking at the countries bowed their heads and said nothing. Yi Tan wanted to laugh. Is it that simple to arm an anti-gravity sports car? Doesn't show me the same thing. Still want to seduce? Have a hammer. Have you thought about it? After a few minutes, Yi Tan opened his eyes that were about to fight. He didn't know what was wrong these days. He was very lethargic, and he didn't know that the killing was too crazy some time ago, which made him excited. In the past, there was a deep sense of exhaustion. Ahem, Mr. Yi, I believe in your character. In addition, I promise from Germany that I will never stand in the trenches with you in the future. If there is a need in the future, we will definitely help. The German agent first made a statement. Agents from other countries also expressed their views. I am like France. My Arab United Nations is the same. Yi Tan watched most of them express their opinions, and nodded in satisfaction. There were only a few people left, and they were all countries with close relations with the United States. What about you? Yi Tan asked with a smile. Those countries that did not express their views smiled awkwardly at this time. We still need to go back to China and talk to it. Yi Tan didn't make any movement, just nodded. Okay, let's go out. As he said, The bodyguard next to Yi Tan began to rush people. They were not in the same camp as Yi Tan, and they stayed here to make hair. They were pushed out by the soldiers. But at this time, an accident happened. An agent of the Golden Triangle worked hard. He was originally thin, and he smoked a lot of marijuana every day. It was even thinner. The push of the soldiers just now caused him pain all over his body. "Asshole, stop pushing!" the agent of the Golden Triangle roared. Suddenly, the scene immediately solidified. The people standing next to the Golden Triangle immediately dispersed. "What's so special? You are doing something." The agent of the Golden Triangle also knew that the matter was serious, and immediately apologized to Yi Tan. "Sorry, I was a little anxious just now." Yi Tan didn't reply, just squinted at it. It's not that he doesn't know how many bad things the Golden Triangle has done, and some time ago, the United States attacked Yi Tan, but they were the most popular. Moreover, their country and military forces are simply a shit, squeezing manpower, growing opium and marijuana, and constantly selling them to China and other regions. In addition, people are still kidnapped in various countries and obtained in their countries as coolies. If they are not obedient, they will chop their arms and legs. Although the agent of the Golden Triangle screamed anxiously, Yi Tan was a little angry in his heart. It gave the soldiers a look directly. Without saying anything, the soldier grabbed the right arm of the agent of the Golden Triangle, pressed it against the table, drew the machete from behind, and slashed at the arm. Puff! What? The Golden Triangle agent screamed for an instant collapse, his eyes staring as big as a bull's eye, with bloodshot eyes. His arm was cut off in front of him alive, and it was still bending up and down the table. "Throw it out," Yi Tan said coldly, insulting the soldier, as if insulting him. After that, the soldiers took off the blood loss agent and walked outside. The agents of other countries were feeling guilty in their hearts. As expected, Yi Tan didn't see them in his eyes at all, and he was not afraid to offend any national forces. The Golden Triangle just did it. Japan bombed it, and the United States bombed it without saying anything. This person is too arrogant. Those who didn't talk about success all slipped super fast. They were afraid that Yi Tan would leave them here. If they stay here, their own country wouldn't say anything. Isn't that dead in vain? The rest of them were ready to cooperate further with Yi Tan. Chapter 152. Chapter 149. The holographic helmet will be available. Yi Tan smiled disdainfully as he watched the dingy people walking. Then he started the meeting with the people who stayed. In the afternoon, Yi Tan stretched out and walked out. I have to say that a group of politicians, for those benefits, bargained like market ants. It was crazy. If it wasn't for Yi Tan's use of the dense Vulcan Gatling on the wall to suppress them, or else he didn't know when they would argue. Yi Tan just couldn't do it easily now. At least 6 countries are tied to him now. He has a better chance of survival. At least, there is no need to worry about it. The world will target countries all over the world if he fires a poop cannon. And the countries that did not cooperate with Yi Tan all looked up, envying. But in their hearts, there is no trace of envy. Why? Because the big move is coming. Yi Tan might disappear forever, and their former glory will reappear. After finishing everything, Yi Tan began to guard at the entrance of the barracks. He now has the illusion that he is now like a gambler, just like playing a dungeon, brushing the abyss and exploding epics. Exactly the same. I always imagined that a superhero would appear, but every day is in vain. The current international form is slowly recovering. In just a few days, the American emperor is still developing wretchedly. The Sun country is still being rescued, and the power of that dung cannon is so terrifying that they continue to rescue those who are about to be suffocated in Tokyo. Other countries are watching. The Huaxia country is developing in full swing, and more wealthy people of other nationalities have come to China, the country of culture. In the base, just when Yi Tan was lying on the beach, basking in the sun, several scientists walked through layers of defensive forces hiding in the gloom and came to Yi Tan. A scientist looked at Yi Tan Dao with flushing face. Master, the holographic helmet game has a clue. Yi Tan, who was sleeping with his eyes squinted, heard the scientist say that the holographic helmet had eyebrows, and he sat up. With horrified thoughts in his eyes, he looked at the scientist speechlessly and said, "Really?" "Yes, Master, the holographic helmet has a glue and can basically be built. But there is a major problem." "What's the problem?" Yi Tan asked, frowning. "Master, the holographic helmet needs to launch a satellite covering the whole Earth," the scientist replied. Yi Tan is a little puzzled. "Isn't it that spy satellites cover the world? Why do we need a satellite now?" Faced with Yi Tan's question, the scientist also explained, "Master, the spy satellite does not contain the components in the holographic satellite. This satellite is made of holography. It can put holographic images around the world, so that the entire Earth become a full image world." Yi Tan understood that the so-called satellite is just a satellite that emits radiation. Without this satellite, the so-called holographic helmet would not work at all. "Master, there is another problem, and that is the physical quality of the helmet wearer. Is there a physical reason?" Yi Tan questioned. "Yes, Master. If the physical fitness is not up to standard, then you will not be able to use the holographic helmet, and the mandatory use of the holographic helmet will burn the brain's mental area structure and become a vegetative existence." Yi Tan took a deep breath. "I didn't expect a holographic helmet to be so difficult. I don't know that no one can study it, and all the researches are the product of deceiving the eyes." "Is it physically and mentally?" Yi Tan asked. "Yes, dominate. If a person's physical fitness is not strong, his spirit will not be so strong. For example, if a thin person does not exercise for a long time, then he will dream every night, and when he wakes up in the morning, the head is very headache. That is, the body can't carry such strong mental power." The scientist told Yi Tan a little bit. Yi Tan also heard clearly. "What does that mean?" Yi Tan asked. "Master, if you want a holographic helmet to appear now, you need two preparations. One is to invent a holographic satellite, and the other is to study evolution potions to strengthen human physique potions. As long as you have these two, the holographic helmet can be really used, and even linked to the signal nodes of the universe." Yi Tan's eyes shrank sharply. The universe was something he didn't want to mention. Now that the base hasn't developed yet, Yi Tan doesn't want to have any contact with the universe. At this moment, the red dragon appeared next to Yi Tan and said, "Master, holographic satellite, the signal he emits can pass through the cosmic black hole and spread to another universe, and then connect. This is why the holographic helmet can be connected to signals outside the universe." After listening to Yi Tan, he understood that he was not stupid, but he strengthened the existence of the brain domain. Although he is not the kind of super genius, but as long as he tells him a little, he can understand. "Can you close the signal outside the universe?" Yi Tan asked. "It can be dominated, and only need to be shielded, so that the holographic helmet cannot receive any signals outside the universe." Yi Tan nodded. "This is the perfect solution. If you can connect with the universe, wouldn't it expose the Earth and not show the base to outsiders?" What Yi Tan needs now is that opportunity. As long as the plan is successful, the base will become the master of the Earth. At that time, there will be no problems in contact with the universe. At least I can protect myself. Now my strength is still too bad. And women, haha, the Earth, even the most beautiful woman, can't make Yi Tan's heart move. There is no reason, but the red alert. Yi Tan has already seen a lot. He was also waiting for a woman who could make him fall in love. If the Earth does not, then the universe is so big, there will always be. Red Dragon immediately assigned 3 batches of scientists to study the holographic helmet overnight. The research must be completed in the shortest time. Hearing Yi Tan's heavy order, Hong Long didn't dare to delay, and immediately went down to make arrangements. Yi Tan had a plan in his heart. When the holographic helmet was successfully studied, he could use the Red Dragon to quietly explore the strength of the universe. Wouldn't it be better to develop his strength? When Yi Tan began to study the holographic helmet, the United States finally had a big move. They cracked a piece of future civilization technology from the underground ruins. Laser gun. When the leaders of various countries received this news, they were all shocked. Laser guns. What existence is that? That is a super powerful existence. When Hong Long heard the news, he just gave a gloomy smile and the plan finally began. Chapter 153. Chapter 150. The Prodigal Son's Hanging Blast. But for the weapons researched by the United States, no country believes that if they have the ability to take them out, we can eat them. In an instant, there was no news of any laser guns in the United States. Globally, today is the biggest day in the world, that is, anti-gravity sports cars will be sold in individual countries. The sports cars sold are no longer under the RAL name system, that is, other countries can buy from those agent countries. And more than that, even the normal version of the anti-gravity sports car will be on sale, which is exciting and unbelievable. The ordinary version of the anti-gravity sports car, Yitan has said, is the same as the ordinary car. Every household can afford it. Of course, except for some difficult families. In China, countless people are staring at the countdown on the screen. It is a 3 million ordinary version of the anti-gravity sports car. Huaxia now has nearly 1.5 billion people, but today there are only 3 million. This is a rare opportunity. The countdown is almost over. Everyone was excited in their hearts. The eyes were staring tightly. Ding! 3 million anti-gravity sports cars have been sold out. Please wait for tomorrow's quota. Some people just received this kind of news. They were so angry that they only needed 3 million anti-gravity sports cars, and they were all sold out in such an instant. Too frightening. And the first island not far from the Yishan base was the place where the people of the Sun Kingdom were discovered to study the evolution last time. That island was transformed by Yitan into a large-scale production place for anti-gravity sports cars long ago. The entire island was dug out by engineers, and all sides were filled with molten iron. Conventional bombs are hard to penetrate, let alone seawater cannot squeeze in. In this huge underground space, there are countless anti-gravity sports cars parked. They are all neatly arranged. Suddenly, all the sports cars buzzed and their headlights were bright red. Then the body began to make a slight roar, as if they were all excited about their mission. Above this underground fortification, the flat soil layer started to vibrate. Some of the animals above were scared away in an instant. After that, the soil layer started to move slowly to the two sides, getting bigger and bigger. The entrance is at least the size of a football field. Roar. Below that entrance, there was a roar of dragons. Wow! I saw countless red lights coming out from the inside quickly, flying towards the distance. That speed, that amount. It is simply impossible without millions. It's densely packed, and it makes your scalp numb when you watch it. After all the anti-gravity sports cars flew out, the giant door slowly closed. Countless anti-gravity sports cars flew towards China. There are also these millions of sports cars flying towards other countries. Those sports cars belong to agents of other countries. The anti-gravity sports cars rushing to China can easily enter China, and the anti-gravity sports cars rushing to other countries. Although there was no obstacle, many people were shocked. In Germany, the overwhelming red dots have caused the air defense headquarters to ring non-stop. Those operators all felt like a dog. The countless red dots almost didn't confuse them. Had it not been for the release order from the above, they would have started to launch a deflation weapon attack. Enter Germany at the red dot and return to the impact. Let all operators take a sharp breath. It's an anti-gravity sports car. Fortunately, it didn't attack. It attacked something special. Then Yitan didn't attack the Duncannon to his country. After all the anti-neutral sports cars returned to their positions, Yitan did not continue to observe. Every anti-gravity sports car is under the command of Red Dragon, and Red Dragon only needs to separate us a brain to control all sports cars perfectly. As long as someone orders, the anti-gravity sports car will automatically return to its place. That's why Yitan was worried. Even if an accident occurs, it is all man-made. Even if it is not man-made, Yitan can investigate the video. The whole country was shocked by Yitan's feat. The anti-gravity sports car flying all over the sky, looking for a buyer, is too spectacular. This is simply unprecedented. As for the 3 million people in China who own anti-gravity sports cars, they started to scream over China as soon as they got them. And the above is as always, all fighter jets are prohibited from sailing, and aviation. They are discussing a perfect air law, otherwise, in the future, all families in China will have anti-gravity sports cars, then it will not go to heaven. No, they have gone to heaven. And those aviation veterans, looking at the anti-gravity sports car flying over the capital from time to time, their eyes were red, and they almost went out to fight Yi Tan desperately. Blocking people's wealth is like murder, and their online propaganda is useless at all. No matter how you hire a navy, how to hire at a high price. It's all in one sentence. Dare to spray my brother Yi at shit you. And even if the navy was hired, no matter how it was promoted, it was either banned by the above, or it was sprayed to death by netizens. The old dongs are now collapsed. Yes, they didn't expect that the above would be so resolute, and they would not give them a chance at all. As if they were firm Yi Tan. The old dongs gathered together this time, not to turn Yi Tan over, but waiting for the prodigal son. Now they are panicking, and tens of billions of dollars have been invested in the navy, with no effect at all. If so, will the prodigal go around them? Although they are also fate with the prodigal son, this is the result. If they were a prodigal son, they would feel bad too. When they met, the door of the meeting room opened. The prodigal son was the same as usual, wearing a gold silk shirt, red leggings, black sunglasses, holding a wolf dog in his hand, and a few black bodyguards behind him. When the old dongs saw the prodigal son coming, all of them had a sudden heart, and they came too suddenly. Ha ha ha, everyone, we meet again, how about it? Did Yi Tan kneel down for you to beg for mercy? The prodigal son said with a laugh. The old dongs were speechless when asked, what can they say? Say they invested tens of billions. Mao is useless. Seeing that the old dongs were silent, the prodigal son was a little unhappy. What? It failed? Give you hundreds of billions, and then you failed? The prodigal son was a little high, screaming. All the old dongs who listened to have goosebumps. Forget it. Forget it, you fail if you fail, and I don't need that money. Hearing what the prodigal son said, these veterans were all overjoyed, secretly saying that this product is really a prodigal son. But I saw the prodigal son, took off his sunglasses, looked at the crowd and said with some pity, hey, the money, even if it is given to you as compensation. Compensation? What is the compensation? The old dongs did not understand. Seeing that you are paralyzed and die for me. Do you really think I picked up my money for nothing? The prodigal son suddenly roared. Chapter 154. Chapter 151, the superhero appears again. Looking at you paralyzed, I really thought I picked up my money for nothing? Die to me. The prodigal suddenly roared. Those veterans were so scared that they trembled in their hearts. The one who wiped your uncle, turned out to be the money to die for us. Wipe. Can we play this way with money? I saw those bodyguards who were prodigal, squeaking their fingers. The sound of bones clicking, walking towards the old dongs with a joking expression. Even the wolfhound held by the prodigal son was barking endlessly. The old dongs trembled a little inside. This is to come true. What are you doing? The prestigious old dong said with a trembling voice. The other veterans were all backing away. It is said that the East Asian side is very chaotic, but I didn't expect it to be so daring to kill people in China. Fuck your mom, kill them, dog. At this moment the prodigal yelled from a distance. The bodyguard threw the sunglasses directly on the ground, stepped on it fiercely, and rushed towards several old dongs. Boom. I don't know when. The bodyguard has already taken out a huge pliers and slammed it at an old dong's head. For an instant, the old dong just snorted and his head exploded. The red and white ones splashed directly in all directions. I'll wipe it. I'll gradually become one. The prodigal son roared in the distance. Those veteran dongs who were angry almost came up with high blood pressure, beeping the dog. You killed us, and even the blood was splashed. The more I thought about it, the more angry. These old dongs almost didn't go violently, really wanting to hack to death. But the bodyguard is still advancing. This is a beeping dog. Some old dongs dialed 110 at the back. Sorry. The number you dialed is empty. The old dongs were dumbfounded. Stupid. I wiped it. Can this special demon spirit be empty? You are so funny to me. This is just as devastating as the finale of the news network tomorrow. This is so special, must be made by this prodigal. Hey. The bodyguards smiled yin, and they stretched out evil paws toward the old dongs. No, no, don't come over. What? No. The prodigal son left, leaving only one area of corpses. One area of mutilated corpses, some of which were eaten by wolf dogs. When they left just now, the police came to the door and directly sealed the place. Then, it changed. No one knows that those veterans who once frightened China's economy ended up like this. But the news of Lao Dong's killing was simply missing. All the national forces knew about it, and they noticed it when the prodigal appeared. This prodigal son can be used. Maybe it still lifts Yitan's board. But seeing the crazy character of the prodigal son, everyone laughed and cried. Is the right person looking for? Are the normal people on the earth? But the United States is different. They are now just like Yitan. They are all walking on the edge of the sword. Although they see the character of the prodigal, they will not give up the idea of wooing this prodigal. In the Tamron base, the Red Dragon looked at it with a sneer. That plan has been half successful. Now only need to elicit those people. Still need some heat. In the American capital, a secret meeting has already begun. Yes, the protagonist is the prodigal. After a 3-minute meeting, the director of SHIELD came out with satisfaction. Why? The director of SHIELD, the President of the United States, said that he wanted to have a good talk with the prodigal son and win him together. But as soon as I entered, I was choked by the prodigal son. Can you do Yitan? No matter how the head of SHIELD brags about America's strength. But the prodigal son is still a word. Can you do Yitan? The angry director of SHIELD almost committed suicide inside. Beeping the dog. Can you change the subject? But in the end, the prodigal promised to give the United States a technology beyond Yitan. Let him dry up Yitan. The United States, which obtained this technology, almost fainted without excitement. This technology is simply a magical skill, and it should not be the technology of Earth civilization. Superparticle cannon. The super-energy particle cannon, which is a weapon loaded in the universe, is a large-scale attack weapon. Although a shot is not as powerful as a nuclear bomb, it is almost the same. One shot can destroy at least half of a city, which is very powerful. But the President of the United States only got half of the core technology of the prodigal. According to the meaning of the prodigal, unless the United States can research the first half of the technical products, it will give the second half, or else they don't believe in their strength. But the President of the United States is satisfied. He knew it now, that this prodigal son had been with Yitanzu to the end. He was rich and he didn't care about everything. The President of the United States almost didn't treat the prodigal son as a confession. Why? Can one take out easily? Can there be no second one? The prodigal son moved into the White House happily, which was also arranged by the President of the United States in order to better monitor the prodigal son. However, he did not know that the ruin of the United States would begin here. And in Yitan's base, Yitan was still at the gate of the barracks stupidly. According to his words, it is a superhero who does not believe it. But the disappointment every day made Yitan even more interested. He just sat at the entrance of the barracks with Eiffel, bragging and waiting. Hey, Yitan, what are you doing in Japan now? Are you still swimming in your shit and urine? Ha ha ha. Eiffel laughed, entertaining himself. Yitan glanced at him speechlessly. What's so funny? People are working so hard now, you still laugh. Hey, where is the trust between people? As soon as Eiffel heard it, it was a What do you mean? Beeping the dog. You didn't blow up Japan yet, now you have worked hard for them. I have a bad temper, so I wiped it. Just when Eiffel wanted Yitan to quarrel, suddenly, Yitan Bang sat up. The boss with an open mouth looked at the distance dumbfounded. Fuck. Eiffel stunned. What's wrong? Someone attacked the base. In Ethan's mind, Red Dragon's words kept echoing. Master, congratulations on another superhero, Commander Natasha. Ethan can't be excited. Natasha is in the Red Police. What kind of existence is that? Beeping the dog finally appeared. Ha ha ha. Yidan Yangshan laughed. Eiffel looked dumbfounded and didn't know what happened. You just laughed. It wasn't the appearance of seeing a ghost just now. Now laughing again, it's a beeping dog. Too speechless. P.S. Yesterday something happened. Stay up late tonight to update. I can continue to update today. Not every day, but the update time is a bit late. I hope you don't blame it. In addition, the heroine you mentioned will appear. Don't worry, it's just that the time has not arrived. The heroine of the Earth is not fun. If you want to play, let's play with aliens. Do you dare to come? 149,847,932 group waiting for you to do it. Chapter 155. Chapter 152, Natasha's beauty. Thank you for the great reward of riders. Thank you. Natasha. Yitan took a breath. It was a super god in the Red Police. Among the Red Police, Natasha is a sniper rifle, destroying all soldiers. Now it is finally coming out. Can Yitan not be so excited? Master, you still need to wait 3 minutes, Natasha will report to you. Honglong said in Yitan's headset. The expression on Yitan's face did not change a bit, just waiting. Others didn't know, but Yi Tanzing was actually listening to Honglong telling him about Natasha. Otherwise, after coming out in a while, Red Dragon was afraid that Yi Tan couldn't help it. And Eiffel next to him now feels like a dog. What happened to Yi Tan? I was horrified for a while, happy for a while, now I am so calm and calm. I wipe it. Eiffel now believes the rumors outside. Yi Tan is a lunatic, a genius-like lunatic. It seems that he will be treated well in the future. Yi Tan just saw Eiffel's aggrieved and pitying expression with a diagonal light, and he was very innocent. I wiped it. This thing is not for the basics. Yi Tan's eyes twitched twice. I stood next to him for a while, and kept chanting Amitabha Buddha in his heart. If Eiffel dared to come forward, Yi Tan would definitely die of this stuff. After Yi Tan's eyes twitched twice, he returned to normal. He looked at the barracks gate and waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Out. Just as Yi Tan counted for 3 minutes, he saw a person walking out of the barracks. She is an extremely beautiful woman, and her Western elegant look reveals an inviolable beauty to outsiders. Beauty that cannot be profaned. The beauty is so beautiful. With that convex and concave figure and nearly perfect face, Yi Tan can guarantee that this is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen on Earth. None of them. And that Eiffel was even more exaggerated. His face was stunned, and the harasses were all over the floor. She stared at Natasha, her neck was cut off. She wanted to keep watching. Natasha saw Yi Tan's existence, and hurried towards Yi Tan. The black hair, the eyebrows are like snow, the heart of the person watching is straight and soft, and the tight-fitting battle suit, squeezed up her waist, squeezed to form 2 round and huge white peaks. There is also a fascinating gap in the center that makes people look at nosebleeds. It makes people look straight and angry. Omega, here, here. Here, Eiffel muttered in a low voice, wretched and trembling. Yi Tan turned his head, suddenly startled. Fuck, this guy has a nosebleed, and it seems that he hasn't noticed yet. Ilgo, how much is this going to bleed? Natasha quickly ran to Yi Tan's side. Only a few steps away, she suddenly chuckled, her teeth bit her red lips, and handed a pair of seductive eyes. Oh, buy it, Eiffel screamed in a low voice. Report, master. Natasha reports to you. Natasha reported to Yi Tan with her heroine not letting her face. Suddenly he chopped his right foot, and his left hand hit his huge mountain. In an instant, the white Roshan was shaken and waves were swayed. Puff. Needless to say, at such a majestic moment, Eiffel must have had a nosebleed again. When Yi Tan saw the scene of Natasha, he almost lost his mind just now. At that moment, there was an unknown fire in his heart. He just wanted to ride on Natasha, tear up all her clothes, and then ravage him fiercely. she was. Yi-tan is also a human being, not a robot, and he also has feelings for such things. But within 3 minutes of waiting for Natasha, Red Dragon said that Natasha is a superhero, and her greatest ability is to charm all enemies by herself. The other thing is to tell the master that the people who come out of the barracks, no matter how beautiful they are all clones, and they have no consciousness of their own. The power of the superhero is that Natasha's memories are all passed by the system. It can be said that it is a complete human being, but Yi-tan still has one thing in his heart, that is, clones. If it weren't for clones, Yi-tan would have been on it. Hey! Yi-tan thought of this, and the nameless dry fire suddenly extinguished. Go down first and wait for instructions, Yi-tan said calmly. Natasha chopped her right foot, and Dafeng Shan shook violently. Yes, master, obey orders, said Natasha and walked on, but Eiffel's eyes still stayed on Natasha. Suddenly, Natasha turned her head and smiled sweetly at Eiffel, her charming smile, red lips, and a beat towards Eiffel, and she blocked her mouth with her slender and naturally perfect fingers. The Eiffel that I saw was a bloodbath. The whole body was hot and I almost jumped on it. Sneeze! Natasha smiled with that charming look, and Eiffel's eyes raised in an instant. Oh! Eiffel gave a strange cry, rolled his eyes and fainted to the ground. Yi-tan's face is full of black lines. This cargo is hopeless. Back in the main base, Yi-tan went directly to the unit building platform. I directly clicked on an avatar. That head, the convex and concave figure, that peerlessly stunning beauty, is precisely Natasha. Yi-tan wanted to see the real statistics of Natasha. Take a look at what kind of superhero you have been waiting for. Arms, super. Female, Natasha. A super unit, a third-level soldier, may not be able to beat this woman who looks at Zhao Didi, who is proficient in all languages, proficient in firearms, proficient in driving, and so on. Natasha is a qualified commander. With her, the base will lead the soldiers in battle, etc., and there is no need to dominate one. Skill 1, Natasha only needs a sniper rifle to be a super stronghold. As long as there is no conventional missile attack, she is a killer. As long as there is a bullet, no one can kill it. Skill 2, Charm. Use that beautiful appearance to seduce the enemy, disintegrate the enemy's heart. Of course, when you don't have any secrets, when you wake up, you will have gone to see God. It is difficult for ordinary people to escape from Natasha's charm. Charm can also test whether there are unkind people who dominate the people around you. Yi-tan was shocked after reading it, although the introduction was a bit rough. But the detailed content, the author has shown the protagonist. You cannot see it. Red Police Secrets. Only when you join the group. But Yi-tan touched it, carefully trying to figure out all of Natasha's abilities. Then, what kind of position is the most suitable? After all, this is the only commander, and I don't know when there will be another superhero in the system. As soon as Yi-tan was about to go out, he heard a scream and shouts in the distance. It's from a woman. Yi-tan's eyes shrank sharply. I wiped it. Isn't there a woman in their base? Do something. Chapter 156. Chapter 153, The Prelude to the Opening of the Plan. Yi-tan heard a scream in the distance, and quickly ran towards to take a look. I saw Eiffel's clothes in tatters, and the tattered trousers, lying on the ground firmly with his hands. And it was Natasha who was whipping, holding a long dark side in her hand. Towards Eiffel is to flog. Seeing the pain on Eiffel's face and the expectation in his eyes, it was cool. Yi-tan immediately wiped Nima. This product is simply hopeless and still has symptoms of masochism. Master. When Natasha saw the master coming, she immediately put down her whip and saluted Yi-tan. Yi-tan glanced at the terrible Eiffel, and then said to Natasha, I now recognize you as the land commander. From now on, all soldiers on the base will follow your command. Natasha immediately chopped her right foot and said, It's the master. The humble duty promises to complete the task, and will never let a soldier be used where it shouldn't be used. Red Police fighters, no deserters, only death. Yi-tan nodded in satisfaction. With Natasha, At least there will be an intelligent commander in the base. Yi Tan ignored Eiffel, who had fainted on the ground. He was not afraid of Eiffel's eavesdropping. The Red Dragon had invaded Eiffel's memory. So, even if he listened to it or saw something that shouldn't be seen, he will rebel. And in the United States, now the White House and the entire empire are busy. It seems that they have discovered some major situation. Why? Because the relics they studied are about to be solved. These relics are all the products of civilization created by ancient civilizations. If they can be unlocked, you can know the living habits and technological levels of civilizations before the Earth. Moreover, this will allow the United States to return to the existence of the Earth's hegemony. In the White House office. How about that? Person has no problem, the head of SHIELD said, looking at the secretary. No problem. I used the intelligence bureau and went to East Asia. The information I came back said there was no problem. It's just that everyone in East Asia knows that there is such a consortium, but I don't know what kind of consortium it is, nor have I seen it. The prodigal son of heaven hasn't moved at all. It seems that he walks the dog or turns around every day, and he doesn't pay much attention or inquire about anything. So I think there should be no problem. The director of SHIELD frowned. He felt that the investigation went too smoothly. And it's too natural. Although the prodigal consortium does not appear, this is normal. Just like the 4 major consortiums in the United States, they rarely move around in the world. They just do things behind their backs. But the director of SHIELD still felt weird, and everything went too far. Boom! The door was suddenly knocked open, and an assistant rushed in recklessly. The director of SHIELD bureau was about to curse a few words, but before he could speak, he heard the assistant shout, "Mr. President, the super energy particle cannon has resolved it." The director of SHIELD sat up abruptly, and it was only a few days after the super energy particle cannon was handed over to the underground ruins researchers, and the research was done so quickly. "Go, take me to see." The director of SHIELD stood up and said. As soon as they left the White House, they saw the prodigal son and his big bodyguard standing in the distance, dangling. "Hey, what's this, big brother?" The prodigal son howled a wolf in the distance. When the head of SHIELD sees the prodigal son, he feels uncomfortable. Every time he speaks, he loses face. Don't you know that he is the President of the United States? When others saw it, they would even have to salute 3 points, and they didn't dare to show up. The second product was simply arrogant and lawless. It's a fight with the Yi Tan, but I don't know that this product is going to deal with Yi Tan. How can one Earth accommodate 2 neuroses? Suddenly, the director of SHIELD seemed to think of something, and walked towards the prodigal with a wicked smile. The hand that was just raised, was shocked in the air, and the director of SHIELD's heart was pissed. This product has lived here for several days, so I don't even have the name of this product. I know, it's a beeping dog. What's wrong? Yi Tan was killed? Prodigal son said. The director of SHIELD smiled, but couldn't hide the look of contempt in his eyes. The super energy particle cannon that you gave us, we in the United States only spent a few days researching the first half. Let's go and show you. The prodigal was taken aback for a moment, and then a little happily said, okay, let me see what you are researching. If possible, then I will give you the core technology in the second half of the step. If you research fast, I have a lot more technology and technology. The director of SHIELD's eyes lit up. As expected, this guy still has a lot of technology in his hands. It seems that it's impossible not to let him look at the real guy. Let's go to research room number 1, and I will show you the research project of our American Emperor. After reading it, you will be relieved to hand over the technology to us, the director of SHIELD said. The prodigal son also looked excited, looking at the director of SHIELD and nodding fiercely, as if he had never seen anything in the world. Mr. President, this. The secretary standing by was just about to say something, but was directly stopped by the director of SHIELD. In his eyes, the prodigal son is simply an idiot. Although he did those things in China, The director of SHIELD Bureau felt that it was done by the people behind him, and it was definitely not the same. What if there is a problem with this product? What does he picture? Remains? Just kidding, the ruins are so big that the United States has studied for decades, but nothing has been discovered, let alone them. What else is worthy of their conspiracy? The director of SHIELD really couldn't figure it out. They left, and a group of people sat in an emergency vehicle under the White House, reaching a speed of 380 steps toward the entrance of the underground ruins. Just after they left, the surveillance cameras around the White House flashed a red light and returned to normal, and in a remote place in the US empire, many people gathered. They were burly and stubborn, all holding high-risk weapons in their hands, and behind them were boxes of high-explosive grenades. Brothers, are you ready? We just got accurate information. We have found the entrance to the ruins. We are going there now. There will be death and no life. Bloody battle to the end. One of the men who was hanging from the sky, with a cigar in his mouth, raised the Vulcan Gatling and shouted, "Death or life, fight to the end. Death or life, fight to the end." The 110 people around are shouting, their eyes are crazy. This way, they rushed to death. For that man, the man they can't live without. All this is for that plan. All for the empire. The step-by-step plan was unfolding, and the Red Dragon in the Ocean base had a gloomy face, watching the pieces of information pass back to the base. After seeing that, the plundering plan started. The Red Dragon smiled sullenly, showing his fangs. Did you start? Chapter 157, Chapter 154. Underground ruins. Thanks for the 200,000 rewards of the two leaders. The prodigal son and the director of SHIELD boarded the presidential escape emergency train and rushed all the way to the door of the ruins. At the place where the train stopped, it is a huge underground military base. There are American soldiers patrolling everywhere, with lights circulating. Let this underground base be like daylight. After getting off the car, 100 American soldiers immediately surrounded them, scanning the people with their instruments. As long as the metal sirens sounded, the soldiers were surrounded and searched. Drop. The constantly loud voice rang from the prodigal son. Everyone is a black line. The prodigal's body is all covered with gold chains and other metal objects. The President of the United States was a little speechless. You still wear a little trousers made of gold silk? Why don't you go to heaven? Seeing that the soldier was about to take off his pants, the prodigal son stopped doing it. Wipe, I took off so much that only the trousers remain. You have to take off. Not going. I will not go anymore. The prodigal son roared impatiently. The director of SHIELD burst into a sudden, if this product does not go, who will show the super energy particle cannon, and who will look for the future super technology in the future? No way. The US president had to put the prodigal son in his sullen gold suit. Of course, there is more than one inspection entrance in this ruin. When the prodigal son and the US president walked inside, after many tests, the angry prodigal almost turned around and left. Past the long inspection tunnel entrance, they finally came to the ruins. A huge ruin, in a huge underground space. The prodigal son and the others took a breath when they saw it. The ruins are like daytime, and workers are everywhere, and under the huge ruins, something is welded by electricity. There are also noisy sounds everywhere. The defense inside is a tight one, with overhead guns, tanks, and countless small drones patrolling on high platforms. The defense and engineering of this underground ruin is simply top-notch, right in the world. The size of this ruin is almost half the capital of the US empire. It's too big, too vast. Those workers, welding the shelf, presumably just to make the wall strong. Otherwise, one day the US emperor will have an earthquake and all will collapse. Then the gain is not worth the loss. Seeing the look of horror in the eyes of the prodigal son, the American president was a little happy, but this is what they can show off now. But in the next second, the look of the prodigal son changed. With a look of disappointment, he watched the President of the United States shake his head, and his mouth still shook his head. The US president suddenly became speechless. What's wrong? Isn't it shocked just now? How can he turn into a disappointed look now? Hey! Didn't you show me the super particle cannon? Why not? There is only one ruined prehistoric ruin. The director of SHIELD almost bleeds, and the feelings are ruins and broken. I beeped the dog. Such a large ruin, but the earth has never been seen before. You said it is tattered. Does your family have it? The heart of the director of SHIELD was almost blown up. Ahem, let's go. I'll take you to see it. The American president calmed down and led the prodigal son to a laboratory building. In this ruin, there are buildings everywhere. These buildings are all scientists' research rooms of the American emperor. Basically, a few scientists are working on a small project and then put together a large project, so that the relics of prehistoric civilization will be slowly cracked. They use this method. Of course, there are other research projects, all carried out in the underground ruins. Basically, what can be said is that in this ruin, there are only people who enter and no people who leave. They have been cracking and researching in the underground ruins all year round. Of course, the US emperor treats their family members, but others do not. This also demonstrates the wealth of the US imperialism. But will all this exist again? Everyone came to a research room, which was very messy, with wires tangled everywhere. The research room is quite large, with the size of a small football field. As soon as he entered the door, the prodigal son heard the noise inside. The president and the others went in, but no one received them. The scientists in white coats were concentrating on the parts they had. You can see, this is the smallest one in our American Imperial Research Laboratory. It is more than enough to study your weapons. As long as you give us more technology, it will not be a problem to dry up the leaves. Okay, as long as you can research the finished product of the super energy particle cannon, I will give you the technology and let you do it. I don't want you to be those aviation veterans who take money and do nothing. Here, the prodigal son. The US president smiled disdainfully, and straightened his waist and said, "We, the US emperor, are all elite talents. The superpowered particle cannon in a mere handfuls is here." Just as the two were discussing, the scientist in charge of the laboratory came to them. These scientists, the white lab coats, have become black, their faces are covered with black grease, and their hair is messy. The American scientist looked excited as he watched the American president shouting passionately, "Mr. President, the first half of the core technology of the particle supercannon has been thoroughly studied. We have produced a semi-finished product. We need the particle accelerator technology in the lower half. As long as we learn this, the particle supercannon, we can study and can create more finished products." The scientist shouted until the end. His voice was hoarse. Still flushed and shouted. The yelling US president all had blood boiled all over his body. This super energy particle cannon was successfully studied, so dealing with him was a piece of cake. Quickly, show us. The American president couldn't wait to shout. The chief scientist took them to the next laboratory. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the huge transparent glass barrel. Inside the barrel, close to the barrel, there were circles of red copper wire wrapped around it. "Mr. President, this barrel is made up of particle pipes, and the particle accelerator pipe is driven by electricity to accelerate the positive and negative magnets in the pipe to produce particles with huge energy. And this particle cannon is made up of huge energy. The particles are emitted, destroying all matter instantly. It can also be said that energy attacks. If we have particle acceleration technology, then we will have particle energy technology. At that time, our American civilization will be upgraded to another level." The scientist shouted at the president excitedly with sick red. The spray is that the president's face is full of spitting stars. The director of SHIELD wiped his face innocently, and nodded hurriedly, or he would be overwhelmed by the spit star. Chapter 158. Chapter 155. Plan in progress. Thank you for the 200,000 rewards from the leader. Thank you. The director of SHIELD had listened to everything the scientists said, as well as the vision for the future, so he became very excited. "If you really get particle technology, then what would Yi Tan do? Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the prodigal son. Seeing the hot eyes of the director of SHIELD, the prodigal said, "I saw your finished product. How should I say, I am still a little disappointed, but I have also researched it. But even if I give you the second half of particle technology, you can't study it either. You have too many things that are bad, materials, installations, you don't have any. How to study?" The president of the US emperor was stunned when he was said by the prodigal son. He looked at the scientist on the side with questioning eyes. The scientist nodded to him and said, "Mr. President, there is too little equipment for studying particles in the base. The subject of particle is a required course in universities, and many people study it. But the real power of particles can be seen. There are not many people, all the devices and materials for studying particles are very scarce." If the scientist was interrupted by the director of SHIELD before he finished speaking, he looked at the prodigal son with a low expression. "How do you know that our base lacks particle devices and materials?" The prodigal son ignored the threats of the director of SHIELD, and directly said, "My family has all the techniques for studying particle cannons. As soon as I see the particle cannons you are studying, I know that you lack materials. Otherwise, how could you cut corners like this? Look at the wires all over the floor. Tusk, it's so poor." Suddenly, the scientists mentioned were blushing, and even the American emperor was flushed. This sentence was too powerful, and it directly blocked everyone's mouth. Hearing that their family is still studying other particle technologies, the director of SHIELD is very enthusiastic in his heart. He must take care of this master, or else the post of the overlord of the American emperor will disappear. "Then can you get these materials?" When the US President Yi, the scientist next to him, suddenly said. The prodigal laughed frantically and said, "As for the material for studying particles, I want as much as possible." Scientists are very excited. The study of particles is very difficult to see. Now this prodigal can be found, and how much is it? Can they not be excited? The scientists looked at the American president. The US president couldn't say anything, so he had to say to the prodigal son, "Yes, then we need a lot of research on particle materials. You can help us find more, and we can pay you a lot of dollars." As soon as the President of the United States finished speaking, the prodigal son said directly, "Do you think I need $1? My pocket money is more than 200 billion a month. I need your money." The US President snorted, and he felt as if he had been attacked by a million forces. A dignified American emperor was actually underestimated by a prodigal son. And it is really the case. The prodigal does not need money. "Okay, I beg you." After listening to the prodigal son, he turned his head without a trace. At the moment of turning around, the sunglasses he was wearing had an evil smile on his mouth, and he looked very infiltrating. The prodigal son and the US emperor walked out of the laboratory. Just now, the prodigal son had already handed over the technology of the lower half to the scientists. After seeing the technology of the lower half, those scientists were anxious to get the materials and research. This is the scientist, our nature. Looking at the huge ruins, the prodigal son said, "Is there only one exit here? If there is a crisis, how do you get out?" The director of SHIELD had no defense against the prodigal when he handed over the second half of the technology. Love is to treat the prodigal son as the best confidant. Hearing the question from the prodigal son, President Nam directly said, "This ruin has only one entrance and exit, and the remaining air purifiers are installed on the top of the ruins. Generally speaking, no one can escape from the ruins. Out. In the event of an accident, everyone present will be buried with this ruin." When the prodigal heard this, his eyes shrank fiercely. It was too ruthless for the American emperor. He didn't want others to discover secrets. He imprisoned scientists. He made unannounced visits to bombs on the walls. Army patrols were everywhere. When the ruins were breached, the walls would explode. The explosives caused the entire ruins to collapse, and the humans on it died together. So cruel. But when the head of SHIELD saw the prodigal silence a little, he felt something was wrong. He is very vigilant. In life, He is full of doubts about people and things. Therefore, seeing the prodigal son silent, he began to doubt in his heart, doubting who sent the prodigal son. Anyway, the first person to resolutely deny was Yi Tan. Will Yi Tan be willing to let them get the technology of superparticle cannon? Therefore, the idea sent by Yi Tan was immediately cancelled. What's the matter? The head of SHIELD asked. The prodigal son raised his head and smiled slightly. It's okay. I think if it collapses, how many people must be? The director of SHIELD Bureau didn't expect this guy to be thinking about this. He was thinking about the American people, and he was almost moved to tears. Relax. As a last resort, we will not detonate the ruins. And the ruin detonation device is not my choice. By the way, I will take you to visit the ruins and the ruins that we have cracked. But when the prodigal son heard it, his eyes lit up, and the amount of information in this passage was too great. If he didn't make the decision alone, then there was another person. Moreover, the ruins can finally be seen. The head of SHIELD took the prodigal son and walked towards the huge ruins. The ruins are very large, accounting for 70% of the underground space. It is conceivable that there are a lot of super technology in this ruins. In the United States, they can only see that they can't use it. The feeling of a grieved feeling makes them very uncomfortable. In the Tamron base, the Red Dragon looked at the signals moving on the screen and smiled bloodthirstily. The plan was progressing step by step, and it was just one step away. At the US border, more and more armed forces are advancing. They were driving in secret towards the capital of the American Empire. In the research room of the Tamron base, there are now 10 research rooms in the base. All were created by Yi Tan for the future development of the base. In these research rooms, many scientists stood in front of one technology after another, smiling excitedly. In front of them, they are all using the existing technology to multiply. If these technologies can be truly expanded, then the Red Police Empire will not have a strength, but a huge increase. Chapter 159. Chapter 156. Shocking killing intent. Happy Lantern Festival. Yi Tan learned that the scientists had already had an eye on the spacecraft. Immediately rushed towards the scientists' laboratory. Now there are more than 10 scientist laboratories. Why are there so many? Yi Tan built them for the future of the base. With so many laboratories, hundreds of scientists, and research technology, it will always be greatly improved. In the laboratory, those scientists are all gathered together, talking about something in an excited home. Yi Tan just entered inside. The scientists immediately stopped discussing and saluted Yi Tanjing. Dominate, dominate, dominate. Everyone greeted them like Yi Tan. Yi Tan waved his hand and looked at the crowd and said, I heard that the spaceship has already had eyebrows. Let's talk about it. Hearing Yi Tan's order, one of the earliest scientists stood up and said, Master, we already have an eye for a model of the spacecraft. We use wall technology to build spacecraft as materials. The material of the wall is very strong, and it is also very practical for outer space. In addition, we use computers to simulate the living conditions of human beings in the universe, relying on humans' current physique. In the universe, it is impossible to use much force. Yi Tan frowned. He didn't expect that life in the universe would be so troublesome. The current physique of human beings cannot do more things in the universe. They can only simply probe some, and sometimes they can encounter greater crises, which is very troublesome. Master, we have solved this problem. We have adopted the core technology of base terrorist robots and have created some basic universe-exploring robots, which have been imitated and can explore the universe perfectly. After Yi Tan listened, he nodded in satisfaction. No matter what the robot said, it was much better than humans. I'm afraid it is better to invent the physical evolution potion now. Everything will be easy to say. Can the base build spaceships now? Yi Tan asked. It can be dominated, and the spacecraft's energy problem has been solved. The nuclear fusion power plant at the base can be combined with anti-gravity technology to create new energy. It can fly in the universe. Yi Tan was very satisfied. and the spacecraft problem was finally solved. He was almost suffocated during this period of time. When the spacecraft has gone to the universe, the energy points are not coming. At that time, the base will become the first empire on Earth. Will it still need such a wretched development? When you see someone upset, you can throw a space-based weapon directly to see who is still crying. And in the underground ruins of the American Capitol, the President of the United States is walking around with his prodigal son. Since the prodigal son gave him the lower half of the particle technology, the President of the United States now looks more and more pleasing to the prodigal son. They all began to become brothers. After the two of them had finished visiting the underground ruins, they began to visit the ruins they had deciphered. "How about, brother, is there anything you want?" The US President looked at the prodigal son and said. The prodigal smiled slightly. He shook his head with his mouth curled. "Why, don't you look down on it?" The President of the United States regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. All the relics in front of them were broken down into parts by scientists. "Are there any other intact ruins that have become documents? Who is the prodigal son? Is this something missing?" "Brother, let me take you to see other things. Those things are valuable things we found in the ruins." Having said that, he took the prodigal son and walked towards the most closely guarded teaching building. Downstairs in this teaching, there is this huge crypto vault. The prodigal son and the US President went through a lot of security checks and finally came to the vault below. Entering the vault, the prodigal son was shocked by the scenery in front of him. Inside, there are many soldiers on patrol, as well as countless electronic surveillance monitors. Entering inside, all the boxes are opened, and there is no meaning to not let people see. Seeing that the prodigal son was puzzled, then the President of the US said, "Haha, I don't know. If we open it like this, we can find out if there is any loss early. If we hide and wait until we are lost, then it's true late." The prodigal son said directly, "I don't like to hide things. Whoever likes it, just take it." In a word, the American emperor's heart suffered 10,000 crit damage. Look at others, then look at yourself. "Hey." The President of the United States did not move, so he asked the prodigal son to see what was there. But the prodigal directly ignored all the documents and only looked for the real thing. He picked up a gun like Barretton, but he didn't want Barretton to look powerful. Looking at the gun, it seemed as if it was covered with tumors, and it was all covered with bumps. There is also a round object the size of a fist. Seeing that the prodigal son had obtained the thing, the President of the United States suddenly showed a confident expression on his face, and explained to the prodigal son, "Brother, you are so insightful. This thing, but we explored the ruins to find the best thing. This thing was, we call it a laser gun, which can shoot a laser beam to destroy the enemy." The prodigal was taken aback, but he did not expect that some time ago, the international laser gun was true. He just froze for a moment and didn't think about anything. I think all this is nothing strange to him. But the American president felt a strange feeling in his heart. He didn't expect the prodigal son to be so inferior to this crossage weapon. If it were people from other countries, the horror would be crazy now. TSK Tut, it seems that this prodigal son is definitely in stock. With that said, the prodigal son has reached the last box. The President of the United States remembers that the last box is some useless stones. The prodigal saw the stone inside. His eyes shrank sharply. "A bit, there are energy stones inside." Seeing some changes in the eyes of the prodigal son, President American finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is finally gone because he has no interest in something, and finally has something he is interested in. And the heart of the prodigal son is already shocked. This is a box full of energy stones. The fingers of the prodigal son were trembling slightly. The President of the United States came to the prodigal son and looked at a bunch of useless stones and said, "Hey, these are all taken from the ruins. A lot of them have been collected. Scientists have said that there is a lot of energy in it, but there is no way to extract it. It's just a bunch of useless stones. We still have a lot. If you want, I can give you some." The prodigal son was already shocked and speechless. And in the Tamron base, Yi Tan stood up fiercely, his eyes full of madness. Ha ha ha, I finally found it. Come here, gather my troops. Kill. The killing intent in Yi Tan's eyes is already so terrifying. Chapter 160 Chapter 157, Killing Order. Underground ruins. Found it? Yi Tan squinted comfortably in the chair. But I heard Hong Long's report. He stood up fiercely. His eyes were fierce, and the veins suddenly bulged. Ha ha ha, I found it. I finally found it. Yi Tan's eyes were very crazy at this moment. He hadn't moved in the past few days, and he was almost suffocating him. Now he finally found the existence of the energy stone. Take a break. Send my order. Target the underground ruins of the capital of the US Emperor. Kill order. Kill. Yi Tan roared with extremely concentrated killing intent. Immediately after that, according to Yi Tan Yuan's words, they were directly transmitted to the ears of the soldiers. In an instant, the entire base was boiling. All the fighters faced Yi Tan's location, chopped their right foot and hammered their left hand. Kill. 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 Boom, boom, boom. In the base, war drums rang. With the sound of war drums, with the roar of soldiers, the entire base seems to be alive. All the soldiers opened the eyes of the bloodthirsty demon god. Blood boiled all over, and they were full of fighting spirit. They seemed to be ancient demon gods, fighting against the sky, fighting against the earth, and killing all existence. The soldiers are gathering. Anti-gravity sports cars are also gathering. Yi Tan had done much intelligence work in order to find out where the US Emperor placed the energy stone. For today, in the capital of the United States, the nightmare is about to come. Face the madness of the master. And in the ruins below the US Capitol, the prodigal son was already shocked and speechless at the moment when he saw the energy stone. Of course, he returned to normal in the next second, calmly holding an energy stone and flashing it under the light. Looking at the energy stone, and the President of the United States saw that the prodigal son likes the energy stone so much, he immediately said, "Brother, if you like it, you can take a few dollars." Take a few dollars? No one said. The prodigal poked his lips and said, "I just think these stones have some research value, but I didn't see anything from the observation just now. I don't know how many of you have this thing. If there are more, I will let my family use more technology. Come and exchange with you." The President of the United States just felt his brain explode. That technique to exchange these broken stones. It was crazy. Just like Yi Tan's bodyguard was excited when he saw these broken stones. The bodyguards I thought were turtles, who had never seen the world. It now appears that things are not that simple. "Brother, can you tell me what is the use of this thing?" The President of the United States was not sure in his heart, and could only ask weakly. "Cut. What's the use?" "It's just that it contains a lot of irritable energy. Generally speaking, this thing is not studied because it is filled with uncontrollable thunder and violent factors. If it is not handled properly, you with so many energy stones, the earth is not enough to explode." When the US President heard it, his eyes shrank sharply. He did not expect that such a small broken rock could blow up the earth. Seeing the basket full of energy stones, he immediately stood up with scared hair. It's so close to death. Although scientists said at the beginning that there is a lot of energy in it, they just couldn't make it out. It turned out that their research was not in place. Take a look at this, brother, you will know at a glance, and you can say it so honestly. This is simply treating yourself as a brother. So touched. The President of the United States is a little warm. After all, such sincere people are still rare. Especially in their position. But in the next second, Xiao Jiu started again in his heart. If such a powerful energy stone is not used well, am I still the President of the US? Brother, yes, as long as you give us technology, we will give you an energy stone. The US President said sloppily. He won't say that he still has a lot, and I use a lot to trade with you. But the prodigal son lowered his head slightly, showing a cruel, bloodthirsty smile. Then he raised his head and said, "Okay, that's it. I will also prepare the particle materials you need." The President of the US felt that the harvest today was super big, and the particle materials and technology were also given away. It was so cool. Brother, we, the American Emperor, will help you determine what happens to you in the future. When will the technology and materials be available? The President of the US emphatically said that he is anxious now. With a little more skill, he can catch up with Yitan. Don't worry, according to the strength of our family, in half an hour, everything can appear in front of you. The prodigal son said heroically, "Okay, go, let your people go to the White House, we will go out to meet them now." Saying that the two are going to go out, but it still takes time to go through the security checks. And at the moment they reached an agreement. At the entrance to the White House, it was already quiet and terrible at this moment. On the lawn outside, there were no suit bodyguards. In the room, the civilians and the bodyguards in black were all armed with guns and their heads held up by some armed forces wearing black and red tights. On their chests, there are small golden dragons embroidered. Just attacking this little dragon, all the people in the White House were sweating. Don't dare to move. Why? Because they are all members of the Tamron group, who kill people without blinking. Even the king of the suit soldiers in the White House dare not move arbitrarily. Looking at the violent and paralyzed atmosphere in these soldiers, you are simply moving. No matter what you do, your head will blossom in the next second. Brains fly all around. Not to mention, what is so special is that several fighters are aiming at one person. Is it necessary? At this moment, the White House personnel gathered together were all in the hall. At the same time, a woman was glamorous and terrifying. Her face was cold. The smoke helmet covered half of her cheeks, but she rushed to the other half, which made people irritating. The lower body is about to move. Commander. All the soldiers shouted respectfully at the woman. No one in the White House thought that the leader of this force was a female generation. But in the next second, they won't feel the female stream anymore. The ruler has orders, kill them all. This cold killing intent caused the people in the White House to immediately numb their scalp and tremble in their hearts. Some people just wanted to talk, just wanted to resist. They were shot to the head by the soldiers. Like a watermelon collapsed by the rubber band. The red and white brain plasma blood splashed directly in all directions, and a large swath of blood flowed into the entire White House hall in an instant. The strong smell of blood flooded instantly. And all this last night. The soldiers immediately picked up some of the sensors on the bodyguards of the White House. Those sensors were all connected to the underground ruins. If no one controlled the sensors, the ruins would immediately close their doors. Chapter 161. Chapter 158. I used space-based weapons to bombard in turn. After doing everything, the soldiers stood quietly in the distance, and the violent breath in their eyes slowly diminished. They are waiting for the arrival of the master. The US president in the underground ruins can still talk about the prodigal son in full swing. But I don't know that Yitan base has turned the sky right now. Over the Yishan base, already gathered nearly 20,000 anti-gravity sports cars after remodeling. All of them wore Vulcan Gatling rockets, and all kinds of super powerful missiles, all of which were modified these days. Roar. In the sky, the 20,000 anti-gravity sports car made a dragon roar that sounded for 9 days. Listening to it makes people feel very shocked. Wearing a gold red tights combat uniform, Yitan walked out of the main base, fully armed. The moment I just walked out, the anti-gravity sports car over the entire base roared frantically. It's louder and louder for 9 days. Kill, kill, kill. Feeling the crazy killing intent that dominates this time, the soldiers roared in the anti-gravity sports car. The sky full of killing intent made the crazy look in Yitan's eyes even more awe-inspiring. The energy stone is ours. Set off. Following Yitan's order, the 20,000 anti-gravity sports car swished towards the United States. Yitan didn't give any consideration this time, and went on a rampage, taking only the American Emperor. In passing countries, the alarm bells of all the air defense departments were very dry, and when the ministers of various countries took a look, they all took a sharp breath. There are so many anti-gravity sports cars. This is not a normal version. There are no anti-gravity sports cars equipped with any weapons. but all of them are fully armed. In addition, among those sports cars, that golden sports car, with golden scales all over, like a dragon head, isn't it Yi Tan's car? What is this for? Not sure what Yi Tan was going to do, passing those countries. The air defense ministers of those countries could only let Yi Tan pass quietly. If not, for other people's anti-gravity sports cars, their own local air defense forces need to be considered, let alone beat that anti-gravity sports car. There are also day-based weapons, poop weapons. Beat the dog, let them pass quietly. A bunch of lunatics. Yi Tan led the troops to the US Empire. As soon as he entered the territory of the US Empire, an air defense missile attack was immediately oncoming. In the US, anti-gravity sports cars have been defined as terrorists. This is also representative. The US Emperor and Yi Tan are always hostile. Although these missiles couldn't hurt the tanks at all, they also directly hit Yi Tan's temper. Call me, as long as you see an air defense base, you will blow me up, Niang. Yi Tan said in the War Network channel. Yes, dominate. All the sports car leaders replies in the channel. As long as they encountered the missile launching base, they will directly go up and bomb them, and then leave without stopping. All that was left was a meal of ruins and a strong smell of gunpowder. The US Imperial Air Defense battle has directly risen to the top, and the nuclear strike defense net has been opened. In the newly built Pentagon, all the generals passed unanimously at once. Damn it, as long as Yi Tan's troops invaded the US Emperor, it was directly a nuclear strike defense network. They were also scared by Yi Tan. As for some hidden hills around the American Emperor, a nuclear well was exposed, exposing nuclear warheads. Puff! With the soaring flames, the nuclear warhead directly soared into the sky, rushing towards a large group of anti-gravity sports cars. The nuclear warhead is not big, only the length of the human body. After all, the nuclear warhead is big. The nuclear radiation will be severe. This human-sized nuclear warhead is fine. And at the moment the nuclear warhead lifted off, a bright light flickered from the sky, shooting towards the top of the mountain. Boom! In an instant, the entire mountain top was destroyed in an instant, and the huge mountain that protruded suddenly became a huge pit. The nuclear warhead seemed to have never appeared. This is the case in all states of the United States. As long as the place where nuclear warheads are launched, they have been attacked by Yi Tan's space-based weapons. At the Pentagon, countless operators are reporting the number 1 warhead disappeared and the nuclear well lost contact. The second warhead disappeared and the nuclear well lost contact. The number 3 warhead disappeared and the nuclear well lost contact. All the generals who received this news immediately became angry. Fack. Yi Tan and the others are simply deceiving too much. All the nuclear wells were destroyed by Yi Tan. They attacked like this. It's so irritating. Can they use space-based weapons to attack? Fack. The first minister was ranting frantically. He felt that either he was crazy, or Yi Tan was crazy, and even attacked the nuclear well with space-based weapons. This was simply fack. Is it waste? This is the idea of all the generals. Obviously they don't know waste. In the US states, there are nuclear wells. In the US states, most nuclear wells have been hit by space-based weapons. This has made all the American people a little bit afraid. Has the Third World War begun? Why are there explosions and faint earthquakes everywhere? When the countries received the news, they immediately transferred the satellites to the United States. Watching Yi Tan's crazy attack, everyone was dumbfounded. What happened this time? It seems that the American Emperor hasn't provoked Yi Tan in the past few days. And it has only been a few days since the Sun Nation was bombarded with excrement and urine. How come he has found the American Emperor again? Do you have nothing to do at your leisure and ask the American Emperor to blow up? If you don't know the reason, you basically use this reason to answer your own questions. Everyone felt that Yi Tan was insane, and he had nothing to do with other people's homes. Suddenly everyone became more afraid of Yi Tan. You said, there is such a neurosis at your door. Aren't you afraid? If you have nothing to do for a day, it's strange that you are not mad at your house. But the US Emperor couldn't contact the president at this moment, so he could only temporarily suspend the president's power, and voted for the acting president. Begin to take over all the strike power of the American imperialism. Don't let the anti-gravity sports car get close to the imperial capital. This is especially true if you come to the imperial capital. There may be no good things. As soon as the acting president came to power, he immediately deployed various base fighter strike forces. In an instant, all the bases began to gather and prepare. Every fighter jet was immediately loaded with conventional missiles. They were no longer the same as usual. Conventional missiles were so powerful that the tanks would have to be crippled with one shot, let alone anti-gravity sports cars. The Red Dragon in the Tamron base is overseeing all the intelligence networks of the US Emperor. Seeing that the US imperialism has launched various base fighter bombing plans, suddenly a bloodthirsty smile. Then I clicked the space-based weapon, and an option popped up immediately. Ding. Use space-based weapons to bomb 8 areas with a total of 2.4 million energy points. Is it overdrawn? Please return it within 1 day, otherwise it will be obliterated. The Red Dragon's eyes are cruel. Without any hesitation, just click. Without paying, where is the return? All this is Yeaton's account. Chapter 162. Chapter 159. Rush to the ruins. Ding. Do you confirm that you have overdrawn 2.4 million energy points? If the payment cannot be made within 24 hours, all units in the host will be killed. Facing the 2 messages containing death, Red Dragon did not hesitate, and directly clicked to confirm. For this energy point, how many plans have been prepared and how much technology has been devoted to this step? If even these energy points cannot be paid, the Empire will not be able to reach the highest level. These are the original words of Yeaton. The target has been confirmed, waiting for the attack. In outer space, the day-based weapons are like blooming petals. 8 iron troughs are directly deployed, and each iron trough is equipped with a docking rod. In space, there was no sound. Ready to launch. Countdown. 10, 5, 1. Launch. Boom. With 8 vibrations on the subject. Those 8 woo sticks were launched directly towards the American Emperor on Earth. At the large combat airfields of the US Empire, all the pilots had just entered the fighter jets and were ready to set sail. Suddenly, a shining light appeared in the sky. Many people have already noticed. Seeing the skylight in the sky, everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. Space-based weapons strike. Boom. At the major battle airports, it instantly became a huge pit of hundreds of miles, and it is still expanding. This is true of the 8 huge bases. The fighter jet hadn't attacked yet and was killed directly in the base. Inside the Pentagon, when they received no signal from the 8 bases, they were already angry. Fack. Deceive people too much. They actually played like this, bombed me, bombed their base with nuclear bombs for me. Those generals are also crazy. They are now in a mess. Nuclear strikes. Nuclear strikes have been directly strangled in the nuclear wells without strikes. The fighter jets carried conventional missiles to strike, but before they set off, the Unicom base was evaporated together. What a terrible deception. Must launch a nuclear attack, and end up with Yashin base. This is the inner wish of all the generals present. They want Yashin base to vanish. All countries took a deep breath when they saw space-based weapons bombing the US Imperial Airport. Too crazy. Is this a rhythm that will destroy the American Emperor? Could it be that the way we opened it today is wrong? This storm came too suddenly. It immediately started the nuclear bomb, beeping the dog. As the US president cannot be contacted, the emergency backup key will take some time to verify. And just at the time of verification, the red police soldiers in the White House moved. I don't know when. A large truck stopped at the gate of the White House. That big truck has 24 wheels. It is a super large truck. In the truck, a group of rough men with cigars gathered. They were the men who appeared last time. They have another identity, that is, bomb madman. Terrorist. Yeaton's super unit. The truck entered the White House without any hindrance, and went directly to the emergency channel train track below the White House. It changed its shape in an instant, and became the state of a high-speed train. with the wheels of the truck thrown aside. It is stuck on the track of the train and moves forward slowly, then slowly accelerated. The speed is getting faster and faster, directly rushed to the speed of 500, still increasing. It's crazy. And at the moment when the truck was speeding up, the entire underground ruins burst into red light, and the alarm bell was mastered. Countless American soldiers began to move and rushed towards the door of the ruins. Guard up. The moment the US president heard the alarm bell rang from the ruins, he knew that something was wrong. Before the ruins were found, they were protected by soldiers and returned to the ruins. Looked at the monitor worriedly. He also wanted to know who it was that actually found the base. Could it be Ethan? Impossible. The confidentiality work here is so strict. How can it be known? Who is that? In the video, there is no trace of the enemy yet. However, suddenly, a group of people in simple clothes appeared in the picture with a big basket on their back. They also had some weird weapons in their hands. This is? The President of the United States looked at it with gloomy eyes. These people are not from Yetan, let alone from the troops of other countries. Then who are they? I saw that those people with cigars in their mouths took out long high explosive grenades from the basket behind them and threw them toward the gate of the ruins. The American emperor had just wanted to sneer and sneered, but was shocked by the sight in front of him. Wipe Nima, that's a full kilometer away. What's special? You can throw a bomb, you can throw it. I beep the dog. The President of the United States is now shocked and speechless. Those people are simply beeping dogs. Throwing bombs at a distance of kilometers, throwing one, or throwing 100 is still accurate. Is this really human? At the gate of the ruins, the guards of the American Imperial soldiers were swallowed up by the bomb before they arrived. For a time, the entire gate of the ruins was panicked. There are fires everywhere, and the red light in the ruins flickered more violently, and the voice became more urgent. This means that the crisis has become more severe. The commander at the base has begun to send troops continuously to guard the gate of the ruins, and no one can be allowed in. And the bomb madman stayed far behind the big truck, throwing bombs frantically. At this time, two bomb madmen walked out from the side, and directly slipped out a small signal base and placed it on the ground. Turning on the switch, the signal base instantly began to flash. This signal was directly transmitted to the Yashin sports car. This is the anti-jamming signal base developed by the base. It is underground here, but there are always jamming signals blocking it. If you don't come here to set up, it is still difficult to find here. But the moment Yetan received the news, his excitement couldn't calm down, and now he just wanted to find the underground ruins and plunder all the energy stones. After finding the target, all the anti-gravity sports cars rushed towards the underground ruins with purpose. Instead of entering from the White House entrance, to be simple and rude, cool. And in the Pentagon, the speakers who are always blind to the end also came here. They came here in shock, and wanted to see what Yetan wanted to do. There are more think tanks who are analyzing crazy. What exactly did Yetan want to do when he ran from that position? Although it was not the center of the capital, it was not a lush place, but it was in some red light districts. Did Yetan just come to play? Others don't know, but the first speaker knows. Seeing where Yetan is going, the first speaker is simply beeping in his heart. Wiping his second uncle, isn't this just going to the entrance of the ruins? Beeping the dog. Special. Chapter 163. Chapter 160, Crazy Explosive Man. Thanks to the leader ready for the reward. Thank you. The first speaker was crazy, and he was very fucking inside. He has to fuck. Is there any difference between how he feels like he has been a dog? Yetan is so special about breaking his foundation. The future of American Emperor. This is about the ruins of the future of the American Emperor. Is it necessary to let Yetan ruin it like this? The first speaker refused. He felt that this was intolerable, and Yetan was simply deceiving people too much. Send my order. Immediately worry about all the troops. Attack me, Yetan, an outsider, and can't let them get close to the 5th red light district. The first speaker standing in the conference room roared. All of a sudden, the people in the meeting room yelled dumbfounded. What's wrong? What happened? Isn't Yi Tang going to the red light district? Is it necessary to make you so excited? Of course, the words of the first speaker are simply imperial decree. They have long wanted to do this, but related to some military authority, they are very tight-lipped, but now it is different. With the order of the first speaker, what is special? The King of Heaven, Lozi, will also be defeated. Suddenly, the whole conference room immediately had that kind of excitement. Those think tanks immediately began to analyze, where is the arrangement in ambush? And those American imperial officers are also mobilizing the army frantically. For a while, the entire American emperor seemed to be in operation. The police were everywhere on the streets to disperse the crowds and notices prohibiting going to the streets. It made people panic, and everyone thought that the Third War was coming, and the underground ruins entrance a few hundred meters below the 5th red light district. Behind the big truck, hundreds of bomb madmen with cigars were still throwing bombs frantically. The gate of the ruin is simply blazing. And look at the baskets of high explosive grenades behind the bomber madmen, and you will know how crazy they are. And the American soldiers in the ruins, at this moment, their hearts are simply beeping dogs. Special, who fought a war like this? This is simply bombing with grenades. What a special thing. Quickly, let the tank push me up, and the people behind will blow me up with firepower. A US imperial officer roared inside the ruins. Afterwards, heavy armed tanks rushed towards the gate of the ruins with surprising speed. They had to send out this iron box. If they don't send it out, they can't even get out the door. As soon as the tank appeared, it was bombed by crazy grenade. But the tank was intact, and the American imperial officer was a little pleased. This is a newly developed tank by the Empire, not made of ordinary tank iron at all. This kind of tank, even with rockets, may not hurt anything. Not to mention those cannons. Less than a minute after the tank was dispatched, the grenade bombing on the opposite side slowly stopped. Suddenly an idea bred directly in the heart of the American imperial officer. There was no grenade on the opposite side. Dog punch me. Press up. Don't stop. Following the order of the American imperial officer, the armed soldiers rushed towards the back of the tank, trying to rush out and kill the dog who said, "It was so crazy. The grenade is just throwing it non-stop. You can't mix it up." And the soldiers who wrote about the American emperor, as soon as they went out, they saw a basket thrown at them. Still very accurate. Directly, still not far in front of them. The soldiers are a little timid. What is it? A soldier walked to the basket, breaking his head and looking inside. It's okay if you don't watch it. Omega. Fuck. Grenade. Fall down. The soldier rushed directly toward the basket, trying to reduce the power of the bomb. But is it possible? That's a basket of grenades. Boom. It exploded in an instant, and the skyrocketing fire and the aftermath of the explosion overturned the tank. The flames swallowed all the soldiers outside the ruins in an instant. The soldiers standing inside waiting for the task were dumbfounded, and a little timid in their hearts. Nima, the bomber can throw a basket. How powerful and accurate you are. This is so terribly beeping. Even the officer who gave the order was almost swallowed by the fire, but it still spread, and his entire face was burned into black coal with blood. What? Help. I don't want to die. Help me. My leg is broken. Fuck. There were screams everywhere, and broken corpses all over the floor, or soldiers with missing arms and legs. The officer's ears buzzed and he looked dumbfounded at the scene before him. He couldn't even feel the pain on his face at this moment. Is this war? Too cruel. That officer now starts to doubt his life. Suppress and suppress. There were officers in the rear shouting. For a time, many soldiers rushed towards the gate of the ruins. Let's die a batch. Come a batch. This time came the real guards. They were well equipped and had various counter-attack weapons. The soldiers came to the gate of the ruins and immediately began to build the huge steel cannon, and there were many life detectors attacking rockets and so on. But they just arrived at the gate of the ruins. A soldier saw a basket thrown in. Stay down. Boom. It exploded again. This time it was too sudden, and it was swallowed instantly along with the wounded soldiers not far away that hadn't been dragged away just now. Let the whole ruins begin to shake slightly. Suddenly, many people felt fear for the basket. And in that ruin, many generals have gathered. Seeing the fierce battle at the gate of the ruins, they felt a little abrupt. "Close the ruins gate," a general said. At this time, the general on the side shouted anxiously, "No, Mr. President is also here, and once the gate of the ruins is closed, it won't be opened until half a year. And during this time, what about the above?" The general who was about to talk about closing the gate just now looked gloomy. "Execution. The relic is our future, and there can be no loss. Even if the president does not go up for half a year, it will not affect the U.S. imperial warrant relationship. Therefore, in order to preserve the relic, it must be closed." The other generals stopped talking. Of course they know which one is serious. Now that the enemy is so crazy, throwing bombs directly at your house, the soldiers can't reach the gate of the ruins, let alone fight back. And even if you attack inside the ruins, you can't beat those enemies. Fact. The other generals are getting more and more angry. He cursed directly angrily and followed the order. When the order was reached, the booming light inside the gate of the ruin began to flicker. This gate is very heavy, but it took nearly 7 or 8 years to be poured. It is 4 meters thick and the size of a football field. Energy is supplied by nuclear power. As you can imagine how heavy it is. Chapter 164. Chapter 161. Prodigal Spy. "Thank you, Eddie, for the 100,000 reward." "Thank you." As the door flickered, the door began to hum shut. There was a harsh rubbing sound. The bomb fanatics outside the ruins watched with bloodthirsty faces, but they didn't make any movement. They didn't throw the grenade together with them. In this truck, how many bombs were reproduced? Several bomb madmen fired the target. The bomb madman who appeared first looked at everyone and said, "Brothers, it's time for us to pay." Fried, fried, fried. Others cheered. One of the soldiers got on the big truck directly and rushed towards the gate of the ruins. How slow was the gate closing? However, when the truck crushed forward, the gate had already begun to close slowly. There was only a tank the size of the distance. Yes, the tank got stuck there, which prevented the gate from closing. But such a heavy door began to squeeze the tank, making a creaking sound. In the inner gate, the sergeants looked at them, and felt a little happy in their hearts. All the roads were blocked. How could they come in and fly in? But the next second, I saw the truck suddenly lifted into the air and got directly into it. All the American imperialist officers and soldiers almost didn't stare at this scene. Fuck, Nima. This is fine too? Fuck. They are from the Tamron Empire. Everyone knows who those terrorists are. They are from Yitan. The passing truck rushed towards the place where there were so many soldiers. "Disperse, disperse, don't attack, don't attack." An officer yelled from a distance. He has been in this position for many years, and he can tell at a glance that the truck must be loaded with bad things. Once attacked, everyone will be destroyed. He didn't believe in the driver, so he dared to die. But he underestimated the red police bomb madman. That is the type of unit to die. The truck flew directly to the place with the most people. There was a sudden flash of fire. Boom. In an instant, the truck exploded, and a huge red light directly occupied 1/3 of the entire ruins. It swallowed many soldiers in an instant. That powerful high temperature directly evaporates a lot of ironware. As the explosion passed, what it brought to everyone was the buzzing of the brain. In the Science and Technology building, the explosion also affected this area, and the general buildings were destroyed. Of course, the President of the US is also among them, and the prodigal. At the moment the explosion broke out, the entire building was swallowed up. In the US President's room, only half of the floor was left by the explosion. The bursting explosion caused the prodigal to fall on the ground. Fortunately, they are relatively remote, otherwise they would also die. The President of the US Empire still doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't have any management rights to this underground base. The ruins are all controlled by the Speaker, and he was just a supervisor in this underground. he was not as good as a soldier. Therefore, he still didn't know what was happening. Seeing the prodigal son fell, he hurried to his side to help him up, anxiously watching whether he was hurt. When the US president lowered his head and looked at the prodigal son suddenly said in an extremely gloomy tone, "Brother, what do you think it feels like to die?" The President of the United States was anxious. He thought that the prodigal son was injured. He quickly raised his head and shouted roughly, "Don't think about it, we are the safest here. You will have nothing to do, and we will have nothing to do." The prodigal sneered. "You said, it's you who died?" Suddenly there was such a sentence, and the whole air was frozen in an instant. The President of the United States stared at his eyes, staring at the prodigal son, with unbelievable eyes. You are from Yitan." The prodigal smiled, raised his arm abruptly, turned his right fist into a claw, and thrust his chin toward the US president. Puff! Without any hindrance, the paw directly penetrated into the chin of the US president, and then the paw did not stop at all. With a violent arm, the paw immediately rushed towards the US president's brain. Puff! The president of the US spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the tongue was spit out. Of course, it did not fall to the ground, and there was still a trace of flesh and blood attached. Inside those eyeballs, all black blood was filled. The eyes were getting swollen, and they didn't almost crack. The prodigal smiled cruelly, and whispered in the ears of the US president who had not died yet, "I am the army that dominates the following, which is what you call a spy, and the best method I use is to be a rich man." The prodigal son, and the master, is the devil in your mouth, Yitan. When the American president heard these words, his whole body was shaking, as if he was angry. The two eyeballs filled with black blood suddenly popped out. There was blood in the eye sockets. Looks very penetrating. Seeing the US president dying, no longer kicking, the prodigal smiled disdainfully, and the paw stuck in his chin grabbed a few viciously in his head, then he slapped and pulled it out. The tortuous brain tissue, as well as the white and yellow brain plasma, were directly displayed on the spy's hand. The prodigal screamed, and then peeled off the layer of film sticking to the pants. Pressed on his face, the face of the prodigal son immediately turned into the President of the United States. Moreover, his voice is exactly the same. After the prodigal had done everything, his right foot suddenly kicked toward the head of the American president lying on the ground. Boom! I don't know how many times the head of the US emperor's president was kicked to smash by the prodigal son. After stepping on the mud, the prodigal son was still not satisfied and pushed directly into the fire pit. Then they piled insignificantly at the root of the wall, waiting for rescue. In the ruins of the explosion, the flames were already permeated at this moment, and there were flames everywhere. And the pungent smell of burning corpses. It makes people smell disgusting. After the explosion, many rescue teams came here directly, as well as the fire trucks. They are all in the ruins. As long as they are in the outside world, there are also in the ruins. In this ruin, there are hundreds of thousands of troops. There are so many things to store. So at the moment when the fire was swallowed, the fire brigade directly rushed to extinguish the fire. And the second big team has come to the front, and the huge explosion just swallowed half of the first group. They can only be replaced. When the newborn army came here, they saw that the gate of the ruins had been blown into a concave shape, so they didn't care. Chapter 165. What the author said. Brothers and sisters, when Dai joined the group today, many people were asking Dai for leave. Many people were going to school, starting school, or starting work. Dai is very grateful to everyone for their own a month company. There are also 500 people in the group supporting it. Thank you very much. But Dai wants to say something before you leave. Dai is still Park. Without you, Dai might fail. If I can be violent these days, I will be more violent. If you have a recommendation, vote. Just vote more. It's like helping me in the end when you leave. Can't bear you. If you have time, come back and take a look. The baby is still waiting for you here. Dai hopes that in the next few days, You can vote for more recommendations and give rewards. Let us bloom in the last few days. I have stayed up all night every day for the past few days, and I keep resting to give you code words. Thank you for your support and wait for your return. Chapter 166 Chapter 162 Crazy Blasting. Thanks to Mugsyuan for the 50,000 rewards, thank you. And above the underground ruins, Yi Tan was rushing here. At this time, they were fighting head-on with some enemies of the US Empire. The US Emperor's group was very crazy, it was simply frantic. The countless fighter groups rushed in the direction where Yi Tan was. What is it for? To keep them away from the red light district. Once it gets close, the future of the American Emperor will be destroyed. In the sky, the anti-gravity sports car of the Iron River Line is simply crazy. Crowded together, rushing towards the red light district of the American Emperor. Behind them, there are countless groups of fighter planes firing frantically, firing rockets. Regardless of U-3721, frantically shooting. Rockets were also launched frantically. Yi Tan's eyes were getting gloomy and he couldn't be dragged by the fighter group. If it was dragged, what would happen to it? In the imperial capital of the United States, the defense rocket made a roaring sound and blasted towards Yi Tan against gravity. Many anti-gravity sports cars exploded, were damaged. Yi Tan's heart was cruel. What's the matter? Isn't this driving him crazy? Fire me pulse missiles. Cover me New York. Yi Tan shouted coldly on the channel. In an instant, the anti-gravity sports car immediately opened the door, and there were many blue missile heads in the door. These blue missile heads are nothing but the pulse missile. Boom! The blue warhead was launched directly from the door of the car, towards the capital of the US Empire. At this moment, the Pentagon's alarm bells were made instantly, and the American supercomputers all began to sound the alarm inside the Pentagon. Alert! Alert! Enemy forces launch pulse missiles. Alert! Alert! Enemy forces launch pulse missiles. It is about to detonate in the capital within 10 seconds. Immediately start self-preparation. The people in the Pentagon were crazy, and their hearts collapsed at this moment. They didn't expect that Yi Tan would throw pulses in the American capital so brightly, especially, once the explosion, it would make the entire capital's economy go backwards for more than 100 years. The American economy will collapse in New York, and it will be even more difficult if the American Empire wants to recover. Jump! The impulse missile exploded, and the countless impulse missiles were exploded directly in the capital of the US Empire. In an instant, the blue light directly swallowed the entire American Emperor. For a while, all electrical appliances stopped operating, and even the nuclear power plant was shaking violently. At this moment, all the people in the US Empire became worried. Is the Third World War really about to begin? Even Yi Tan's anti-gravity sports car has not received any influence. He is an anti-gravity energy device, and the fighters behind him have already started to plant like chicken shit. The group of fallen fighters directly caused the entire imperial capital to blossom everywhere, with explosions everywhere. When Yi Tan saw the follower disappearing behind him, he smiled coldly and flew towards the sky above the ruins. And the red dragon in the dragon base, seeing that Yi Tan was about to reach his destination, grinned suddenly, with a bloodthirsty smile, and pressed the day-based weapons attack confirmation. In less than 30 seconds, a ray of light was suddenly emitted from outer space towards the red light area. Yi Tan's anti-gravity sports car unit stood quietly in the distance. Boom! In an instant, the day-based weapon directly hit the ruins. The people in the ruins were deceived by this sudden attack. Many people looked up and saw that the hundreds of meters of soil above the ruins was bombarded with a huge hole, and the sun outside could also be seen. But Yi Tan Kai took care of this and rushed into the ruins with the anti-gravity sports car troops. Regardless of whether the US Emperor was bullied by Yi Tan, he was also attacked by pulse missiles. But the background of the US Emperor is unmatched by other countries. Even if the impulse missile is attacked, they can quickly operate. This is the US Emperor capital, and Yi Tan can gain the upper hand from the moment of opening, all because of the continuous support of the sky-based weapons. if there is no space-based weapons? Can Ye-10 still come to the sky over the ruins? The US Emperor is not the country of the sun. Well, I admit that this time the American Emperor was blown up. The moment Ye-10 entered the underground ruins, everyone in the entire ruins panicked. The fire hadn't been extinguished yet, and now the heavenly spirit cover was opened again, which is simply unnecessary. As the anti-gravity sports car entered the ruins, all the generals in the ruins suddenly shrank their eyes. Unexpectedly, Ye-10's troops were here. Is this going to fight the Empire to the death? These generals, without any delay, quickly asked the soldiers to start preparing. Immediately, all the soldiers began to hide, waiting for the war. But Ye-10's 20,000 anti-gravity sports car came into the ruins and saw the flames in the ruins soaring into the sky. He suddenly smiled coldly. He knew that those terrorist explosive madmen were powerful. Throwing bombs was a terrible one. Not to mention kilometers, even 5 kilometers, you can still be accurate. Otherwise, how can they be called bomb madmen? And there is a huge bomb buried in their bodies. They can detonate if they want. This is the real scary place. Human bomb. Roar. The anti-gravity sports car roared in the air. The sound of 20,000 vehicles, the sound of a huge one, is called a spectacular, that is called a shocking, and that is a contradictory feeling that makes people excited and numb. The anti-gravity sports car spread out directly on the base, setting up several Vulcan Gatling on both sides, and shooting crazy toward the ruins. The firepower of 20,000 vehicles is simply death's sickle. As long as it is headed or exposed, it is directly beaten into a sieve and becomes a fleshy existence. Counterattack, counterattack. Give me firepower to strike. Many generals were ranting crazy. Inside the ruins are the Empire's most sophisticated fighters, using the best weapons. The firepower of the anti-gravity sports car is fierce, but in this underground ruins, it still appears scattered. There is no power to destroy the ruins. Therefore, people will always appear in places that are not covered, and the anti-gravity sports car moving in the sky is a violent bombardment. The anti-gravity sports car was also turning around, and it swept wildly towards that place. The entire ruins have been messed up, and there are signs of battle and bullets everywhere. The first speaker in the Pentagon was mad. He thought that the underground ruins were 100 meters deep and Ye-10 couldn't find them. Even if they were found, the huge iron gate could stop them. But he didn't expect that. Using a space-based weapon, simply and rudely blasted the soil above the ruins, which was simply a beep. Chapter 167. Chapter 163. Crazy Red Dragon. Thanks to Mugs Yuan for the 50,000 book coins rewarded. Thank you. The first speaker of the US Empire now has an urge to pinch Ye-10 to death. Can't let them succeed. Those 20,000 anti-gravity sports cars, once they enter the ruins, it is a nightmare. If they are allowed to get all the items in the ruins, it will be a beeping dog. No. You can't let them go like this. Shew me the scepter of God. The first speaker roared in his office. The secretary on the side shivered, and the US Emperor today is simply the end. President, launching the scepter of God. You still need Mr. President's key, said the secretary babbling. The first speaker sneered disdainfully. Mr. President, he is just one of my puppets. I immediately fetch the 2 keys of the scepter of God. Now it is the moment of crisis. We must launch it. Otherwise, the future of our American Emperor will be complete. It's over. The secretary dared not say anything, immediately backed out. As for the underground ruins, there were bullet trajectories everywhere, leaving little traces in the air. It's the same everywhere. The soldiers in the underground did not dare to raise their heads at this moment. The firepower was too fierce. They wanted to wait until the anti-gravity sports car had no bullets and were attacking, but now, the anti-gravity sports car's bullets are almost endless. In outer space, when the secretary twisted 2 buttons at the same time, a weak signal was launched directly from the capital of the United States to outer space. In an instant, the red dragon at the base was awakened, and he opened his bloodthirsty and red eyes to look at. Hurriedly called towards the Master Battle Channel. Master, leave the underground ruins immediately, the American Emperor has the Scepter of God. Yi Tan was shocked when he received this news. When did the US Emperor's Scepter of God be launched into space? Why didn't there be a hint of intelligence? But when Yi Tan reacted, it was already too late. In outer space, the God's Scepter of the American Emperor was called a crude one. Of course, it felt crude compared with Yi Tan's space-based weapon. The huge steel rod shot out directly towards the underground ruins of the capital of the American Emperor on Earth. Yi Tan has no place to hide. His space-based weapon just opens up the hundreds of meters of soil, and this space-based weapon must be headed toward this hole. Then, how can there be more space? There is no time to escape now. Feeling the anxious mood of the master. All the anti-gravity sports cars gathered around Yi Tan's golden sports car, and many sports cars rushed directly towards the intelligence given by the prodigal spy, where the energy stone was stored. Although the President of the United States didn't say anything, the prodigal had already found the place to store the energy stones while in the chaos just now. In this short moment, how many extreme tasks the soldiers have done. And Yi Tan's sports car has been wrapped in layers by the soldiers. But at this moment, Yi Tan couldn't command these soldiers at all. They seemed to be possessed by a demon, and they wrapped Yi Tan desperately regardless of the danger of their lives. Yi Tan looked at the fanatical expressions of the soldiers, and the cold in his eyes became increasingly cold. All this, there is always a chance that the US Emperor will receive its due price. Swish. A strong flame rushed directly towards the ruins of the big hole. The speed is extremely fast, and the wind and waves brought up directly make the sports car wrapped in a ball a little messy. Too fast. This was Yi Tan's first experience of the power of space-based weapons at close range. Next second, boom. In an instant, the Tuyu plunged directly into the ground. In an instant, the entire base had a magnitude 12 earthquake, and the gravel above his head was crazily shattered and kept falling. In a tight instant, the entire underground ruins were buried directly by rubble. Even the city above the ruins, the capital of the US Empire, was crazily collapsed. The Pentagon, the White House. The entire US capital is collapsing. And those American generals and those in power all took the helicopter and watched this scene gloomily from high in the sky. They all know that the US Emperor is about to end. If the ruins are not destroyed, then perhaps the American Emperor can still recast the pinnacle, but if it is destroyed, it will be the last straw for the American Emperor. The territory of the American Emperor was shaking violently. When the leaders of various countries saw this scene through satellites, they all took a breath. Every time Yi Tan made things out, it was like a science fiction movie, and it was full of shock and miracle. They didn't expect that the American Emperor actually had space-based weapons. Now, the Sky Overlord is no longer Yi Tan's world. Moreover, the underground ruins owned by the US Emperor were able to make Yi Tan so desperate, and all of a sudden, leaders of various countries developed a strong interest in the ruins. They all wanted to know, what exactly did Yi Tan want? The collapse of the American capital has slowly ended. That huge pit, presented directly in front of everyone. There is no living person in this deep pit. Imagine that the tremendous power can shake people into minced meat. What can be saved or saved? Of course, the most severely affected areas are around the red light district. The deepest is also there. And underground, there is a huge black charcoal ball. It was the anti-gravity sports car that smashed it into a solid iron ball. The iron ball began to shake slowly and rushed towards the ground. And the iron ball moved to unearth the earth, and a ray of light soared from the sky, slamming toward the iron ball. The leaders of all countries around the world were crazy and shocked when they saw the soaring light. This is a nuclear bomb. America is crazy. The nuclear bomb attacked Yi Tan. This is the embers of returning home with Yi Tan to the end. It's so crazy. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene of the satellite. If Yi Tan died, that Sky Overlord, isn't it American? The United States loses at most one economic city. This can also be quickly eased. and Yi-Tan died. After the entire Earth, all countries may not be able to shake his position. Yi-Tan, did it just die out like this? And the red dragon in the dragon base, at the moment. The crazy killing intent in his eyes, staring at the soaring flames. Ah, injure my master. Kill Wash. Kill Wash. The red dragon roared to the sky. It is hard to imagine that his brain can be so humane crazy. If you let Yi-Tan know, you will be surprised. Kill, kill, kill. The red dragon is already crazy at the moment. The sky uprant. He can't stop the nuclear attack now. It's too late. He wants America to bury Yi-Tan. Funeral. If you don't vote for the recommendation, Yi-Tan will die. Everyone, hurry up. It was crazy. It scared me to death. Chapter 168. Chapter 164, Yun. Who am I afraid of? Thanks to Eddie for the 30,000 reward. Thank you. The Eiffel Tower that appeared in the previous chapter was confused because Wan Chang stayed up all night. I'm sorry, it caused many fans to be puzzled. Sorry. Dash. The speed of the nuclear bomb was super fast, and the flames emitted in the air rushed directly towards the iron ball. And the iron ball was still flying towards the air, shaking. It seemed that he hadn't sensed the danger of the nuclear bomb. It's close. At this moment, all people's hearts will stop, quietly watching the nuclear bomb hit the iron ball. At this moment, suddenly, the sky made a sharp tearing sound. A light of fire directed towards the nuclear bomb. Space-based weapons. Everyone stood up and looked at the flame that went down vertically. Yes, it was a space-based weapon. Yi-Tan's space-based weapon. Boom. The space-based weapon strikes are very accurate, directly hitting the nuclear bomb and burst out a huge fire, and there is a huge aftermath. The capital of the US Imperial City was once attacked by such a powerful force. The ground rolled again, like a big wave scouring the sand. The entire capital of the United States is sinking a lot. And the iron ball was directly swallowed in the firelight, and then exploded. Many objects scattered in other directions. The red dragon was in the base. His eyes were dripping red blood. If the ruler is finished, everyone will be finished together. Even if it is finished, let the earth be buried together. And the iron ball in the flame exploded, and countless broken anti-gravity sports cars inside began to scatter. Among them is a golden sports car, which has become black charcoal, and flees into the distance. Feedback center. Feedback failed. The system brain is damaged, and the autopilot starts. Then the broken sports car disappeared in the flames. No one saw it, and even the red dragon stared at it and found no trace. Gather all the troops for me and find me the master. Red dragon roared from the base. In an instant, the other fighters who existed in the base all gathered. All eyes were furious, and they got on the anti-gravity sports car and rushed towards the American Emperor. There is also the base for the production of anti-gravity sports cars. The door has been opened, and the unmanned anti-gravity sports cars are all skyrocketing, rushed towards the US Emperor. This time, it is no longer 20,000 anti-gravity sports cars, but there are tens of millions of vehicles. Flying in the air is like shielding the sun. All of them made sharp dragon roars in the air and rushed towards the American Emperor. And the US Emperor is terrible now. The paralyzed tens of millions of anti-gravity sports cars, even if they are throwing a nuclear bomb. These tens of millions of anti-gravity sports cars have not erased the American Emperor from history. Tens of millions of sports cars rushed directly to the ruins of the imperial capital of the United States, searching frantically. Even if you dig 3 feet, you must find the master. Can't wait now. It was a collision between a nuclear bomb and a space-based weapon. Although it didn't explode on the iron ball, the remaining prestige was also terrifying. The soldiers are okay. That means that the master is still alive. An hour has passed. The capital of the US Emperor was once again attacked by anti-gravity sports cars, and was dug into a lot of anti-gravity sports cars. The master was not found. Instead, on the broken anti-gravity sports car, in the arms of a dead warrior, he found a box, which was full of energy stones covered with soil. This thing was directly transported back to the base by the red dragon. Start to recharge the base energy. Another hour passed. Yi Tan still didn't find it. The soldiers suppressed the anger in their hearts, silently saying nothing, but stubbornly searching around the American emperor. There are anti-gravity sports cars everywhere over the entire US empire, and even the anti-gravity sports cars sold in various countries have already lifted off and come to the US empire. The Red Dragon made this deliberate arrangement. Since those countries that say that they stand on the united front with the base do not move, then I will let you people replace them. It seems that the US dared not touch you. Nearly 70 million anti-gravity sports cars, which are all anti-gravity sports cars in the world, joined the search for Yi Tan. And the Red Dragon, at this moment, invaded all the national satellites, frantically searching for Yi Tan's figure in the cities around the US. He didn't believe that someone could shuttle Yi Tan to another dimension in an instant, and no country on Earth could beat that kind of civilization. Another hour passed. Still did not find a trace of Yi Tan. And the Red Dragon was crazy. This is doing something. In an instant, the red border video screen directly invaded various countries. All people's mobile phones, computers, televisions, as long as all electrical appliances are invaded. Suddenly the people who didn't know why were panicked. What's wrong? Why did this suddenly appear? A black figure appeared directly with a huge black cloak. Covered everything. With a hoarse voice, he said, "I will give you 2 hours, I can't find Yi Tan, and the earth will die." After speaking, the man in the cloak disappeared. People all over the world are blinded. What do you mean? Yi Tan disappeared. This is big news. What happened? But even if it is big news, what happened in this second video can scare them. At the top of the screen, lines of small characters appeared. All of them were cities of various countries, and it was written at the back that the space-based weapon destruction plan was being prepared. All of a sudden, leaders of various countries can stand up in fright. Fuck, what does Yi Tan care about us? What do you mean by launching space-based weapons? Tucow returns to Tucow. The leaders of these countries are still busy mobilizing military investigators. After all, this is a big deal. If you can't find it, the day-based weapon will shoot at your door, and it will beat the dog. At this moment, people all over the world are boiling and searching everywhere. The 2-hour countdown is simply the end of the earth. What if Yi Tan's men go crazy? Yi Tan is a lunatic, let alone his subordinates. And time passes quickly, but people's hearts are cold suffering. It's like beeping a dog. Hong Long looked at the information sent back with a gloomy expression. None, where is it? Let me launch. It appeared directly on the red border screen. A huge countdown. People around the world are dumbfounded. Are they really going to launch? And just when the countdown was about to end, suddenly a message came back. A signal from the master's car. Very weak. Gather all for me. Give me the ruins of the American emperor, dig 3 feet of ground, and find it for me. The overwhelming anti-gravity sports cars rushed towards the ruins. The ruler turned out to be buried in the ruins. I wonder if no one can find it. The follow-up is more exciting. Sometimes, you make a mistake. Don't blame it. The more code words the author writes, the head becomes confused. I just wanted to make the situation more spectacular, but I didn't expect it. Sorry. Chapter 169. Chapter 165. There are ghosts in the ruins. Come on, brothers, get in the car, don't explain. Yi Tan found it in the underground ruins. Tens of millions of anti-gravity sports cars are strictly protected. Nearly 50,000 troops. This is the limit of the troops that the base can deploy. These 50,000 troops were tumbling and digging in the huge ruins of soil packs, and even the anti-gravity sports car was used as a kind of earth shovel tool. With a drill, I want to dig out the ruins buried in the ground. At this moment, Yi Tan was buried in the ground. Having woken up slowly, and looking at the faint blue light emitted around him, those are the structures in the anti-gravity sports car and some equipment. Yi Tan directly took a big mouth at his cheek. What's so special? It's the same again. Why don't I have such a long memory? Beat the dog. Yi Tan was almost exploded with anger. He watched the soldiers with his own eyes. They were all burned into black charcoal. all to protect him. Ahem. Yi Tan choked. The dense space here really made him breathless. He also observed the surroundings. There were no surviving soldiers. All of them died. Yi Tan blushed and slammed the anti-gravity sports car with his hands. But the anti-gravity sports car that was pressing on his leg did not move at all. Boom. Yi Tan kicked fiercely with his right foot, but the anti-gravity sports car seemed to be fixed, and there was no looseness at all. Wipe. Beat the dog. After Yi Tan scolded, he kicked again. But suddenly, when he heard a sound from behind, he turned his head abruptly and stared at that dark place. A figure walked out slowly. Yi Tan's eyes slowly darkened. As long as they were the soldiers of the American Emperor, then he would punch them to death. The figure walked out slowly. Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. It was the President of the American Emperor, with a hazy smile on his face, walking towards Yi Tan. That smile is simply wretched to the extreme. Master, he. The prodigal spy took off the human skin mask, and then smiled at Yi Tan. Yi Tan heaved a sigh of relief. This guy laughed so wretchedly, there is nothing more wretched than him. It turned out that when the American Emperor fired the space-based weapon, the cargo had already arrived at this ruin. Through his understanding, it was still safe. After all, no matter what method was used, he could not open the top layer of the ruin. But the situation was advanced at the time, and the prodigal son was in a hurry, and there was no way to notify Yi Tan. So I have been waiting, but I didn't expect the master to come here. So when he heard the voice, he came here to see the master. Why are you laughing? Don't hurry up and get this away from me. Yi Tan yelled uncomfortably while looking at the prodigal son, who was still smiling. The prodigal shook his whole body, twisted his body, and hurriedly ran forward to help Yi Tan move the anti-gravity sports car that was pressed by his feet. Yi Tan finally regained his freedom. He stood up and looked around with the light from the phone of the prodigal Tamron. That huge black carbon ball was caused by the explosion of the tens of thousands of anti-gravity sports cars, and all the soldiers died for him. Yi Tan still couldn't accept the warriors he had accumulated for so long in his heart, and he ruined half of it all at once. Yi Tan kept fighting in his heart. He closed his eyes. The scene he saw just now made him understand some truths. Even with a powerful golden finger, he still cannot be arrogant on the earth. Every country has its roots. Still not arrogant enough. Be the strongest existence. Yi Tan muttered to himself. The prodigal on the side mobilized the Tamron mobile phone, then walked to Yi Tan and said, Master, the signal has been sent to the base. I believe we will be found soon. Yi Tan nodded and looked at the incomparably deep tunnel and said, Is there a prehistoric ruin inside? The prodigal son also turned his head and looked inside. Yes, the master, there are ruins inside. The President of the United States did not bring me in, even he is not qualified to enter. Master, do we want to go in and see? The prodigal son said with a look of excitement. Yi Tan looked inside and said, It's all here. It's a waste not to go in. Let's see how far the American Emperor has studied inside. With that, the two walked toward the abyss tunnel. In the tunnel, it was very quiet and terrible. With the help of the light, Yi Tan saw the rails installed on the ground, which must be the transporter of the Emperor. But he had never seen it at the entrance. The two of them walked quietly like this, there was no turning at all, and they went straight ahead. But just like this, they walked for nearly half an hour. The more Yi Tan walks, the more he feels wrong. This so special road is simply invisible. The more and more he walks, this road has exceeded the size of the excavated remains. Could it be that the US Emperor is studying this line? Is this route a ruin? Yi Tan raised his head to look. His eyes shrank suddenly. He saw a red eye staring at him, but then he blinked. Frightened, Yi Tan took a step backwards suddenly, and the hair stood up. He regained his senses and quickly took a photo of the Tamron mobile phone. There was nothing. The top level was still the same as before, and there was no change at all. But Yi Tan's heart was frowning. This was so ridiculous. Master, have you seen it? The prodigal son also stammered with a dumbfounded expression. Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. To say that he saw it alone, he saw a ghost, but the prodigal son saw a real existence. Why Did you see it too? Yi Tan asked. The prodigal son nodded in disbelief and said, I just saw a red eye standing behind the master. This guy even choked up after speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tan felt hairy behind him, turning his head and squinting his eyes carefully. There was nothing. But when he turned his head, the heart twitched violently. I found the face of the prodigal son. I don't know when it has been eaten by someone. The face is covered with shredded meat, even the eyeballs are hanging down, and there are some red and black meat maggots arching on the face, seeming to be dead for a long time. But the blood is still dripping, and even the clothes are the prodigal. I don't want to be someone who has been dead for a long time. But the prodigal who spoke to Yi Tan just now. Death is very disgusting and terrifying. Yi Tan's eyes froze. What kind of situation is this? A living person died in front of him, and the face was eaten by people, but there was no sound. Yi Tan's bangs blocked his eyes, and he looked down on what he was thinking. But Yi Tan's heart is hairy, and I feel it carefully. It must be weird. Chapter 170. Chapter 166. Remains haunted house. Bless Tim's brother a happy life. Yi Tan felt hairy in his heart. This Nima was too terrifying. Ha. In this tunnel, that kind of ghost-like cry is constantly being made. The voice is very gloomy. Who is it? Have the ability to stand up and see if I can beat your shit out. Yi Tan yelled into the air, staring at it. Suddenly, Yi Tan felt as if someone had knocked on his back. His eyes shrank sharply. His fists clenched, and he slammed into his back. Boom! Yi Tan seemed to hit something and let out a dull voice. Yi Tan looked carefully and saw the body of the prodigal son. He didn't know when he had come to the back, and he just hit the punch, directly blasting the bloody maggots. Spluttered with black blood, Yi Tan's mood became more and more irritable. This is obviously someone teasing him. There is no ghost at all. Here is the world of science. Walk into science, take you to pretend than take you to fly. Yi Tan's black eyes stared at all the movement around him, and he didn't move forward. He knew it, and even if he moved forward, he might not be able to reach the end. Yi Tan thought, slowly leaning towards the wall, just want to hold the first three parties, and hand his back to the wall. But as soon as his hand touched the wall, it immediately felt wrong. That's right. The wall is actually soft, and there is a beating pulse. Clean Nima. Yi Tan roared, and slammed his fist towards the wall. I don't know if it made Yi Tan scream or how to drop it. I saw that the muddy wall slammed, and a lot of black liquid was splashed, and a lot of black maggots flowed in the liquid. When Yi Tan saw the maggot, he knew what had happened. Looking at the prodigal's ankle, that's right. The prodigal's ankle doesn't know when it was injured or where the pussies have been bitten by maggots. These maggots must be causing trouble. Yi Tan took a photo of the Tamron mobile phone to the ground. The blood that flowed out was full of maggots, and offered to Yi Tan. Yi Tan took out a scimitar from his waist and defended vigilantly. He held a Tamron mobile phone in one hand and turned a flashlight to shine on the ground, and he held a machete in the other to be alert. At this moment, he saw something. He'll wipe his second uncle. Yi Tan roared angrily. He saw the black floor on the ground and moved silently. As if you look carefully, the floor will move behind you. It's a dog. Yi Tan slashed to the ground with a sharp knife, making a sound of scandium and bursting into flames. Yi Tan understood that all this was caused by the fast-moving floor of the ground. The same was true for the long way they walked, and the same was true for the prodigal who suddenly appeared behind him. But who bit the prodigal's face? And those red eyes, who is it? Yi Tan decided to go forward and couldn't go back, but as the red police master, how could he go back? Yi Tan walked forward. This time it's not a walk, it's a straddle. It's the kind of straddling one step and two times. He knows that if you walk, it is possible that the floor under your feet will be moved to the next piece for you, so that you seem to be walking on a treadmill and never touch the target. This time Yi Tan was right. He had come to a huge green iron gate. On this iron door, there were black maggots everywhere, moving on the door. Very disgusting. Yi Tan didn't understand now, How did the prodigal continue to stand after he died? Could it be someone else did it? Yi Tan suppressed the hairy feeling in his heart. Look at this iron gate carefully. This iron door seems to have been opened before, and there are still a lot of black blood stains in the gap. That means someone opened this place and entered inside. Yi Tan didn't say a word, took the machete directly, and pushed it towards the iron door. But it doesn't matter if you don't insert it. It's a shock. There were black blood stains in the cracks of the iron door. It was very smelly, the smell of tumor water, very disgusting. Yi Tan was so smoked that his eyes were crying, and he was still holding his breath, and continued to use his knife. Crack! The giant door moved, and slowly moved inside. Seeing this, Yi Tan was relieved. As long as you can get in, you will know what is going on. Kaka. The giant door opened to a width that a person could pass, and Yi Tan went straight with a machete and walked inside. Walking inside, Yi Tan felt like a beeping dog. There are coffins everywhere. Yes, the ancient dark coffins. There are also characters dedicated to ancient people, and these are all Chinese characters. Yi Tan's heart is lying. This belongs to the American emperor. Why is the still Huaxia's text? Can he not let him lie? Boom. Around, the burning candle suddenly lit up. Yi Tan only saw everything inside. After seeing it, his scalp was numb. He finally understood why the American emperor had developed it for decades, but hadn't worked out 1, 2, 3, 4. In the coffin, all the modern scientists lie. All lying in it smiling, without a trace of wounds. He died so quietly. Crack. Yi Tan looked back, and the iron gate closed automatically. Yi Tan wanted to smack his face for a while. What's this? Behind the iron gate, there were actually 2 huge mummy corpses of apes, standing quietly, with their eyes closed. This kind of ape is the kind of gibbon, and the height is up to 2 meters, the arm is almost 3 meters. After Yi Tan finished reading it, he walked to a door at the end of the coffin that leads to the next room. He doesn't want to be with these coffins now. Too oozing. Yi Tan walked to a coffin and passed by slowly, but then Yi Tan stared into the distance. He seemed to have opened the eyes of the man who saw the coffin just now. Yi Tan turned his head abruptly, and slashed towards the coffin. Crack! The coffin made of wood was instantly cut in half by Yi Tan. But there was no one in the coffin. That's right. Yi Tan turned his head and looked around. The same is true. There is no dead person in the coffin. Yi Tan swallowed. The secret path must be some high-tech, or a projector, paralyzed. There is absolutely no ghost. Believe in science. Yi Tan continued to walk towards the gate. Suddenly, the eyes of the 2 monkeys at the first gate suddenly opened. Their mouths roared, and they patted their chests frantically. Kill all intruders, kill all intruders. Then he rushed towards Yi Tan frantically. Chapter 171. Chapter 167, Combine Biological Machinery. Thanks to the leader ready for the great reward. Yi Tan's eyes were biting. Is that right? This is the Real Science Channel. A good ruin, made like a haunted house. What a ghost. Call what? Give me death. Yi Tan roared and rushed toward the 2 giant apes with a scimitar. Seeing Yi Tan rushing, the 2 monkeys opened their teeth excitedly and slapped their chests. Boom, boom. What Yi Tan heard was called irritability. It was too noisy. It would be fun if these apes could shoot away. Of course, this is impossible. Yi Tan took a breath, and shouted at the ape who was still slapping. Pat! Boom! The ape's chest exploded, and a piece of meat was scattered, revealing a rotating knife made up of countless blades inside. Yi Tan was dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. Look at the sharp blade inside, and the internal organs composed of semi-biological and semi-mechanical. Yi Tan was a little jealous. If the soldiers were transformed into such an existence, wouldn't the earth be solved easily? Roar! Both apes were like this, rushing towards Yi Tan, and the blades in the apes began to buzzingly turn. Even behind the apes, the arms and legs are all rotating blades. Buzz, boom. Yi Tan slashed at the mechanized ape, but it was of no use. He was shocked by the ape's rotating power, and the scimitar in his hand did not almost escape. The attack speed of the 2 apes was very fast. Yi Tan squinted his eyes. observing carefully, while avoiding. Yi Tan didn't believe it. There was no trace of loopholes. Although the whole body of the ape is a rotating blade, no matter how the ape does it, the blades seem to be unable to collide with each other, let alone problems. Yi Tan ran wildly while inhaling. And over the ruins. The anti-gravity sports car received the signal from the prodigal son and began to dig towards a place. Sitting on the base, the Red Dragon looked at the soaring energy points. Now the energy owed to the system has been deducted. There are more energy points. These energy points are not used. Looking at the huge red dots on the screen, the Red Dragon has been walking in circles. The Red Dragon's eyes are gloomy, which means that the Dominator is now having a problem. Seeing that the entrance is still some distance away from Yi Tan, he was heartbroken and asked the soldiers to evacuate the area directly. Afterwards, the sky flashed another flame, rushing towards the capital of the American Empire. This time the soldiers evaded far away in anti-gravity sports cars. There are also anti-gravity sports cars from various countries. In the sports cars, they are all rich people who buy anti-gravity sports cars. None of these rich people are afraid. They are all excited to watch all this and participate in the action with the Tamron Empire. Fortunately, the soaring flame once again rushed to the capital of the American Empire. The leaders of all countries were horrified. What an antagonism is this with the capital of the United States? In just a few hours, how many times have the US Capitol been attacked? And it has turned the US Capitol into a real pit. Boom! The day-based weapon exploded directly at the entrance of the ruins. In an instant, the entrance to the ruins was directly cleared out of a large area. The ruins of the soil bag were also revealed. Seeing the entrance to the ruins, the soldiers were shocked and rushed toward the ruins. Leaders of various countries also saw the remains of space-based weapons intact, and all of them immediately became hot. This is a relic. The US Emperor is now ignored by Zixia, let alone this unmanned relic. Immediately, the leaders of various countries started a simple meeting, which took less than 10 minutes. Subsequently, fighter jets from various countries flew towards the US imperialism. Countless planes are coming, all wanting to compete for a piece of cake. The Red Dragon directly dispersed the anti-gravity sports cars of various countries and returned to their own countries, and the remaining millions of anti-gravity sports cars directly covered the entire remains. As for Yi Tan in the ruins, he had already fought those semi-biological mechanical monsters at this moment and couldn't deal with them. You hit and I attacked with a punch. Yi Tan was waiting for the troops to arrive. But for such a long time, Yi Tan's physical strength was being consumed, sometimes even almost injured by the semi-biological mechanical monster. While Yi Tan was still observing this monster's body defect, the Tamron mobile phone in that pocket suddenly vibrated, followed by a red light radiating towards the surroundings. Yi Tan sneered, and he was happy in his heart. Red Dragon found him. Originally, the spy satellite was fully monitored on the Earth, and it could be detected no matter how many meters underground. But because he fired a lot of pulse missiles when he came, the entire sky above the US was full of interference signals. So Tamron's mobile phone was disturbed, and it was good and bad. Note, as mentioned earlier, all units of the Red Alert will not receive interference, but the Tamron mobile phone is manufactured by Yi Tanjian's subsidiary factory, so it has nothing to do with the base master. Beside Yi Tan, the projection of the Red Dragon came out. Yi Tan didn't turn his head to look, but looked at the two giant apes in the distance coldly. The Red Dragon also knew that the current situation was in crisis, and immediately began to scan the two semi-biological mechanical monsters. In the Red Dragon's eyes, red light was shining. But the monster suddenly saw a person appear, and both monsters went crazy. His command was to destroy all life forms that broke into the ruins. And now there is another one. Just don't take them seriously. While Red Dragon was still identifying the shortcomings of the monster's arm had already swung towards Yi Tan, and it was still one left and one right, and the two of them flicked and bombarded. Yi Tan squatted down when he saw it. Boom! Caracola! The arms of the two monsters immediately collided with each other, and the sharp blades on the arms also collided, directly splashing sparks. The speed of the rotating blades became faster and faster, and the arms of both of them were about to be entangled. Yi Tan narrowed his eyes when he saw it. This was a godsend. While thinking about it, he jumped sharply and slashed towards the monster's head. Boom! The monster that had been closest to Yi Tan was cut directly into the head by Yi Tan's sharp blade. But when it hit his eyes, Yi Tan's knife couldn't stand it anymore. The injured monster began to roar, pulling at the tangled arms. But the more you pull, the more disturbed. Ho 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 ho. The other arm of the injured monster shook towards Yi Tan, who was hanging in the air. Yi Tan's eyes shrank. His hands relaxed, and he jumped down. Boom! The monster's long arm with a rotating blade directly shook it on the face of another monster. The rotating blade directly stirred the head of another monster in. Chapter 172. Chapter 168, Foundation Base Camp. Thank you Eddie for the reward, and thanks to his technology group for providing. Roar! The monster was roaring, and he didn't know if it was really painful or something. The big human head was directly entangled into the arm, becoming a pile of rotten iron and rotten meat. The arm was still stirring, as if to crush the whole monster. Yi Tan smiled. This is a prehistoric relic. It looks so exciting and bluffing. That's it. Yi Tan slammed the thigh without a head. The headless thighs, the blades on them were still buzzing, smashed directly at the monster swallowed by his arm. Titikaka. The two directly began to devour each other. What Yi Tan saw was a dumbfounding. What an invention! If 100 gathered together, wouldn't they hang each other? Who else? Yi Tan yelled at his neck. At this moment, someone tapped on his shoulder again. Yi Tan's expression that was still laughing wildly suddenly became ugly. Fuck you second uncle. Yi Tan roared a punch and hammered towards the back. This is really scary. Can you take a look on your shoulder to prevent you from beeping a dog? Yi Tan hit the empty space with a punch. No one saw it. Yi Tan was so angry, immediately strode towards the other door inside. As soon as Yi Tan arrived at the gate, the huge iron gate opened directly. Yi Tan walked in cautiously, seeing the scene inside, almost staring out. Inside it was similar to a military base, with American soldiers patrolling everywhere, and many scientists yelling. There are also many military tents. Who? Someone blew the police whistle. Immediately alarmed all the patrol soldiers. All of them looked at Yi Tan at the iron gate. Yi Tan was dumbfounded. What's the situation? It turns out that the American scientists are all gathered here, and all the outsiders are cover. This is the foundation of American Emperor. DADADA. The soldier of the Emperor of the United States shot Yi Tan directly without saying anything. Yi Tan suddenly rolled towards the ground and hid behind some buildings. Now that the foundation of the American Emperor has been found, it means that the ruins are also inside, and the outside. It is possible that the American Emperor has discovered the beauty of it and did not move to let him continue to exist. As for the two ugly semi-biological mechanical monsters at the door must have been researched by the American Emperor. It is impossible for the prehistoric relics to study the existence of such a spicy chicken. And the American soldiers were also dumbfounded. Isn't there a large army suppressing it? How could it be possible to get in? And it's still a person coming in openly. Are the people outside eating? If those soldiers who died outside, Nguyen Huang Quan, would surely crawl out from inside, choke these soldiers by their necks, and severely choke them to death. Are we eating? We didn't even see the enemy, so we were bombarded to death by space-based weapons. Originally not dead, one after another attack. You said I was eating Xiang Xiang. You try. Yi Tan hid behind the building, listening to the sound of the bullet hitting next to him. His heart felt guilty. Is this a break into the enemy base camp, Master? The troops will be here soon, holding on for a while. Red Dragon's projection said from the side. Yi Tan nodded, and if the troops do not come, he might be swept to death by these enemies. Then he would be a beep. A team. Go check it out and force the enemy out. In the gunshots, Yi Tan seemed to hear someone yelling. Although the gunshots were intense, Yi Tan still heard some. There was a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. As long as someone came, it would be easy. Under the cover of the machine gun, a small group walked towards the back of the huge building beside the gate. Their combat gestures, movements and qualities are all the existence of first-class soldiers among Emperor M. They slowly reached the door. Just about to throw a piece of gas in, I saw an afterimage flashing past, the soldier in the front, a flower. There is no intuition. When other soldiers saw the scene, they shot frantically. But Yitan directly grabbed the soldier's body and returned to the back of the building. Looking at the soldier who passed out, he slashed at the soldier's head. Puff! Blood spattered from that head instantly. Hot blood spilled all over Yitan's cheeks. Yitan felt the pleasure of murder, and the suppressed killing intent in his heart began to breed again. Hey! Yitan smiled bloodthirstily. He grabbed the dead soldier's neck and stood in front of him, holding a knife in one hand, and rushed in the direction of the soldier's attack. Da. The soldiers saw Yitan holding up the combat member and firing without any mercy. Yitan knew that the American soldiers would not stop attacking because of one person. The soldiers entering the ruins are basically the same as the dead men. On the ground, they belong to the dead. It will be difficult for them to reach the ground in their lifetime. Yitan runs super fast. There are dead bodies in front of them blocking bullets. Who is he afraid of? Attack! Attack! Rockets! The commander among the soldiers was roaring. Yitan's speed was simply too fast. With the corpse in front blocking him, it is hard to hurt him. Swish! In an instant, dozens of rockets shot towards Yitan. Disperse! Disperse! Upon hearing the commander's order, the soldiers dispersed immediately. This allows the firepower to reach the enemy evenly. And behind this unit, a large group of troops rushed here, and all kinds of heavy weapons were shipped out. There are also heavy tanks, armored vehicles, all kinds of heavy machine guns and more. Da. The surface of the dead body in front of Yitan became muddy, and after hitting it for a while, it might be able to penetrate. Yitan stared at the distance coldly, and the speed under his feet was even faster. As long as he enters the crowd, that is their death date. Drink. Yitan quickly approached the soldiers and shouted together, bending his legs and jumping fiercely. The corpse in his hand was thrown towards the soldiers in the distance. When the soldiers saw the corpse being thrown over, they must dodge in the first place instead of continuing to shoot. This is a subconscious behavior of people. The soldier behind fired at Yitan in the air, but it was too late. Yitan had already come to the group of soldiers. Yitan grabbed a soldier's neck, and fiercely plunged his fist into the throat of the soldier with a helmet. Puff! With a palm inserted, Yitan fumbled for the breathing tube in his throat, and he tugged at you for 3 periods and 20. Wow! The blood flew out directly, and the soldier's head, as if without bones, tilted towards the back. This scene directly shocked the hearts of all soldiers. Is this still a human? Yitan threw it away and went out toward another soldier. A palm slapped the soldier fiercely. In an instant, the soldier's head was squeezed by a strong force. His eyeballs and brain plasma directly sprayed out, and he fell to the ground softly. Chapter 173. Chapter 169. Superman hiding from bullets. Thanks to Eddie for today's 100,000 rewards. Yitan's body was full of the strong smell of blood at this moment, and the black and gold battle clothes, all soaked in blood at this moment. The long bangs were also soaked in blood and solidified. Yitan's eyes were filled with that killing intent. Kill him! Kill him! The American Imperial officer yelled in panic. The scene was messed up at the moment, and Yitan's reckless killing had already made many people's hearts tremble slightly. It was really terrifying, and a knife cut a person's stomach open, and the intestines and a large bubble of blood fell directly in a swarm. Who can stand such a cruel killing? The American soldiers were also tense now, and their scalp was numb and was about to be pulled away. The soldiers tightened the guns in their hands and began to shoot wildly at Yitan. Now they don't care whether the bullets can hit Yitan or attack their own people, they only know that they shoot wildly. And Yitan is already that superhuman being, and his evolved physical fitness is several times stronger than ordinary people, and that speed is even faster. In the distance, Dozens of snipers locked onto Yi Tan, and one of the snipers had already locked the target. Boom! The bullet and the gunfire came out at the same time. A gleam of light passed through the air and rushed directly to Yi Tan. When Yi Tan was about to look at the soldier next to him, he felt a cool and numb feeling behind him. That was a signal of danger. Yi Tan flashed to the side abruptly, with a speed and afterimages that ordinary people couldn't watch, and directly avoided the bullet. This action was done in one go, without a trace of chaos. All the soldiers were blinded directly. Even the snipers on the wall were stunned, as if they didn't know the world. People can hide from bullets. This is simply a miracle. All the snipers were trembling in their hearts. Maybe others didn't know, but they knew it clearly. The snipers they held were the best snipers in the world. A shot can open the head of an elephant, and you can imagine the power of a blocking gun. Moreover, the bullet was fired at high speed, and the gravitational force that brought it could bring everyone next to him in, and the man escaped the bullet easily. And there is more than one. Fack! The snipers shouted, hammering the ground, and then holding up their sniper guns and ran towards other areas. The snipers, once they fired, they must see blood. If they did not hit the target, they had to change positions. If you continue to stay here, you may be killed directly. They have exposed the target. Yi Tan's eyes are getting gloomy. He is struggling now. Coupled with the countless rockets and missiles, he doesn't have so much energy to avoid them. Brothers, come on, he has no strength. Kill! The soldiers shouted constantly in the distance. They had been killed crazy, and only Yi Tan was the only one in their eyes. As long as this terrifying man dies, they can survive. In a small surveillance room inside the ruins, a group of grand white men in white coats were sitting there, looking at the man in the video who took a soldier away with each knife. Doctor, do you want to start the mutant man plan to clear that person? An assistant asked. And that doctor, that is, the strongest brain and the strongest doctor, Dr. Arrow. Dr. Arrow looked grimly and angry, and his research on the ruins was about to reach the final juncture, and he could crack it soon. And being lurked in, it is still a superhuman existence. That means that the guards outside may be all finished now. But then, Dr. Arrow's expression became sullen and crazy. Prepare, release the mutant plan. I want this person to die. This person is of great use. He is the evolution project we have always wanted to study, and this person has already completed evolution. If we can get his body, it will perfect the evolution potion. The potion remaining in the ruins is not something we can analyze at all. The dozens of doctors in white coats next to him also nodded. All agree with this plan, and their so-called mutants are just mutant races that have failed in evolution. They don't have their own thinking, they only know killing, flesh and blood. And Yi Tan, who was constantly fighting in front, had a corpse lying under his feet. He was already numb from the killing, only knowing one sword at a time, crazy killing. As for the American soldiers, there is no support at this moment, and their hearts have begun to cool down. Above, they have been abandoned. Brothers, kill! We can't go back! A combat team leader shouted from a distance. The soldiers took a deep breath, and there was no hope in their hearts. They swept madly towards Yi Tan, which was called a madness, and moved in the footsteps of Yi Tan. It was Yi Tan that killed them just now, and they didn't dare to approach. But now, they had no hope of surviving, and they all ran towards death. So it became so crazy. Yi Tan saw them so crazy, without a trace of fear, and there was no change in his heart. People come to kill people, demons come to kill demons. What is there to be afraid of when a man is alive? Yi Tan snarled. The green veins on his neck protrude directly, and the blood vessels on his arms are all red protruding blood vessels. The whole person seems to have started the runaway mode, and the scimitar that is clenched, the blade has begun to curl. When he got up, he was shaking constantly while being held by Yi Tan. Dead. Yi Tan suddenly threw his scimitar at the soldiers. The scimitar was like a flying knife, straight across the air, flying towards the necks of many soldiers. Puff puff. The soldier's head, like a spring installed, was slashed by a scimitar, and the head was directly cut off and rose into the air. Then the blood around the neck sprayed, like a fountain of blood, It is extremely spectacular. Yi Tan's eyes were crazy, he just yelled, so that the depressed mood in his heart was tilted out directly. He felt extremely refreshed now and more powerful. Die me. Yi Tan grabbed a soldier next to him, holding the soldier's shoulders in both hands, in the air, blocking the face of many soldiers, and violently tugged. Chirp. The soldier was torn in half by Yi Tan, scattered intestines and blood. Yi Tan took the corpse casually, threw it towards the group of soldiers, and immediately rushed towards the next soldier. The whole movement was very smooth and did not give the soldiers a chance to breathe and react. When they came back to their senses, there were corpses and lumps of intestines all over the floor. The soldiers stopped fighting, and yes, they stopped attacking. Fight. Why don't you attack? Fight. The soldier commander saw the soldiers stop attacking, and suddenly cursed in the distance. But the soldiers didn't have any thoughts about the commander's words, they were frustrated. Tears were streaming down all of them. Chapter 174. Chapter 170, A Terrible Mutant. Congratulations to the leader of Eddie for becoming the biggest hero in this book. These 2 lines of tears are not because of killing, but they feel very aggrieved, very regretful. Why? Why let their brothers make that kind of senseless sacrifice? Obviously he is a powerful evolver, why let us ordinary warriors die instead? We are not afraid of death, we just don't want to die so unworthy. All the soldiers looked up to the sky and shouted crazy. Yi Tan looked at him coldly, he felt the resentment in the hearts of those soldiers. Fight, kill him, Thak. What are you doing? The soldier was still yelling at him. His head was full of sweat, and he also felt a feeling of being unable to control the legion, as if everything was out of his control. His heart is full of anxiety. Roar. With a weird roar suddenly, Yi Tan immediately became alert, and one of the soldiers who roared up to the sky suddenly disappeared, causing Yi Tan's eyes to shrink suddenly. That speed. What? With a scream, the soldiers also became vigilant, holding their guns. Vigilant everywhere. When everyone was vigilant, suddenly the remains of a soldier dropped from a high altitude. The soldier was already bitten so terribly, there were traces of being wanted everywhere, and one by one, there was no one in the whole soldier. The soldiers were directly stimulated. They were now driven crazy. On the battlefield, everyone was tense and crushed by Yi Tan, and now they saw their brother killed for no reason. They don't believe that there is no reason for the above participation. The soldiers directly held their guns and attacked the ruins wall on the top floor. The muzzle is constantly emitting sparks, and the bullets don't need money. But Yi Tan looked around with cold eyes. His eyes were sharper than ordinary people. At the moment when the soldier was dropped, there was no creature on it. And that weird creature already didn't know where it went. What? Another soldier was dragged away. Behind. The soldier shouted and sprayed directly behind. It was missed again. There were not many soldiers at the scene. Most of them had been killed by Yi Tan, and the soldiers driving the rockets, the tank drivers and the snipers, no longer knew where they were going. Where? There are only the soldiers fighting Yi Tan. And of course the soldier commander on the top of the building saw such a horrifying sight. Faced with an unpredictable monster, he chose to flee. He had heard that he had done human experiments on it. And it's all done in the ruins. He was timid, so he ran towards the ruins gate behind. But could Yi Tan let him go? Yi Tan pulled out a modified Mitsubishi Army Thorn from his leg and shot it at the soldier commander upstairs. A bright light flashed through the air and directly hit the leg of the soldier commander. As soon as it passed, the commander fell directly from the upper floor, screaming fiercely in the air. But at this moment, a figure suddenly jumped into the sky and stepped on the officer, and then there was no trace. Yi Tan's eyes shrank, and the speed of that monster had already exceeded his speed. Looking at the officer in the air, he was crushed by the tremendous strength, and immediately produced a huge amount of strength, causing his body to roll towards the ground. Hey! Click! The officer fell directly to the ground, and when his body was spinning in the air, he approached the ground again, turning him into a strange shape at this moment, with his waist turned over his neck and his head protruding from his crotch. The top of his belly is against the ground, The whole person seems to have no bones, curled up together, and the bones on his body directly pierced the fleshy skin and exposed, his eyes staring like cows. The soldiers were very relieved in their hearts. If there were no such terrifying monsters, they would go up and kill the chief. But such a dead image made them take a deep breath. Looking at the dead image, their hearts were shaking. This is scarier than that scary man. Where is that man? Suddenly a soldier yelled. The soldiers looked at it, and indeed, that terrifying man no longer knew where to go. Isn't it because that shadow took it away? Some soldiers asked weakly. One of the combat squad captains watched gloomily and directly gave orders. Retreat, let's go. Now the combat level is not something we can participate in. The soldiers retreated. They did not want to participate in this superhuman existence. And there was a terrifying monster. And inside another gate of the ruins, the monitoring room. Dr. Aro and many scientists and researchers looked at each monitor with a sneer. Although they didn't find the man who disappeared, they already knew that the victory or defeat had already been decided. The monster, but the failed evolutionary, did not achieve his goal. He would not give up, leaving the entire ruins without flesh and blood. But as long as the monster comes here, they will have the confidence to subdue the monster. Doctor, look, that monster is devouring the 2432 team. A doctor pointed at the camera and shouted in horror. Those squads were the squad that fought with Yitan just now, and they encountered those monsters just as they wanted to withdraw the inner ruins. Dr. Aro was a little swayed. It stands to reason that the man had encountered the failed evolver and was already fighting. Why is there only one person who has evolved? Where is that man who has been killed by the evolutionary? Dr. Aro kept turning over the surveillance, looking for Yitan's body. But after watching each shot over and over again, I still didn't find that person. Dr. Aro was already sweating on his head, and he was a little frightened inside. You guys, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a young and majestic voice came from behind them. Who? Many scientists yelled and turned their heads. Their eyes shrank suddenly, and the man standing behind them turned out to be the man who was soaked in blood, like a death returning from hell. Who are you? Paralyzed? Die for me. Yitan roared, blasting towards the heads of many scientists. When Dr. Aro roared in Yitan, his heart was trembling closely, and he closed his eyes frustratedly. When this man arrived here, it was their death period, and he was already unable to recover. Boom! The heads of all the scientists were bombarded by Yitan one by one, and their heads exploded all over the floor and spilled on the ground. At this moment, Dr. Aro was dead and could not die again, becoming a pool of fleshy existence. Yitan patrolled the surroundings bloodthirstily, and then walked towards the outside. It turned out that the moment the monster appeared, he walked towards the inner ruins. He was not a scavenger, and entangled with the monster. When the army arrived, the monster was not dead. Chapter 175. Chapter 171. Millions of energy points. Thanks to Eddie for the 500,000 reward. Yitan stepped out of the monitoring room and came outside. At this moment, the corpses lying on the ground were all soldiers guarding the ruins. When Yitan came here, he had already cleaned up the outside. The ruins inside is a huge building, no different from ancient palaces, but it is indeed famous inside. Yitan stepped in. The lights inside were as bright as the day. Everything could be seen clearly. There are dark buildings everywhere, and above the palace, there is a huge hole, as if it had been attacked. Moreover, there are some dead bugs everywhere in the palace. These bugs are pitch black, like a pool of black water, which makes people look sick and look terrifying. Zerg, Yitan muttered to himself. Then he walked to other places. This ruin seems to have been evacuated by scientists, and there is not much of value in sight. That also means that this relic has been abandoned, and there is no research value. But what cares about is the energy stone. At this moment, there was a big movement outside. Yitan hurriedly hid behind the door and looked outside. Outside, there were tens of thousands of soldiers standing quietly. There was also a heroic woman in front, looking at the palace with a sniper rifle. Yitan breathed a sigh of relief, and a large force came. Then walked toward the door. As soon as Yi Tan left the door, tens of thousands of fighters slammed their right foot, punched left and right chest. Welcome to the return of the master. The roar of tens of thousands of soldiers, it was called a mighty and magnificent, sounded throughout the ruins. It made people feel shocked, and the blood boiled all over. Yi Tan's tense nerves finally let go after hearing the cheers of the soldiers. What about the monster? Yi Tan walked to Natasha and asked. Natasha still had 1,000 years of cold expression, and said coldly, the humble post has already shot it to death. Puff. Yi Tan's heart was stubborn, and he was killed with a single shot. It was a beeping dog. Yi Tan couldn't lock the monster, but Natasha shot and killed him, which is simply arrogant. Natasha, Yi Tan said solemnly, humble job. Lead 10,000 soldiers to occupy this ruin for me, and wait for the base scientists to arrive. Remember, be aware of all life-threatening bodies in the ruins. Natasha's eyes flickered, and she drank with a soft voice, humble duty. Yi Tan nodded with satisfaction. Natasha guarding this ruin, so there is no need to worry. Natasha is a superhuman being. After Yi Tan explained everything, he took the remaining troops and flew towards his base. After tens of thousands of anti-gravity sports cars lifted into the sky, Yi Tan looked at the ruins of the entire city in the capital of the American Emperor, and there was not a trace of ups and downs in his heart. The person who caused such a situation, blame the American Emperor. Yi Tan returned to the base without rest, and immediately ran toward the main base. He was already in the car and had a general understanding. The ruins have been transported back to the first batch of energy stones. If there are still in the ruins, it will be the second batch. Seeing the millions of energy points on the large screen of the base and the string of numbers, Yi Tan didn't almost pass out excitedly. These hundreds of energy points were the first time he had such a large sum of energy points since he established a base. Master, this also deducts all the energy points owed, the rest? Red Dragon said from the side. Yi Tan's eyes rolled randomly. He was thinking about how to use this energy point to build a real empire. Red Dragon, immediately give me violent soldiers. As long as they can be built without restrictions, they will be built crazy for me. I don't believe it. I can't unlock the next 5 units. In addition, 3 million energy points are stored. No matter how many energy points are searched from the ruins, all will be put in for me. The red light in the Red Dragon's eyes was even more rapid. He knew that this time the master was going to make a big base. The base is also weak now. There is only one space-based weapon as a powerful weapon to deter countries, and the base's combat power. It is simply weak and vulnerable. If all countries besiege Yi Tan base together, it goes without saying that it will definitely be destroyed. And the energy points this time are simply sending charcoal in the snow. If you can take this opportunity to unlock other units, the combat power of the base will increase a lot. The conquest of the Earth is still very far away, but not far away. If you rely on this situation and dominate the Earth in less than a few years, you can conquer the Earth. Regardless of the fact that countries are now afraid of Yi Tan, it is because of the space-based weapons in the sky. The God's Scepter of the US Emperor this time has opened up the situation where Yi Tan dominates the sky. Countries do not need to worry about Yi Tan's neurosis attacking countries every day. This time the US Emperor's affairs can make Yi Tan unable to eat. Destroyed a capital, and a ruin. Who is it? Has to fight Yi Tan desperately. Countries have already started eating melons and watching theaters. Let's see how Yi Tan solves this problem this time. In the ruins, a group of scientists have begun to study the ruins carefully to see if they can find some useful technology. In the research room of Dr. Mediero, a group of scientists found a box of objects that shocked the world. Relic Gene Enhancement Potion. Quickly, report to the base. We have found the evolution potion. Within a week, the evolution potion can be mass-produced. The scientists trembled and drawed. When this news came back to the base, Yi Tan's heart trembled. This is an evolution potion. If all the fighters in the base use evolution potions, wouldn't all of them be upgraded to level 2 fighters? What is the existence of the second level fighter? It is comparable to the first-level hero fighter. At that time, the individual soldier's ability, no matter how much it is, can rival other countries. Who else to be afraid of? At this time, the American emperor had gone mad now, and the capital of the empire had been killed. This is so unbearable. In that second city, Washington, a temporary headquarters has been established. The first speaker was looking at various reports with red eyes and grimace. The direct loss of a city has caused the current economy of the US emperor to drop by 3 feet. Fack. Damn Yetan, damn Yetan, the speaker yelled with a voice of pressure. It's just bullying too much. Speaker, do you want us to use God's scepter to destroy their base? A general said coldly on the side. The first speaker also stared at the distance with cold blood. He was thinking about what actions they would take if the scepter of God aimed at the Asian base, and what kind of revenge the American emperor would suffer from them. They were just too base. The more the speaker thought about it, the more angry he became. The intelligence personnel who beeped the dog were all useless, and they couldn't find out any intelligence. Chapter 176. Chapter 172, A Cushion. Thanks to Eddie for the 500,000 reward. Thanks. The speaker's ferocious angry expression has almost reached the limit of human expression. The flesh on that face was directly twisted into a ball. The more he thought about it now, the more angry he became. And he couldn't wait to peel Yetan's skin and eat his flesh and blood raw. The speaker, who gritted his teeth and angered, said coldly, "Give me an order, prepare to launch the scepter of God. I want Yetan to disappear from the earth for me." The speaker just finished roaring. Everyone took a cold breath. Unexpectedly, it was really about to attack Yetan base. Whether they disappeared, or our American emperor suffered revenge. This game is a bet. When the speaker gave the order, the microphone in the ear of the bodyguard guarding the door flickered, and then it returned to normal. At Tamron base. Master, the situation is roughly like this. The US emperor is going to launch the scepter of God to bomb our base. Yetan stood on the windowsill and looked far away coldly. When the US emperor fired space-based weapons, he knew that things would make a big mess. Now that the US emperor was so frantic, he was not afraid that we are just a cover, and the real base is no longer here. Yetan itself is a strategy implemented for all countries. That is true and false. You don't even know where Yetan base camp is. Is it just a base or has a base camp elsewhere? But now the United States seems crazy and doesn't care at all. Red Dragon, as long as the United States dares to start launching the scepter of God, it will invade their network whenever they want, and directly target me on all the continents of the United States to see whose space-based weapons are fast. Yetan's cold words contained a strong killing intent. And all over the world, through news channels of various countries, we have learned that the capital of the United States has become a ruin. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this still the former overlord of the United States? Have we come to a fake Earth? Once the old beauty was killed in the capital, how many people would believe it if it spreads out? Is this not a joke? But the facts are here. The former American capital has now become a dust of rubble, and there is no living person at all. And it's still sinking deep, full of kilometers deep in other states. There are many countries that have been bullied by the US imperialism, still constantly investigating the truth of the matter. When the truth of the matter was investigated by a caring person, none of them could calm the excitement. Tamron Group. Yes, it is Tamron Group. People had doubted it before. But Tamron Group did not open the red border video at all. So they agreed that it was not the Tamron Group. But now, they have to believe it. Tamron Group is no longer a country, it is a company that can destroy the country. Beat the dog. May I ask which one in this world can do this level? And China. At this moment, the online comment has exploded. They are all discussing how the capital of the American emperor was killed. My brother Yetan is 6. And he directly blown up the capital of the American emperor. Who else is there? No wonder that the Tamron sports car bought by the rich will automatically head towards the United States. I also heard that the rich have watched some topics that cannot be discussed with their own eyes. It scared me to death. Fortunately, The country has announced the return of students studying abroad. Otherwise, the people who died in the capital of the United States may still be me. It is estimated that they will all become scum now. The entire network is discussing how Yi-10 blasted the sky this time. And in the first meeting room of China capital, the chiefs clapped their hands happily when they saw what Yi-10 was doing. Ha ha ha, the kid can do it, but silently. He blasted the capital of the American emperor directly into a deep pit. This is what an enemy the US emperor has. Ha ha ha, the second chief said with a laugh. The others were also laughing. After all, the capital of the American emperor was eliminated. That was great news. The American emperor's economy would be destroyed by Yi-10 and set back 10 years. The other generals on the side also smiled and said, no, now that the American emperor loses a capital, how much they will lose. I know that there is a huge ruin under the American emperor's capital, which is occupied by the kid. The US emperor doesn't hurt to death. What he did this time is really beautiful. The first song is also a kind smile. His heart is still in the waves of the destruction of the US capital. When he saw the picture of the capital of the American Empire, he was shocked. Fortunately, I didn't misread this kid at the beginning. This kid brought too much shock to the time. One now suspects that when I get up tomorrow morning, will the American continent still exist? If you wake up in the morning and the US empire disappears from this world, it will be like a beeping dog. Now that the situation outside is getting more and more crisis, we must publicize it to tell people not to go abroad. It is too dangerous to go abroad. Also, people from other countries who are able to come back will be allowed to come back. But those who cannot, we just grab it and don't leave one behind. As for those who change to other countries, let them stay in other countries. Listening to the words of leader number 1. The other leaders also nodded in agreement, using a popular sentence now. It's crazy outside. When I wake up and die, it is still China's safest, and I sleep until dawn. And in the United States, that emperor has begun to criticize on the official website of his own territory. The butcher-like Tamron group destroys our people and destroys our homeland. The sin is unforgivable. When this official website was released, the whole world was boiling. Many countries have followed suit. Joli Bangtsai, the Tamron group's methods are too cruel, and we must make compensation to let them dissolve the Tamron group. The Tamron group is ours. Sun Country, Tenglong group destroys our spiritual pillars, launches space-based weapons at will, and bombards our capital with dirty and filthy things. It is unforgivable, and must be punishable. Russia, remove the Tamron group and hand over space-based weapons, otherwise it will be punishable. When countries support the US imperialism, there are still many countries that are waiting and watching, eating and watching. The US emperor, the speaker and his party have already arrived at the secret hut. The scepter of God is stored in this hut. As long as the two keys are turned together, the wheel of death will start to turn. Let's start, the first speaker said coldly. The whole room was very quiet, and the assistant secretary generals and others did not dare to breathe. If this God's scepter will die, either they will die or Yi-10 will disappear completely. If God wants a person to die, he must first make that person crazy. And just as they were about to launch the scepter of God, suddenly, all the satellites in the world were invaded, and all the pictures were occupied by the red frame. The red border is here, and death is here. Chapter 177. Chapter 173. Please, blow me up. Thank you for your support, thank you very much. Note, the capital of the US empire is Washington, and why I write about New York is because in the plot of this article, real place names cannot appear. Once they appear, they will be harmonized. Of course, there are also plot reasons. Because New York is the US economy. The main cities are blown up, and the US emperor is dead. Again, it's not like bombing. How cool it is. Boom. In that majestic, solemn and quiet conference room, they were suddenly knocked away. The speaker, who was about to start the launch, turned his head with a look of anger. I saw a secretary running towards them in a panic, still holding a tablet in his hand. The speaker, The speaker is not good. The red frame appears. When the first speaker heard it, his head buzzed, and he quickly grabbed the tablet and watched the content in the video. In the video screen, there are many small squares. The biggest video led by them is Washington, the second city of the United States. This scene directly caused the first speaker to gritted his teeth and roared, "Fuck, fuck, fuck. They are so blatant. Do they really think they are the overlords of the earth? No, we, the American emperor, are the real overlords!" Exclamation mark. The roar of the first speaker can only be heard by the people in the conference room, and the whole world can no longer hear their voices. Who doesn't know that the American emperor is now considered abolished? The other videos are Russia, the Sun country, and the Korea stick country. People all over the world have seen the video, and everyone is inhaling. The three countries that support the US imperialism almost exploded their lungs. Hastily revoked the declaration made by various countries. They are not in a hurry to reincarnate, so let's revoke it. Now the American emperor is no longer the previous American emperor. The current American emperor is no longer the object of their fawning, but everyone sitting on the ground. When everyone stared at the video and wanted to see what Yi Tan wanted to do, suddenly a countdown appears directly in the center of the video, with a number on it, 5 seconds. Everyone is very puzzled. Why is this countdown not moving? And the undulating chest of the first speaker was about to explode in anger, and his face looked at the countdown with sullen angrily. 5 seconds? Is 5 seconds like making our country completely disappear? Of course. Why do you say that their country has disappeared? But in the video, the US empire has the most land. Basically all the continents are in the video. This also means that the US empire's land is being locked by space-based weapons in just 5 seconds. Once the countdown is over, the US emperor will be bombarded by space-based weapons. Everything will cease to exist, and the American emperor will be erased from history. This feels like a beeping dog. Has it been drafted by 10,000 inside? Speaker, we can't just give up like this. If we are weak this time, it means that we, the American emperor, will never be able to raise our heads. Then, the American emperor will not be laughed at for a lifetime, a general said. Shouted anxiously beside. The others nodded in agreement, and the first speaker looked gloomy, staring at the screen. Keep making decisions in your heart. Fight. The first speaker walked toward the God Scepter launcher ruthlessly. He just took a step. The countdown in the video is 1 second short. Fuck. Fuck. It's moving. The countdown is moving. A secretary yelled incompetently and urgently. Behind the first speaker came the panic of the group of secretaries and generals. He turned to look and saw that the countdown in the tablet had become 4. Suddenly my mind exploded. As the first speaker of the US emperor, of course, he knows what the countdown is about. This is based on his steps. If so, he did not walk to the launcher device. Then Yi Tan's space-based weapon was launched. Beat the dog. What do you play like this? The first speaker stood in situ with a grieved heart, motionless. In the dragon base, Yi Tan watched all the actions of the first speaker of the US emperor on the big screen. Seeing the frightened, distorted and angry expression of speaker number 1, Yi Tan wanted to laugh. At this moment, Hong Long stood beside Yi Tan and said, "Master, Washington phone." As he said, a phone book projection appeared in front of Yi Tan, and it marked the message of the first speaker of the US emperor. When Yi Tan saw it, he sneered suddenly, looked at the first speaker who was making a phone call in the video, and answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Yi Tan." Before Yi Tan spoke, the first speaker on the opposite side spoke in advance with that old voice. His Chinese is still very fluent, even more standard than Mandarin. Yi Tan still didn't speak, but just looked at the first speaker on the screen, watching quietly to see what he wanted to do. "Mr. Yi Tan, can you cancel the lock on space-based weapons?" The first speaker paused for a long time, his expression even more ugly than eating xiang. Yi Tan sneered, "Why? Don't you Americans be very hungry? Do you want my base to be in ruins? Come on, Let's start launching together. When the first speaker in the video heard Ethan's answer, the cell phone he was holding on made a clicking sound. His face was expressionless, but his heart ran away at the moment, and he rushed to Ethan, and he was in the mood to kill him. The top executive officer of the dignified American emperor was so insulted, it is simply bullying. Hee, Mr. Ethan laughed. We, the American emperor, would like to make friends with you. The first speaker showed a disgusting smile in the video. It made Ethan nauseous. Others didn't know the psychology of this product, but Ethan and the others knew that the first speaker was the highest executive officer of the US emperor, and his dead souls were no less than 1 million. Every plan for mutual exchange with other countries has his name and he personally signed it. It can be said that the US imperialism has launched wars all the year round, and has a more indispensable connection with this stuff. He even decides. You Americans just said that they were not convinced and wanted to blow us into dregs. What's wrong now? Where did the courage go? Shouldn't I just blow up your capital? What's the matter? Come, you launch, I beg you, launch. Ethan said ironically and contemptuously. The angry first speaker almost vomited blood. You bombed our capital. You said what's wrong? If you bombed it, you still occupy our ruins. You are still asking us what happened. You are so special. Puff. The first speaker directly attacked his heart with anger, spouting the blood, and clenched his phone with a grim expression. Oh, what's the matter? Come on, I beg you. Launch. Ethan's provocative voice was still uttering during the call. The lungs of the first speaker were about to explode. Ethan, you deceived so much. Chapter 178. Chapter 174, Fucked. Thanks to the 500,000 reward from the leader of Eddie. Ethan, don't deceive others too much. The first speaker roared over the phone. The voice was awkward, as if it had been ravaged by 5,000 big men. Ethan sneered. He wanted this kind of effect. Do you American emperor have today too? Ethan, what do you want us to do? The first speaker roared angrily. Explode your space-based weapons, and I will let you go. Ethan said coldly. The first speaker almost fainted. Ethan and the others still made this idea again, still wanting his space-based weapons to be destroyed. If the space-based weapons were destroyed, wouldn't the US emperor be completely finished? That said, the country that he used to deal with, why not ask him to settle the account? No. You cannot let the scepter of God disappear. Mr. Ethan, our God's scepter has no self-destructive detonation procedure. The first speaker became weak, but Ethan sneered. The American emperor still didn't see the coffin or wept. Okay, I have no detonation program. I can make you American emperor bloom everywhere. Ethan said with contempt. The first speaker's face turned pale, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Ethan's rhythm was going to kill them. We detonate. The first speaker finished roaring and hung up the phone directly, not wanting to talk to Ethan. He didn't want to talk to Ethan in his entire life. And Ethan smiled at the angry first speaker in the video, watching what he would do. The first speaker hung up the phone with a gloomy expression, and the secretaries and generals next to him knew that the negotiation had failed. They don't need to think about it. They also know that Ethan's neurosis has never been able to snatch meat from Ethan's mouth or negotiate successfully. President. Everyone looked at him expectantly. The first speaker looked at everyone's eyes, closed his eyes in despair, and his fingers were trembling. Everyone is even more desperate now. Explode the scepter of God. The first speaker seemed to be 10 years old for an instant, and after trembling, he walked towards the gate. The secretaries looked at each other in disbelief with horrified faces. The scepter of God is the only deterrent weapon of their American emperor. Why should it be destroyed? Why? Everyone couldn't accept it in their hearts. They could guess that it was all related to Ethan, but this destroyed the scepter of God. They simply couldn't accept it. This is worse than killing them. Finally, they detonated the scepter of God. The scepter of God floating in space burst out its last glory. People all over the world were shocked. When the video was cut over, It was when the scepter of God detonated. The leaders of the countries were horrified and took a breath. The US Emperor lost the scepter of God, which means that the largest country on the earth will completely disappear, and everyone will be the second-class power series. And Yi Tan regained the position of the heir supremacy. That violent Yi Tan would go crazy again unscrupulously. At that time, the development of the Tamron Empire will far surpass all countries, and in the end, it will unify the earth. Thinking of these country leaders, they immediately panicked. Now the biggest threat is no longer the American Emperor, but Yi Tan. Some actions must be taken against Yi Tan, otherwise, it will be them who will destroy the country. Yi Tan in the base also breathed a sigh of relief when all the crises had been resolved. He was also betting on the heart of the first speaker of the United States. If the first speaker is desperate and launches the scepter of God and bombards the base, it will be completely finished. Of course, Yi Tan won the bet. Everyone is greedy for beauty and gold, and their most precious life. No one will let his life be wasted like this. This is no way to continue. The Red Police has not completed the construction of all the major units, let alone the base vehicle that can be manufactured indefinitely. If the base can produce base cars, Yi Tan would not be in such a situation. One day, all countries on the earth will establish Yi Tan's empire. Master, the enhancement potion retrieved from the ruins has already been analyzed. According to the scientists, this enhancement potion can be analyzed within a few days. Red Dragon reported the situation on the side. Yi Tan looked forward to the birth of that potion. Is it found out that the ruins belong to that era? The red light in the Red Dragon's eyes flickered and said, Master, this relic is a relic of ancient civilization, belonging to the third-generation civilized industry of the earth, and an energy civilization. However, their medicine is not a product of their civilization. It seems to be an external force. The product of this still needs to be studied. But we have found a large number of energy stones in the ruins, which shows that they are famous for producing energy stones, and their civilization level is not low. They are already in the second-level civilization, and can be explored or traded in the universe. And the Zerg in the ruins is the most terrifying existence in the universe, and the Zerg's favorite foods are energy stones, life forms, and various minerals. The reason why the energy civilization will be eliminated is probably due to the presence of the Zerg, leading to the complete demise of their civilization. After listening, Yi Tan took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes thinking about something. Does the Zerg still exist on the earth? The red light of the Red Dragon's eyes turned rapidly, and said, Master, I can't give you an answer to this question about permissions. Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. He didn't have the authority to know. Isn't that the Earth still has hidden Zerg? If the Zerg attacked Earth civilization, who could hold it? Even the second-level civilization would be destroyed, let alone them. As if seeing Yi Tan's thoughts, the Red Dragon comforted, Master, the Zerg is not terrible, but the human heart is terrible. According to my observation, there is an 80% chance that the Zerg will not appear on the Earth. They are all a small group of Zerg. And that is how strong the ruler is. It is easy to eliminate some Zerg. Yi Tan nodded in agreement. Now is not the time to be afraid. There are many things waiting for him to do. What if the Zerg comes? Come and kill one. Come 100, kill 100. At this moment, the red light of the Red Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, there are superheroes appearing. In addition, the base permissions are once again open. Fuck! Yi Tan roared excitedly. The base is now a violent soldier day and night, but it's early the next day when the base is directly upgraded. Wouldn't it be that more units have to be unlocked? Which one of the explosion trucks, Uncle Yuri, Yuriko, Space Controller, etc. super weapons will appear? Yi Tan was very excited. Even if it was one of them, Yi Tan was so crooked. It was all his dreams. Chapter 179 Chapter 175, Breakout Epic. Thanks to the Red Dragon for 30,000 rewards. Fuck. Finally upgraded. What kind of unit will appear this time? Yi Tan was very excited and trot all the way to the main base on the second floor. Looking at the big screen inside, There were still several lights flashing this time. Yi Tan directly clicked on the first unit. Repairer. The repair shop can repair any damaged unit with him. Even if the tank is half-bombed, it can be repaired. The main function is that when the base is damaged, it can be changed back to a car and returned to the repair shop to repair it immediately. This is a powerful fixer. The energy point required for the repair shop, 100,000. Construction time, 6 hours. It turned out to be a repair shop. The repair shop Yi Tan knows well. When playing the Red Alert game, every repair shop is the nurse of all tanks. Even if only the last drop of blood is left, it can be repaired in the repair shop. Yes, and does not need to consume any energy points. Of course, in the Red Police game, what is played is a war of attrition, and the chariot is destroyed when it is destroyed, and few people repair it. So it has always been a chicken rib. Yi Tan shuddered. This was the case for the first unit that appeared, and the price was still so expensive. It must be the Red Police who saw that it had money, and tried to dig out the money and beat the dog. Yi Tan complained inwardly, and continued to look down. This time there is still a major unit. Scientist training camp. Yi Tan's nose is almost crooked. What the hell is the scientist training camp? Isn't it a good military training camp? In the scientist training camp, only 5 first-level scientists can be trained, so that every first-level scientist becomes a second-level existence. But every time you train, your memory will be refreshed. These memories are all extracted according to the future, the past, novels and other places. Of course, to be promoted to a second-level scientist, each research direction is different. There are biological scientists, super strength scientists, and so on. The construction time of the training camp is 12 hours, and each training time is 6 hours. Need to pay 200,000 energy points. Yi Tan took a deep breath. Niangs, 200,000 energy points, just 5 places? Do something. Yi Tan understood that this training camp for scientists might as well call the scientist extraction system. The meaning of the system is that every scientist extracts the memory of a second-level scientist from the future or ancient novels and builds a unit. And it still depends on luck. Maybe you will be drawn to a scientist who has just been promoted to the second level. What is the difference with the first level? That is really a beeping dog. But this training camp can be built at least 5 times, which means that it has 30 places. Among them are 10 second-level high-end scientists, and the base will fly. Yi Tan looked at it with satisfaction. He is rich now, and he doesn't worry about whether his energy points are enough. What appeared this time was a subunit. Gap generator. This kind of unit, as long as it is built on the base, can shield all the images above the base, and all satellites cannot detect it. You can only see it when you get close. Construction energy point, 100,000. The time is 6 hours. Yi Tan's heart is fierce, and everything that appears this time is all boutique. This gap generator is very powerful and can shield the satellites of all countries so that they cannot see all the conditions in the base, so that Yi Tan does not have to worry about changes in the base will be discovered. With this kind of thing, Red Dragon can also relax, and there is no need to modify the satellites of other countries every day. Yi Tan looked down with satisfaction. There were not many units left. 1 unit, 2 heavy factories, and 1 dock base. Yi Tan could feel it very clearly. With his eyes closed, he clicked on the unit, hoping for a powerful unit. Magnetic storm infantry. Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. Damn it, this guy is a powerful presence, attacking people with electric waves, and is still injured, and the defense is also high and scary, and tanks or other things can't be crushed at all. Very tough. Magnetic explosive infantry. This special heavy infantry unit attacks with powerful magnetic energy waves, which are generated by portable magnetic explosive coils equipped on its body. Magnetic explosive infantry is a very valuable unit for many reasons. In addition to being not afraid of being crushed by tanks, magnetic explosive infantry can charge the base's nuclear power reactor during emergency power shortages so that it can continue to be used to resist the offensive of enemy forces. Each construction requires 3,000 energy points. The time is 6 hours. Yi Tan rubbed his palms excitedly. Although there was no strong presence in the arms, Yi Tan was very satisfied. There are still many units in the base that haven't been finished. This time, a magnetic storm is considered good. Imagine those teleporting troops. Next is the heavy factory unit. I don't know if the Gwingling tank that I have been waiting for will appear. If it does, Niang's will be invincible. Yi Tan dreamed with joy in his heart. Yi Tan points to consecrate the group. Multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle. This surprising infantry multi-purpose combat vehicle will change its armament due to the infantry unit carried inside. For example, carrying scientists can turn a multifunctional infantry combat vehicle into a mobile maintenance vehicle, which can repair damaged vehicles without spending money and without having to drive the vehicle back to the base. American soldiers can increase the lethality of the multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle to kill infantry units. If it is placed in a magnetic storm infantry, the attack method is like a magnetic tank. Putting a sniper is like a mobile. The armored sniper has many combinations. It can also defend air and launch small rockets. Yi Tan's eyes are red. This is a real big killer, a multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle. Which type of unit is switched into, and the combination of this kind of tank and Natasha is simply perfect. In addition, this kind of tank and spy satellite can be locked in to defend against the air, and it can also form a defensive network. As long as the enemy comes, don't even think about going back. In the past, Yi Tan loved this car very much. Yi Tan continued to watch, and saw that the energy mine carts increased by 6 more. Yi Tan suddenly thought in his heart that every time the red police was upgraded, the energy mine carts doubled. This minecart also came urgently, plus these 6. The energy points that Yi Tan collected every day would be more than 500,000. What is the concept of millions in 2 days? This is that Yi Tan can shoot every day. Yi Tan continued to watch. The next thing was the dock unit. I don't know what will happen to the dock unit this time. Yi Tan squinted his eyes and clicked on the light group. When he saw the unit inside, his eyes suddenly brightened, staring dumbfounded. Fuck. It's finally here, Yi Tan said, constantly trembling inwardly. Note, it's not that there is no heroine, or it hasn't arrived yet. The heroine appeared in the front of this book is not good looking. It will appear later. It's cool, don't worry. Also, update why you squeeze toothpaste, because in Park, many do not explain. I want no more. Come to a group battle. Everyone sends a space-based weapon to bomb the Earth. Chapter 180. Chapter 176. Scientists are here. Thanks to the fan group Red Dragon for 30,000 rewards. Seeing the last unit, Yi Tan almost didn't faint. The last unit is not a large octopus, nor a frigate, but an aircraft carrier. Aircraft carrier, referred to as aircraft carrier, is a large surface ship with carry-based aircraft as its main weapon, which can provide carry-based aircraft for takeoff and landing. Aircraft carriers are one of the largest, most complex and powerful weapons in the world. It usually has a huge flight deck and ship island, mostly located on the starboard side. It is generally the core ship of an aircraft carrier battle group. Other warships in the fleet provide protection and supplies for it, while the aircraft carrier provides air cover and long-range strikes. Yi Tan was completely excited when he saw the appearance of the aircraft carrier. Since its development, the aircraft carrier has become a symbol of a country's comprehensive national strength. Relying on aircraft carriers, a country can exert military pressure and conduct operations far away from its homeland and without relying on local airports, and also owns 10 Flying Eagle fighters. Each aircraft carrier needs 10,000 energy points. The construction time is 24 hours. Yi Tan saw that the energy point and the construction time almost didn't come out. It takes so long for other countries to build an aircraft carrier, and it only takes 24 hours and 1 day to build an aircraft carrier in its own base. What a stern thing. Master, do you start building units now? Hong Long asked, standing beside Yi Tan. Looking at the millions of energy points in the base, Yi Tan didn't hesitate in his heart, and waved his hand. The scientist training camp will build 2 first, and the remaining 4 will be discussed later. There are other units, all built crazy. Now the base has no shortage of energy points, as long as there are energy points. Give me the allocated construction. Yes, dominate. The Red Dragon retreated. Yi Tan was very happy. The unit that appeared this time was simply giving charcoal in the snow. And when Yi Tan was still building units at the base, the outside world has gone crazy. That American emperor detonated the scepter of God in outer space and made a compromise, which shocked the leaders of various countries. Today, the American emperor has brought shocking news to the world. Close the door. That's right. The US emperor took back all the hidden troops and warships in the world, and even the warships guarded by the Sun Nation. Moreover, the ship port was closed, and no one of the American people was allowed to go abroad. This shocked the whole world. What's wrong? Why is such a dignified American emperor so downhearted? But the leaders of various countries don't think so. The US imperialism must have some great secrets behind closed doors. Otherwise, how could there be such a big reaction? Countries have begun to accelerate their research projects, while closely monitoring the US and the 4 islands, and China country. Since most anti-gravity sports cars are sold in China, many foreign tyrants and wealthy people have directly immigrated to China. The purpose is to experience Yi Tan's technology as soon as possible, and to be safe here. The outside world is no longer safe. Maybe one of the countries outside will be blown up by Yi Tan when he gets up one morning. It's still safe in China. Most local tyrants came to China with this idea. And now the nation's currencies have been hit by the US capital because of Yi Tan's bombing of the capital of the US empire, which has affected the exchange of global currencies. In the past, it was all who broke off and talked. But now, the one who is the best off has been fucked, and there is no one who breaks. The currency of the countries outside the alliance is common, and other countries that are right against Yi Tan. Feeling aggrieved in that, it's like a Sungyu Oren going to a Huixia store to buy things. If you give Sun coins, you may die at the door of the shop. That's right, the hearts of Huixia people are all driven by Yi Tan's excitement. Don't want it. As long as it is Yi Tan's hostile country, you can do it without saying anything. If you don't accept it, go to the Urban Management Brigade. That is now the #1 brigade of China, and it is no longer asking the people for trouble. It's the trouble of finding foreigners in the streets. What's wrong with the rich and the rich? When you come to China, you have to be peaceful, and disobedience makes you restless. Anyway, it's just a sentence. The first thing for a rich foreigner to go to China is to quickly exchange money for the city's China currency. The second thing is to quickly learn Chinese. Huixia is now different from before. It's a bit strange to see foreigners. Now you don't know a word, you just hit it up. For foreigners, they have no place to make trouble, and they dare not make trouble. Moreover, because the Chinese people have entered a large number of wealthy and cutting-edge talents because of the motherland, the development speed of China has almost faintly surpassed the American emperors. Moreover, the income of the Chinese people is a basket of profits. The Dragon of Huixia is pouting together again. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And in Yi Tan's base, the first island is full of people at the moment. The 4 islands have built walls, and in the islands, many laser defense towers. The air defense missiles have been built. It can be said that the 4 islands have slowly become one. As long as it is not for launching nuclear bombs, or using weapons such as God's scepter, Yi Tan's base on the earth cannot be broken. Of course, unless all countries in the world attack together, Yi Tan would have to die. The red alert game is the same as in reality. First grab energy, build and defend. Finally attacking. In the 4 islands of the base, there are some strangely shaped units on them. The huge repair shop is no different from the actual workshop. The multifunctional infantry soldiers patrolled all over the base. There is also a small black house with lines on it that looks very mysterious. It is the trainer of the scientist. The entire base and basic units are already owned. But Yi Tan was sitting in the base at the moment, sitting with a worried look. He was waiting for the man in the scientist training room to show up. He wanted to know whether those scientists had finished upgrading, and whether there were scientists he wanted. The Red Dragon told him the day before yesterday that the basic units of the base have been almost built, and scientists are now the main units for upgrading the base. The units researched by scientists are all for the sake of the base, and the higher the level of scientists, the units researched are all existence beyond the future. So now scientists are so important in Yi Tan's heart. Just as Yi Tan waited worriedly, the Red Dragon suddenly appeared. Master, 10 scientists have been strengthened, and they have all been promoted to second-level scientists. Check it out. Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly, and he ran towards the training camp a little excited. He was very worried along the way, and he must not appear as a chicken rib scientist. When meeting the scientist, Yi Tan roared, "Fuck! This is so amazing that it can change a person's appearance. Isn't that Einstein?" Chapter 181 Chapter 177, On the Eve of the Storm. Fuck, Einstein. Yi Tan stood at the door, looking at Einstein with his hairless hair in the sun with a look of astonishment. It was exactly the same as the textbook he had read when he was a child, with snow-white hair in a drape. It is simply carved out of a mold. Yi Tan was already shocked and speechless. Seeing that Einstein appeared in front of me, I still couldn't stop excited. This is a real person. Dominate, dominate. All 10 people shouted respectfully to Yi Tan in fluent Chinese. Yi Tan walked towards 10 scientists, although these scientists looked a bit old. But when it comes to saluting, it is more mentally powerful than a normal person. The projection of the Red Dragon stood beside Yi Tan, and started to introduce the situation of this class one by one towards Yi Tan. Master, there are 2 scientists who specialize in physical attack projects this time. One is Einstein, who is familiar to Master, and the other is Schrödinger. Yi Tan was taken aback. Schrödinger? Where? Schrödinger is a legendary character. He is one of the founders of quantum physics. People who have defeated Einstein. Einstein once said, "I don't believe that God is throwing dice," completely denying quantitative physics. And Schrödinger made Einstein acknowledge the uncertainty of quantum physics through ideal experiments. Perhaps he is not as famous as Einstein, but he is as powerful as Einstein. Afterwards, a handsome man with a round frame, combing his eyes and running sideways, walked out. Master, Schrödinger reports. Yi Tan's eyes were fixed, and it was exactly the same as the photos on the internet. With Schrödinger and Einstein, are you afraid that you can't study any super-existent weapons? If the United Kingdom saw Einstein and Schrödinger appear in the world, would they be shocked? Master, there are 4 other biological scientists, 2 civilian scientists, and other scientists in other fields. Yi Tan nodded. Although there are a few scientists in the field of physics, there are only 2. But both of them can exist. Moreover, in the biological field, that is also a powerful existence, and evolutionary potions, strengthening potions and so on, all need biological scientists to go. And now, Yi Tan has already used scientists in most fields. After Yi Tan interacted with several scientists, he gave them the task. There are many base scientists, but there are too few second-level scientists. The spacecraft in the base, there are ruins, holographic helmets, etc. Many tasks. With the second-level scientist this time, there must be a way to solve the scientific research tasks of the base. Over the 4 islands, a high-speed armed execution plane flew towards the 4 islands. This helicopter gunship, with its huge rear compartment, can hold several tanks. In the cabin, there is a circle inside, one of whom is wearing a formal suit. If anyone sees it at this moment, he will be shocked to dislocate his jaw. This person turned out to be the first person in China, and the people next to him are all amazing. General. At this moment, a general next to him looked at Chief One and said, "Leader, what are we doing here?" The others were also very puzzled. They all knew that this was Yi Tan's domain, although they didn't bother Yi Tan how. But what Yi Tan did made them happy, but they were also worried. If Yi Tan grows up in the future, can they suppress Yi Tan? We are here this time, invited by Yi Tan, and as for what they invited us to hear, I don't know yet, but you will be calm no matter what happens later. Chief One said with his eyes closed. The generals in front of them are all violent people. Once they encounter something that the country suffers from, their violent tempers will come up. They are also the loveliest people in China. The other generals nodded after listening. They continued to stare at each other. The chief is here, ready to land. In the cabin, the pilot called. The chiefs immediately checked the safety belts on their bodies. And Yi Tan in the base also opened his closed eyes. "Are you here?" Yi Tan muttered to himself. A mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. He knew that Yi Tan had always avoided collisions with Huaxia. No reason, because he had become a part of Huaxia. The place where the head of Huaxia number 1 arrived was inside the release station. As before, it has been arranged to enter the conference room. Of course, there was only the head of Huaxia, and the generals who followed were all standing outside on guard. In it, Yi Tan and Huaxia chief interviewer are about the future of Huaxia. Time passed slowly, and the generals standing outside the door were waiting anxiously. "This has been talked for all afternoon, why haven't we talked about it yet?" a general asked anxiously. "Old Li, don't worry, what the leader is talking about now is a major issue. We won't know when they come out," a general answered. At this time, squeak, the door opened. Only the chief one came out, looked at them majestically, and walked directly towards the helicopter gunship. Looking at the majestic chief, the generals gave a slap in their hearts. "Isn't the matter settled?" Upon boarding the plane, Chief One directly urged the armed helicopter to take off and flew towards China. This is even more worrying for these older generals. "Chief, how did Yi Tan talk with you?" General Li, who was called just now, asked in a low voice. Chief One closed his eyes and did not answer. A general pulled Laulis' sleeve and glanced at him with a wink, telling him not to speak, and wait for the chief to speak. "China will last forever. China's current prosperous age has been defeated by many ancestors, and China cannot be banned in my generation," Chief Number 1 muttered to himself. When the generals heard this, the amount of information was huge. The old Li immediately yelled, "Okay, I know that kid is not a good-hearted man. Did he wait and annex our China? Bah, is this possible?" Those generals were also at a loss. Really don't know how to say. Head Number 1 stood up, looked at the people with majesty, and then his face was repeated, and he said with excitement, "No, Yi Tan did not say to annex our China. His dream is not limited to the earth, and we only need to rely on our own development. So we will never collide with Yi Tan in the future." When the other generals heard this, the stone in their hearts fell. Yi Tan said at least he could do it. "But do you know what a big gift Yi Tan gave us this time?" Everyone was taken aback and shook their heads puzzled. The first chief excitedly stretched out a finger and said to the people, "Guess how many aircraft carriers there are?" Everyone took a deep breath, which could make the chief agitated. "At least not 10 whoosh." The chief shook his head. Suddenly everyone's eyes shrank suddenly. "Damn it. Isn't that 100? 100 ships. This is an unprecedented S in the world." Well, let me just say one sentence. This description is the arrangement of this book for China. In the future, the earth will blow up Korea and the country of the sun. There will be no China. It's up, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with China in the end. So let our motherland slowly become the largest country in this book, and Yi Tan's eye is not on the earth. I hope you can understand. Chapter 182 Chapter 178 The ruins are open. Thank you Eddie for the reward of 30,000 for your support. 100 aircraft carriers, what a powerful number this is. Such a number has left the hearts of all the leaders of China for a long time unable to calm down. If there are 100 aircraft carriers in China, you can imagine how powerful China would be if it had 100 aircraft carriers. This is the real giant dragon country. Top of China. Yi Tan sighed with the subtle emotion in his eyes as he watched the helicopter leave. This is also the last opportunity to help Huaxia. If you want to go to the universe in the future, Huaxia stays on the earth. It is relatively safe. And Yi Tan only needed 2 days of energy stone and more than 20 days of human life to send 100 aircraft carriers to China. And in the base, Master, The strengthening potion has been researched and can be mass-produced. Yi Tan's eyes lit up when he heard it. The potion for strengthening was obtained from the ruins. It would take 7 days for the first-level scientist to crack it. I didn't expect the second-level scientist to crack it right after he came out. This is the efficiency of secondary scientists. Even without that training camp, soldiers can become superhuman beings. In the scientist research room, there are scientists walking back and forth, or researchers with their heads down. For Yi Tan, the most precious assets in the base are these scientists. Yi Tan followed the red dragon to the last room. The last few rooms are relatively quiet. This is also the laboratory of a second-level scientist. Yi Tan entered a room. Standing inside are the scientists in the biological field. Dominate. All the scientists in the room looked at Yi Tan frantically. Yi Tan nodded in motion. A second-level scientist directly began to introduce the potion's function. Master, based on the potion obtained from the ruins, we did an analysis. This potion can strengthen the human body 5 times, and the potion is very overbearing. According to the current physique of the Earth people, it is impossible to take this potion at all. Our soldiers it can be taken, but this potion is 5 times that of the people on Earth and twice that of the soldiers. It can be said that after the fighters have taken it, all of them can only be promoted to the pinnacle of the first level, and cannot reach the second level at all. The first level peak also belongs to the second level elementary, and everything in the body surpasses itself. Even if it is designed with bullets, they can avoid it. It is the same as the dominant physique now. After Yi Tan heard it, his eyes were shining. Although he didn't reach the level he thought of, it was also very good. It could strengthen a person's physique and it was already good. Master, the biggest side effect of this medicine is that it is too violent. Of course, this is all aimed at ordinary people. If ordinary people take it, they may explode and die, or if the enhancement is not successful, they will become a nondescript monster. Yi Tan nodded. Isn't the monster in the ruins of the American Emperor the product of failure to strengthen? Can this medicine be diluted? Can it reduce its effectiveness and allow ordinary people to take it? Several scientists lowered their heads and discussed. Master, this medicine can be diluted, but after taking it, the effect is greatly weakened. After taking this medicine once, there is no way to take it a second time, but we can focus on dilution. Compare the potions. Try to make the potions diluted to the perfect degree. If the diluted potion appears, it means that the holographic helmet will appear. That is, it will be able to see the universe. Of course, Yi Tan still has a plan in his mind. That is to let the whole world give his life to him. Okay, the Berserker Evolution Potion will begin to be built immediately, and it will be taken by all the fighters, and the diluting potion must be done. Yi Tan majestic orders. The scientists in the room immediately obeyed. Then Yi Tanbian and Hong Long walked back. Master, the holographic helmet must not be long before it will appear. Yi Tan nodded while walking. Holographic helmet, he was bound to win. By the way, what's the situation in other countries now? Yi Tan asked suddenly. The red dragon's eyes flashed red, and he thought for a while and said, now all countries have calmed down, all of them are busy with their own national science and technology weapons, but they seem to have discovered my existence, and various technologies are no longer stored online. They don't even trust their central computer. Yi Tanxin laughed. If they dare to save on the computer, they are looking for death. But that's okay, at least each can give each other a period of time. After all, Yi Tan is now at most a first-level civilization, and if he wants to explore the universe, it must be the first-level peak. Yi Tan also lacks time. When Yi Tan first entered the base on the second island, the top of the ruin guarded by countless soldiers and scientists suddenly emitted a hidden light that enveloped the world. It is the light that people cannot see with the naked eye. The red dragon suddenly stood there. The red light in Hong Long's eyes kept flickering, and his heart was very strange. He clearly felt a signal just now, and that signal was very familiar, but suddenly disappeared. What is it? The red dragon kept trying inwardly. Yi Tan saw that red dragon suddenly stopped leaving, frowned and asked, What's wrong? What happened? Only then did the red dragon come back to his senses. Master, it's okay. Yi Tan shrugged and returned to the base, and the red dragon disappeared directly. At the large screen of the base, the red dragon kept searching on the screen with a gloomy expression. See what's wrong with the earth. Suddenly, the ruins guarded closely in various countries have changed. Germany. Report, Prime Minister. The ruins suddenly opened. The German Prime Minister sat up loudly. What? Take me to see. The ruins are now very important to all countries, but now they are suddenly opened, which is a bit of a rhythm of things. When the leaders of various countries came to the ruins, they found that the doors of the ruins that could not be opened no matter how they were cracked. I don't know why the doors were opened, like a big girl, leaving her thighs aside, let you into the rhythm. The leaders of various countries are a bit imaginary. After all, the door to the ruins suddenly opened, which was sudden. Although they felt guilty, they still sent soldiers to the ruins. The news brought back shocked them. Yes, there was no one in the ruins. All the technology was there. This shocked and excited all countries. Is the rise of the empire finally coming? And all this, Yi Tan still didn't know at this time, and Honglong didn't even know it. Is an unprecedented competition of technological empires coming. To be continued, a world-leading technology war will begin, the power of technology will truly begin, and the heroine you want will also appear. Chapter 183 Chapter 179 All the bases are strengthened. Thanks to Eddie for 30,000 rewards, I feel dissatisfied. The relics of various countries were opened inexplicably, which made them excited and felt that all this was so happy. Immediately, high-level officials from various countries, like the United States, began to close their doors, ignore everything, and immerse themselves in scientific research. In Tenglong Base, Yi Tan is still looking forward to the technology researched by a second-level scientist, who is a second-level scientist. But Yi Tan also felt a sense of restlessness. No, it was very calm. The calmness was a bit abnormal, as if it was the kind of depression and explosion that came from a storm. This made Yi Tan a little wary. Red Dragon, how about improving technological research for soldiers now? Yi Tan asked while sitting on the dragon chair. The dragon chair, which is a kind of chair transformed by the red dragon with a fence, has a 5-claw golden dragon carved on it. Very domineering and mighty. The red dragon turned around and said, Master, the technology upgrade for the soldiers has been completed. ST-1 multifunctional electromagnetic rifle, 0.8 meters of the gun body, has 3 barrels with a caliber of 18.86 millimeters, launch 0.5 kilograms mass bomb, have a smart sight, has 2 small nuclear fusion reactors, ultimate weapon, launch a small nuclear fusion reactor, which can be used twice, and its power can instantly destroy a small town. After listening to the introduction of Honglong, Yi Tan was a little shocked. This is an electromagnetic rifle, which relies on electromagnetics as the launching power, and can fire 0.5 kilograms of shells. Wait a minute. 0.5 kilograms shells? Yi Tan was dumbfounded. I wiped it. This is 0.5 kilograms of shells. How do the Nema fighters carry them? I beeped the dog. Yi Tan was blinded. He couldn't imagine that a soldier rushed towards the enemy carrying hundreds of kilograms of bullets. This was simply looking for death. Red Dragon seemed to see the mood of the beeping dog that day. Master, the problem of carrying ammunition has been solved. The mass ammunition is compressed and has a small size, but the weight still exists. So we studied an exoskeleton suit as a tool for carrying ammunition. It can also increase the combat effectiveness of the fighters. EX-1. Appearance, black all over, with primary optical camouflage system, can change with the environment. With global positioning function, the fully enclosed helmet can provide various physical indicators for it, and the target. Because it is an exoskeleton armor, it cannot cover the whole body. Cover position, head, chest, back chest, legs. Possess a strong load-bearing capacity, capable of bearing 1 T. The legs can eject powerful flames. and the bounce rises to 2m. Built-in aiming system can defend soldiers from an RPG-7 attack. Yi Tan looked dumbfounded at the information and pictures of the Red Dragon warrior. Isn't this stuff exactly the same as the exoskeleton in Call of Duty? Peeping the dog. It turned out to be like this. The bullet is not big, just fit it, and the exoskeleton can withstand it. However, Yi Tan was still shocked by the power of the electromagnetic gun. A 0.5 kilograms bullet. If it is shot out, this Nima is not a bullet. This is a cannonball. It is even more powerful than a cannon. I don't know if I can afford it. And it is still electromagnetic as the driving force. Anything else? Yi Tan asked. The Red Dragon nodded and said, Master, in addition, we have rebuilt all the anti-gravity tanks. Please see. Maglev tank, equipped with 2 electromagnetic main guns, launching 10 kilograms mass bombs, equipped with 2 missile launchers, carrying 10 drones, 3 nuclear fusion reactors. Each construction energy point needs 2000. Construction time is 3 hours. What Yi Tan saw was a heat demand surging. 10 kilograms. I will rub it, if this is launched, let alone tanks. Whether the battleship can hold it is a problem. If this is fully worn by the soldiers, the Earth doesn't need to be hit, just surrender all. Ha ha ha, good. Having a second-level scientist is not the same, and the combat effectiveness of the soldiers has been upgraded so much. Yi Tan laughed loudly. The red eyes of the Red Dragon were also shining, and he was also very satisfied. After all, the technology has improved so much at once, and it is more powerful than no remains. By the way, how is the strengthening potion diluted? Yi Tan asked suddenly. Master, the fighters have all absorbed 5 times the potion. They have all been upgraded by 1 level, and many of them have been directly promoted to second-level fighters. All right? Yi Tan's eyes lit up. Go, take me to see. Yi Tan came to the outside of the base. At the moment, 80,000 soldiers had gathered on Island 1. This is also all the fighters in Yi Tan base. 80,000 soldiers, in black tight-fitting combat uniforms, are fully armed, standing quietly, waiting for the master's review. Yi Tan just appeared. The tidy footsteps and the sound of hitting the chest dominate. The roar shook the sky, causing Yi Tan's heart to rise. Suddenly, his eyes were biting, and the blood was boiling all over his body watching the soldiers. All these 80,000 fighters have been strengthened, and the powerful force they have inspired is something that ordinary people cannot replace. Good, good, good. Yi Tan looked at the 80,000 fighters madly applauding. The deep and majestic voice made the hearts of the fighters more enthusiastic. For them, a good word that dominates is the most beautiful voice in the world. After visiting the soldiers, Yi Tan returned to the base. Master, do you want to sell enhanced potions? Hong Long asked from the side. Yi Tan's eyes were a little, and he said coldly, sell, why not sell? We don't know what the future of the Earth will look like, but we can take this opportunity to make China the world's first political country. The Red Dragon's eyes flickered, and he understood what it meant to dominate. Remember, it can only be sold in Huaxia, and each medicine package must be opened with blood and identity verification. If the medicine leaves Huaxia, it will be detonated. Listening to Yi Tan's cold words, Hong Long nodded with bloodthirsty eyes. However, the senior Huaxia executives received a call from Hong Long and heard Yi Tan's plan, almost dislocated their jaws in shock. This is simply helping China become the largest country. What exactly does Yi Tan want to do? Doesn't Yi Tan want to become the #1 country? Why do you want people? Just want soldiers. If you want people, you have to take care of it. It's very tiring. It's better to become a military empire and shock everything. If anyone knew Yi Tan's inner voice, he would vomit blood. In Yushan base, the Red Dragon raised the bloodthirsty red light, and looked at the big screen of the base and whispered grimly, why? Why is there such a recommendation vote? It is not enough. It seems that we need to go to the massacre again. Only those who claim to be gods will send recommendation tickets. I'm the most handsome in the world, and being handsome makes you all fainted. Chapter 184. Chapter 180. clinical trials. The senior officials of Huaxia were shocked. They didn't even know what Yitan meant. This strengthening potion, as long as it is held in one's own hands, it can create an infinitely superhuman army. Everyone can think of what kind of terrifying army the created legion will be, but Yitan just put the potion on Huaxia so easily. This is simply a pie in the sky. What is this for? Huaxia executives were suspicious. Although Yitan has a neurotic character, this kind of goods is generally unprofitable and definitely is a conspiracy. Huaxia executives are vigilant, but they still directly follow the plan that Yitan said. After all, they knew that no matter how bad Yitan was, he would still have a bottom line, and China was their bottom line. In the next morning, Tenglong Technology Group, Li Xiu and Tang Yulong drove to the group early in the morning. They are now representatives of the Tamron Technology Group. At this moment, their hearts are trembling violently. Why? Because they know that after today, Tamron Technology will truly subvert all medicines on the earth. Evolution Potion. That evolution potion can improve a person's physique, and a person's physique has improved and become healthy. So can you say that you cannot increase your lifespan? The two came to the group and directly turned the message into a banner and hung it on the official website. This news just appeared in the Tamron group. The entire Huaxia immediately boiled. On the forums of Tamron's official website, this is also the place where most netizens usually visit. Because here, everything is discussed, and there are more rich people. I'll wipe it. Have you seen the potion? This potion can improve physical fitness, and it can also increase lifespan. Upstairs, have you seen the second level potion? The second level potion is really powerful. It can treat cancer and other medically incurable diseases. This is what everyone wants. What about potion number 3? It seems that potion number 3 can only be used by people who are physically strong. If the body is not strong, it will explode after use. I wipe it. This is an important level and has side effects. The country even lets you sell it. Upstairs. I won't explain it. And when everyone on the official website enthusiastically discussed it until 7 p.m., the news network started. The news broadcast this time turned out to be all about strengthening potions. This made the people of the country more boiling, and even the country began to strongly recommend it. What else can't be used? On Tamron's official website, the line under the potion says that it will be permanently sold in China tomorrow, and no bottle will be sold in other countries. This suddenly drove other countries crazy, and those jealous countries directly started making trouble. Why not sell it to them? And this is a product that saves the world. Why not sell it? This is discrimination. People from all over the world are parading madly in the streets, but their senior officials seem to be still immersed in the research of the ruins. They don't care about these, what kind of spicy chicken potions. And when we study the ruins, you will all surrender to my feet! The countries have not acted, but those medical organizations have acted. Start spraying directly on the website. This kind of medicine in a dream is impossible to achieve. Please calm down and don't be tempted by Yitan's words. There is no such thing in the world to strengthen the body, increase life expectancy and drive out cancer. A word from the Medical World Organization directly made all the netizens in China angry and angered the official website of the World Medical Organization. As for other countries, seeing the authoritative World Medical Organization say such words, their excitement immediately calmed down. Yes, cancer, AIDS, and various intractable diseases. The earth has no way to treat them. Can Yitan be treated with a small bottle of medicine? This is just a joke. There is a lot of public opinion around the world. But Tamron's official website sent a message directly. Clinical trials will be broadcast live on the internet tomorrow. People are all high-risk patients, all suffering from cancer and AIDS. This news directly calmed everyone. Direct live broadcast. This has to be how confident this medicine is. In an instant, many people's hearts were shaken, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false. In the World Medical and Health Group, A medical organization from various countries has gathered in China at this moment. In a secluded villa, these people gathered together, including medical organizations from various countries and senior directors of large hospitals and pharmaceutical companies. They have already felt the arrival of the wolf. If Yitan Live broadcasts the clinical trial tomorrow, they don't need to exist, and the auto dealers and mobile phone dealers will disappear automatically. Of course, there is another idea, that is, as the saying goes, blocking people's money is like taking lives. Yitan blocked their way of making money and even wanted to disappear them from the world. This was unacceptable for them, and it was the same for individuals. Everyone, Yitan's intensive medicine will be on the stage tomorrow. Once the clinical trial is passed, what a huge loss it will bring us. Don't talk about the loss. Maybe tomorrow the hospital and the medical organization won't need to open. Just pack things and go. Several American medical staff said angrily. Everyone standing in the room nodded in agreement. I think that tomorrow we can do some small actions during his clinical trial, and then we will post the shortcomings of their medicine on the website, so that we can directly kill them in the cradle before they are on sale, so that we can delay a moment, making a decision, said a leader of a Russian medical organization. Okay, this idea is good. Yes, seconded. The next day, this clinical trial was conducted by the Tamron Group in China. In the morning, the live broadcast started on Central 1. In the video, a hospital building is full of rows of beds, with patients lying on it. These patients are all suffering from untreatable conditions. People from the Tamron Group appeared, and Leagues was carrying a few black bodyguards behind him. These bodyguards had a code box locked with a chain on their wrists. These bodyguards were silent and opened the password box directly, revealing the rows of fluorescent medicines, inhaled them with a pistol syringe, and went directly to a patient. One shot towards the neck. The patients knew that this was a product of Tamron technology before they came, and they believed it very much. After all the fluorescent medicines were injected, all the audience immediately began to look at it, and there were many doctors who started the examination together. But just 1 minute later, the patient began to convulse all over, very crazy. Puff. The patient suddenly protruded a big mouthful of pus and blood, and was directly paralyzed on the hospital bed, motionless. Chapter 185. Chapter 181, Let You Go to Heaven. The person spurted blood and fell, frightening the medical staff to quickly check. The heartbeat index on the therapy device still fell crazily. Li Xiu's face was angry. How could the medicine be fake? And it takes only 2 hours for the medicine to produce results. Why does the patient vomit blood for less than 5 minutes? The potion failed. Is fake? In an instant, this thought caught the soul of people all over the world. The senior leaders of Huaxia were all shocked. No, they were angry. Yitan's medicines were already used in the military region in advance, and none of them were problematic. They were all injected by themselves. In this global clinical trial, will Yitan use fake medicines to hit himself in the foot? Is this not a joke? The senior management of Huaxia was very angry and directly ordered the clinical trial building to be surrounded. It must be investigated carefully. Surrounding the impenetrable building, there are soldiers with guns everywhere, their majestic and nervous expressions, looking at the distant building. Just wait for an order, these soldiers will rush in and shoot everyone to death. Huaxia's actions suddenly attracted many caring people's attention, and all of them felt guilty. Is it true that something went wrong this time? As soon as this live video was bleeding and dying, the global medical organizations began to publicize it on their official websites. The death potion that Tamron researched. Do you still dare to take it? The people in the live broadcast are your fate. People around the world have also seen the video. At first, it was because of the medical organization's words that made their hearts feel a little bit shaken, but now they see the live broadcast, and they are all in cold sweat. Any anti-cancer drugs are all deceptive. Tamron Group has also begun to lie to the public. People from abroad soon started to make noise. Everywhere on the internet, It is preached that the Tenglong group is killing human lives and treating human lives as nothing. The senior officials of those countries sneered when they saw that the Tamron group had made such a stupid thing. They think the Tamron group is too arrogant, really think they are the king of heaven? Let's kill people now. You still have to wait for the success of our heritage technology research. This is the death date of your Tamron group. Leaders of various countries do not know at this moment that all countries have relics, and that relics have been opened. Even Yitan didn't know. And in the Four Islands, the Red Police base. Yitan heard Tenglong's report and sat up banging, bloodthirsty, looking into the distance. He said with a cold and sullen voice, "Okay. Okay, sure enough, as long as it's about profit, there will be a wicked existence. Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you." Red Dragon Hong Long immediately came to Yitan and stood respectfully. "Shoot me a space-based weapon." "What, so? Dare to get me, Yitan, and die?" "Yes, dominate." In the satellite spy, the satellite aimed directly at the remote coastal area of San Francisco of the U.S., which is the base of the U.S. Federal Medical Organization and the birthplace of the Global Medical Organization. San Francisco is still dark at the moment. Very quiet, the black night sky, only a crescent moon hung high in the sky. In the air, a fire suddenly appeared, and the fire continued to rush toward the ground. People walking outside the beach in San Francisco all saw the red spot of fire in the sky, and they all took out their phones and kept taking pictures. Space-based weapons. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. In an instant the whole crowd went crazy, screaming and rushing towards the distance. The farther the better. The sky is shining super fast, and it is getting closer and closer to the ground. And in the medical organization base on the coast of San Francisco, many people held red wine glasses and laughed flushed. Ha ha ha. In China, the Tenglong base will definitely offend the whole world this time, even if they take out the real medicine. Will anyone believe it? Ha 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 ha, that's right, the super genius of China. I am afraid this time will be crippled. This time, people all over the world are all on our side, rushing to eat with us and looking for death. Ha ha ha. The cheers and laughter in the whole room were very loud. All of them were touting and arrogant, thinking that Yitan had really disappeared and really failed, as if they had defeated Yitan. And all of this was recorded by the mobile phone in their arms, and the camera on the wall. Even less knowing, the deadly sickle of the sky has already gone towards them. Getting closer, boom. The Sea View Villa with laughter exploded in an instant. That power directly caused the entire coast to collapse. 100 li in a radius, directly wipe out all lives. The whole San Francisco shook. When people around the world received the news of the demise of the Global Health and Medical Organization, everyone felt a little angry. Why? Is it just because someone exposed your fake medicine? Are you killing people directly? Your Tamron base must give an explanation. Yitan saw the comments on the internet. There is no nonsense. He needs to explain. Okay, all the relevant information about them was directly uploaded to the official website of Tamron. Since you don't want to cover your pants, let you be completely humiliated. On the internet, people looked at the answers Yitan gave on the official website. One by one makes people irritable. What, to sell human organs at will? What is the experiment with human body? What kind of spicy chicken medicine is used for the relief area? Everything can make people angry and angry. Also, this time they administered medicine to Yitan's patient and poisoned the patient. They already understood all this and knew it. Kill well. Such people should be killed. Support Yitan. Kill all these scum beasts. Special, if they are alive, I must kill them all one by one, kill them all. However, the evidence alone is not enough to convince many people that the space-based weapons launched by the American Emperor directly wiped out the traces of life on the coast of San Francisco, and let the water in that sea area rush toward San Francisco frantically. This is the oppressive force of space-based weapons, directly causing the sea to surge, forming huge waves. It hit many houses in San Francisco at once. The entire American people are protesting, demanding that the conquest come forward and clean up Yitan. But the American emperor's high-level guys were in that mood called a beeping dog. You guys are fine looking for troubles. You trouble Yitan. Now if something happens, come to us. How can we trouble Yitan? Just because of that neurosis. You are just looking for death if you go to him. Him saying, if you didn't give Yitan a sorrow. Can Yitan do this? It's a beeping dog. Chapter 186. Chapter 182, Divine Pill Potion. No matter how the American Emperor people make trouble, the American Emperor's high-level officials are still insignificant. Who dares to move? Whoever moves will die. And Yitan Kai, no matter what the international noise is going on, I'm just messing with you. You guys are going to mess with me. It's not arrogance. This is the glory of the protagonist's golden finger. As for the live broadcast in China, it hasn't stopped at the moment. At the beginning of the bleeding patient, the speed of his heartbeat dropped crazily, but after a while, it eased and began to slowly increase. The speed is not very fast, but after nearly 2 hours, the patient's heartbeat has returned to the speed of a normal person. The doctors were blinded, and took a breath. Is this something special? Quickly, check the patient's body. As a supervisor yelled, several other doctors hurriedly checked. There is no problem with the pulse. The patient's heart rhythm is all normal. Supervisor. Suddenly, there was a sharp cry, and everyone who called was trembling. The black line on the supervisor's face. What are you doing so brightly? Supervisor, all the AIDS cells in the patient's body have been removed. The cells in his body are no different from those in young people. What they can say now is rejuvenation. Wow! The entire Huaxia went violently. The patient's life was hanging by a thread at the beginning, but now he is rejuvenated and rejuvenated. Is this Nima? Definitely not an advertisement, but the reality of space-based weapons sweeping San Francisco is still vivid in their purpose. Of course I don't believe this is an advertisement. Who is so boring, joking with so many lives in San Francisco? But people are boiled. And it's good to be able to eliminate incurable cancers. Now they can rejuvenate and make life-threatening patients live and life. Who doesn't want it? Suddenly, strengthening the praise of the medicine directly surpassed the bad public opinion on the Tamron group. Directly shut up all the people of the American Emperor. They don't parade anymore. Aren't you talking nonsense? The potion is now successful. What would it become? That's a miracle medicine. And Huaxia is boiling. This is a real hard technology. What kind of weapon? What anti-gravity sports car? Is life important? Is life important? Without life, what can you do with those things? Because of the time when the US Emperor was making trouble, other countries also participated. And now they were only selling potentiation potions to China for Yitan. I have handled immigration requirements peacefully in my own country. Many rich people now feel that Yitan generally throws it towards China as long as he has technology. So immigrating to China is the most sensible idea. In an instant, the wave of immigration began again. Many wealthy individuals and some mid-level asset dealers headed towards China, regardless of whether he had a visa or not. Anyway, they were headed towards China. In the Tamron base, after Yitan settled the game, he didn't care about the development of things. Those headaches, just leave it to China. Yitan just collects the money. Imagine that the entire population is 1.3 billion superhumans. No, now China has gathered no less than 1.5 billion people. If all of them drink the medicine, then the entire China can directly become the largest country. Of course, Yitan couldn't produce so many potions at once, so this plan and all the plans that Yitan laid out were going on at the same time. One day, he will become the overlord of the earth. In the base. Master, the holographic helmet has been successfully developed. Are you wearing it now? Hong Long asked, standing beside Yitan. There is a slight in Yitan's heart. If the holographic helmet research is successful, it means that he can see the universe. Later, Yitan and Hong Long came to the scientist laboratory. In the laboratory, there are helmets with horns and edges, one piece of gold and black, which is very cool. Master, this is the developed holographic helmet. Wearing it, you can embody a game exactly like reality. Let you be there, a scientist said with the helmet. Yi Tanzhan turned to the helmet, and carefully touched it and said, "There is no problem with this helmet, right?" This sentence is for scientists and Honglong. Master, the helmet has gone through 10,000 experiments and there is no problem. And there is no problem when entering the universe channel, but the signal is relatively poor. After hearing this, Yi Tan nodded in relief, and then lay in a nutrition cabin, put on a helmet, and Honglong said it was okay. Then it was okay. Putting on the helmet, I only felt the darkness before my eyes, and then a little starlight appeared in front of Yi Tan's eyes. Then there was a piece of starlight, which was exactly the same as the universe. Yi Tan tried to turn his head and look back, and was immediately shocked by the scenery in front of him. Isn't that the Earth? The blue Earth is so spectacular. It was the first time Yi Tan saw the Earth with his own eyes, and was deeply shocked by the scenery of the Earth. Yi Tan is everywhere, and the satellites of various countries floating in the Earth's orbit. Yi Tan can see clearly. Master, what you see now is projected by a projector. What happens in reality will be what you see. Hearing the voice of the Red Dragon, Yi Tan didn't say a word. The Red Dragon is the brain in the holographic helmet. In the future, the holographic game will appear, and it will depend on the Red Dragon to maintain it. Suddenly, a red light flashed in front of Yi Tan, shining in the dark universe. What is this? Yi Tan questioned. Master, this is the cosmic signal reflected by the universe, and it is also the node linking the universe. Yi Tan was a little excited. At the moment he was reborn, he knew that his destiny was about to change. Yi Tan turned his head and looked at the blue Earth. For the first time, Yi Tan felt like he wanted to protect something, and that was the azure and charming planet in front of him. Once you entered that cosmic signal point, it is equivalent to opening a Pandora's box. Yi Tan just wanted to go, but his hand was not close. The red glittering bright spot suddenly bloomed, like 1,000 flowers in full bloom, emitting countless tiny luminous stardust, floating towards the entire star field of the Earth. Master, it's not good. The signal is blooming. Go away, otherwise the cosmic signal will find us. Fuck. Yi Tan burst into foul language. He didn't expect it to be like this. Yi Tan withdrew from the virtual world, and the huge space-based weapon in the real outer space began to twist and aimed at the signal node. After aiming whether to launch pulse missiles, Honglong looked crazy. Launch, blow up the signal node for me. Brothers, the next one will bring out your heroine. Chapter 187. Chapter 183. Dizzer. Thanks to Rock for 20,000 rewards for becoming the Hall Master. Ready to launch. After a huge recoil of the day-based weapon, a huge blue cannonball rushed towards the signal node that could not be seen with the naked eye. The silent space. A huge blue light exploded directly, shattering towards all signal nodes. On Earth, Antarctic icebergs. Below a tall iceberg cliff. Inside, there is a huge spaceship parked. This kind of spaceship can't see its appearance at all, but it is inside the spaceship. Very super technology. Let people see that it belongs to the Earth civilization can create, let alone civilization. Even the super spacecraft in the movie may not have this high level. Just after the Red Dragon destroyed the signal nodes in the universe, the huge spaceship and battleship turned off the lights. Inside the battleship, an old man in his 60s suddenly opened his eyes that were not human. Who cut off the signal? The voice of the old man circulated throughout the space battleship, but no one gave him an answer, as if he was talking to himself. Fortunately, I didn't disturb the young lady. The days here are running out. Let the young lady live leisurely and happily here. Then the old man muttered to himself with loving eyes in his eyes. The entire battleship seemed to have disappeared, and there was no trace under this ice cliff. And in the Tamron base, Yi Tan took off the virtual helmet and stood up suddenly. His back got wet. Didn't he just look at the nodes of the universe? Are you using it like this? Fortunately, he didn't open the cosmic node at that time, otherwise the entire Earth would attract some cosmic aliens. and the overlord of the Earth would really not necessarily be who it was. Master, the cosmic signal point has been destroyed by pulse missiles. In the future, we don't have to worry about anyone discovering this place, unless our Earth Centuria sends strong waves to the universe. Hearing Honglong's words, Yi Tan's eyes were slightly cold. Inside the Earth, if the Earth now says that it can transmit strong wave signals, only those relics are the only ones. If other countries crack the relics, or open the relics and transmit signals, will the Earth be stable? No, you can't just sit and wait like this. You must find out the relics owned by each country, or else things will be big. While Yi Tan was sitting in the nutrition cabin thinking, Honglong stood aside and said, Master, Germany has announced that any products of our Tamron Technology Group are prohibited from entering Germany. In addition, they declared that they will also release Germany's first anti-gravity sports car! What? Yi Tan stood up abruptly. Although the technology of the anti-gravity sports car is not very advanced, it can be researched that the civilization level must be the primary peak, close to the first level, and all the forces in the world plus Yi Tan's first level peak. But now that Germany is able to develop an anti-gravity sports car, can you not surprise Yi Tan's heart? Master, Russia also announced that any of our products cannot enter Russia, and they also announced that they will develop more powerful technologies. Yi Tan's eyes are getting colder and colder, and all countries in the country can start to announce that they will not let Tamron Technology Group products enter their country. They must have some kind of technology. How else would it be so terrible? Don't worry, even if all the countries in the world unite against us, we don't have to be afraid. Now we invest all the energy stones. In addition, let the scientists continue to develop armed technology for me instead of civilian use. Yes, dominate. In China, the high-level quarrels at this moment. They have always concealed the fact that the Huaxia national relics were also inexplicably opened, and all the technologies of the relics were taken casually. However, high-level leaders discovered that the immersion of countries around the world was probably due to their respective relics being opened up and desperately researching. Today, those countries even say that they no longer need any products of Tamron technology. All of a sudden, the senior officials of China were able to realize the speculation about the relics of various countries. But now, their ideas have diverged. Chief, let me say that we don't need to tell Yi Tan about the relics at all. If we tell him, in case our relics. A general directly patted the table and said, Fart, do our children of Huaxiu education make this way? How much Yi Tan helped us, and now all countries have opened the ruins. This is already detrimental to China. You don't give it now. Yi Tan said that in the future, we will be equal in the technology of the relics of all countries. When the time comes, we will unite to deal with us. Then will Yi Tan still help us? What this general said directly caused those who opposed telling Yi Tan to lower their heads and blush. The first chief looked at the people majestically, watching them arguing quietly. The meeting room on the spot quieted down slowly, and they already felt something was wrong. At this time, the first chief said with dignity, Everyone, the opening of the ruins happened suddenly. This ruin is also the foundation of our future in China. Now that the ruins of the world are opened, can we continue to hide it? If we don't tell Yi Tan now, and every country will deal with Yi Tan in the future, who will it deal with next? Isn't it us? The first chief was a little angry. Now notify Yi Tan immediately. Even if the ruins are given to Yi Tan, I believe Yi Tan. The first chief said coldly in unquestionable words. At this time, everyone in the conference room nodded, thinking back to Yi Tan's various past, and asked what the country wants to do. If it doesn't help at this time, it will ruin China's future. At the Tamron base, Yi Tan received news from China. They all took a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that his guess was true. I wonder if the international situation has been quiet these days, and that the American emperor must have other relics. Otherwise, the US imperial public will be noisy, and they will not come out to shock. Yi Tan's eyes were full of lingering light, and he said bitterly, Red Dragon, send me 2 scientists. Send me to the second island ruins. and check if there is any movement in our ruins. Yes, dominate. After more than 10 minutes of inspection, the red dragon came back. Master, there is no movement in the ruins. Everything is intact, and there is no sign of opening. Yi Tan's eyes were a little gloomy, but the ruins of his home were not opened. There must be a problem. At this moment, Yi Tan's cell phone rang suddenly, and Yi Tan frowned. Only some international leaders knew who called his cell phone number. Yi Tan saw that the US president was written in the address book. Suddenly, he was stunned. Why did this guy call? Yi Tan picked it up directly. Fake Yi Tan again. Let me tell you, our American emperor is no longer afraid of you. We have the ability to attack us with your space-based weapons. Come, fake is here again. US Emperor Dee's anger came directly from the phone, and then he was cut off. Yi Tan's cold expression and killing intent bloomed crazily in his eyes. Chapter 188. Chapter 184. Arrogant. Yi Tan squeaked his Tamron phone. He never thought that the US Emperor would be so arrogant, so he called directly to help. It's simply a bad idea. Made. Yi Tan's fierce anger became more and more obvious, and the whole person was a little crazy. This is the first time that he has been provoked, and he has always pretended to be a base, but now, he has been pretended to be forced and a base. The red dragon stood aside, and the red eyes were so bright at the moment, making people look down upon them. And in the heart of Hong Long, it is cruel at this moment, angry, crazy, and violent. Red Dragon, what courage does the US Emperor have, so terribly? Yi Tan asked coldly. After listening to the Red Dragon, he directly invaded the internet owned by the US Emperor. After frantically discriminating, it also wanted to know what courage the American Emperor had, to even dare to talk to the master like this. It was simply an indecent sin. And in the current capital of the US Empire, Washington, in this peaceful world, New York has become the first capital, while Washington is only the second borough. Now it has become the first capital of the American Empire. In Washington, the first speaker's conference room. The first speaker arrogantly sat on the chair with a wry smile. Today is his happiest day. Being so mad at Yi Tan was simply the best thing he had done in his life. Moreover, the technology obtained in the ruins is almost 100 times stronger than Yi Tan's, 1,000 times stronger. As long as Yi Tan dares to attack the American Emperor, then Yi Tan will die. The first speaker smiled wretchedly with Harazi. President, the German Prime Minister is looking for it. A bodyguard stood at the door and ran towards the first speaker with a mobile phone. The first speaker got the mobile phone, still shook it in the air, straightened the tie around his neck, and connected the call confidently. Hi, Speaker Pilf. Hello. I'm German Frank. After hearing this, the first speaker smiled confidently. Hey, isn't this the German Prime Minister? What's the matter? Why are you looking for us? Hearing the arrogant tone of the first speaker over there, the German Prime Minister suddenly turned black. Is this guy crazy? Paralyzed, your American Emperor has been wiped out by Yi Tan, and you are so terrible. We want to cooperate with you to deal with Tamron Group. The German Prime Minister said slowly with a black face. The first speaker lay reclining on the chair, with Erlang's legs tilted, squinting, and said quietly, Oh, who are you all? Russia, Sun Country, Myanmar, Italy, etc. Hey, they are all countries that are not influential, and want to cooperate with the American Emperor. Wishfully, our American Emperor, without you, can destroy Yi Tan's body. The German Prime Minister on the phone, his eyes wide open. What's wrong with this Nima? Was Yi Tan's head broken? It's so arrogant that it doesn't take our country into consideration. He is so arrogant. Okay, never see again, at your own risk. After speaking, the German Prime Minister hung up. The first speaker was still blowing his whistle with Erlang's legs upright. Hey, just a few of the countries that are not influential, and want to cooperate with them. It is a wishful thinking, and the consequences are arrogant. Ha ha ha. After the destruction of Yitan, the second one is destroy your Germany. And the phone just hung up for less than half an hour. The door of the conference room was knocked open. An executive holding a mobile phone ran to the first speaker madly while still shouting, "The speaker, it's not good." Germany suddenly announced that it will form the Earth Peace Federation. What? The first speaker sat up abruptly. They even established a federation in Germany? Isn't this the federation formed by the American imperialism in their eyes? When did the overthrown Germany be so arrogant now? More. The first speaker looked at the excited and speechless executives, and a hot air suddenly appeared in his stomach. He kicked the staff member's stomach abruptly. What else? Tell me. Also, the federation formed by Germany said that it would never allow the US emperor to join, and they have already taken a series of actions against us. The German warships and warships of other countries have arrived at our ports. What? The first speaker roared incredulously. When was the US emperor forced to such a degree? Moreover, Germany is so far away from the American empire. When did they touch it? Did they also master any technology? Impossible. The ruins can't be opened so easily. Only our American emperor opened the ruins. Yes, that's it. The first speaker felt guilty in his heart, comforting himself. But Germany's arrogance really made the first speaker unable to swallow this breath. It's okay, as long as they come, we will recruit them all. It just so happens that I also want to try the power of that big killer, just from here to conquer the world. I want the world to be under my feet. A speaker looked up to heaven and laughed madly. And in the country of the sun, in a submarine underground laboratory, dozens of scientists are looking crazy at the weapons developed by the people in front of them. The research is successful. Dozens of scientists were cheering. In Osaka, the newly built capital, the Prime Minister of Japan is smelling his body at this moment. The damn smell seems to have been integrated into their bones. No matter how you wash it, they can still ask about the smell. Now even if they eat, they can also ask about the smell. The sky over Japan is no longer harassed by smog, but smelly. It won't go away for a long time. Report. At the door, a bodyguard also walked in while pressing his headset. Then the bodyguard whispered a few words in the ear of the Prime Minister. The Japanese Prime Minister stood up abruptly and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, well, now our great Japanese empire can rely on this thing to kill it back. We want to dominate the world. Ha ha ha. Come on. Tell the world that our great Japan has begun to become independent. In addition, tell the world that we, great Japan, want the Tamron group to dissipate and become an ashes. Yes, Prime Minister. The entourage nodded respectfully and happily. This time they opened the ruins and obtained various techniques that could definitely dominate the entire Earth, become the largest country on Earth, and to report the hatred that Yitan bombed Japan with excrement and urine. Want Yitan to die without a place to be buried. If you want the American emperor to die, come to the group and discuss together what kind of technology and relics they have. Chapter 189. Chapter 185, Electromagnetic Railgun, The Wrath of God. Thank you Tmall for 20,000 rewards. Thank you. People all over the world were shocked. What's wrong? Are all of them convulsed? Either this or that, and it seems that they don't put the other party in their eyes. What is even more shocking to all countries is that the Sun Nation even dared to be surrendered, and that the surname named Yitan should die without a place to bury him. This is like a beeping dog. Crazy. A country that was obviously about to be blown up by Yitan was still so arrogant. It wasn't because it was lost or mad. The Sun just issued that domineering declaration. Huaxia country directly released ruthless words on the official website. Deceive my Chinese. Humiliate our country. Fish. And the island belongs to China. If you dare to fish, and break the land on the island, let your little sun country disappear. The people of Huaxia stared. I am fucking. This time, Huaxia simply blasted the sky, and even Sun Nation didn't even look at it. It was just wiped out. Not the same as before. The Chinese people see the motherland so confident, and all of them are very excited. This is unprecedented excitement. In a word, it is to do. The small sun country that is dry will sink directly. People from all over the world are now excited about the domineering declaration of their own country. The strength of a country is the happiness of people. If the country is not strong, people will live in vain. Now no one in the countries pays attention to each other, using words to face each other. But Yi Tan was in the base, looking at those dozens of countries, threatening to destroy his base. Yi Tan had a strong murderous look in his eyes. Especially, when have I been so angry? These countries, with relics, are simply awkward and paralyzed. Let you be wicked. Red Dragon, how's the investigation going? Red Dragon thought for a while and said, Master, I hacked into all their computers, and there is no record of the ruins. In addition, they seem to be very conservative about the ruins now. So we have no way of knowing what ruins they obtained! Yi Tan frowned. Now these deflated calves have learned to be smart, knowing that we have smarts, and now they don't put any data on the computer. It is still very difficult to steal now. Can it be done by spies? Isn't this a joke? I don't see the current international situation. I can't wait to start fighting immediately. People's hearts now make it to turmoil and panic, just afraid of the start of the Third World War. Master, since the US Emperor is so arrogant to let you bombard them, it must have ulterior tactics. If we act rashly, we will definitely fall into their treacherous tricks. So it is better for us to develop steadily. As soon as Yi Tan heard it, he sat up banging, and it was okay to mention it. But Yi Tan's eyes immediately became crazy again. Safety. Now all countries have the weapon to exist side by side with space-based weapons. Now that we are safe, will they let us go? No, we can't sit still. Now that our energy points are abundant, can we start that project? Master, the electromagnetic railgun project can now be implemented. Yi Tan became excited when he heard Hong Long say this. The electromagnetic railgun was once an idea proposed by Hong Long, and the first-level scientists have been unable to solve this problem. Since the second-level scientists appeared, the electromagnetic gun was invented. This shows that the electromagnetic railgun can already be researched and born. Electromagnetic railgun. Using electromagnetic propulsion technology, perfect combination of space-based weapons and electromagnetic guns, operating in low orbit, gravity plus speed. Maximize the power of space-based weapons. Learn from the design of the revolver. A magazine can load 6 rounds of 500 kilograms mass ammunition, can fire 3 rounds per minute. Each electromagnetic railgun can wear 10 cartridges, 1 T per cartridge. The launch requires a supply of 10 perfect medium-sized nuclear fusion reactors. Every time a magazine is used, it takes 10 hours to buffer. The electromagnetic gun can make fine-tuning of the orbit, and it can aim at the target more quickly. One shot can instantly destroy first-class city and become a huge deep hit. The speed is unparalleled. Even if countries have super-speed prevention and control networks, they cannot stop the electromagnetic railgun's attack. This electromagnetic railgun and the electromagnetic gun are based on the same theory, and they are so powerful that if this thing ascends to the sky, then the Emperor of these really wants to exist. Master, it is not difficult to make it, but it takes time. Yi Tan touched his chin. Time is not good. Look at that American Emperor. He just had the ruins, so he called it so terribly. Would he still give him time? If this thing is built, it's so special, it will directly sweep the American Emperor, and the sun will pass. It is simply arrogant and unnecessary. And under the Antarctic ice cliff, in the huge space battleship, in a pink boudoir, there is a huge transparent screen with letters that do not belong to any language on the earth. There are also videos from many countries. If other countries are here, they will take a deep breath. In the video, all the relics of their country were broadcast live. Suddenly, a soft and fresh sound came from behind the screen. The show is about to begin. I really don't know who will win in the end. The voice seemed to be talking to himself. Only a paragraph of words appeared on the screen, and then disappeared. In faraway Germany, Germany has now formed the Peace Federation organization, and now within the organization, there are Russia, the Sun country and other countries. The large warships have already arrived at the US Imperial Harbor, and they just want to persecute the US Emperor. But in the German aircraft carrier, the German president was sitting on a chair and suddenly began to pull out suddenly, rolling his eyes, as if someone was transmitting some information to him. After a while, the German president regained his consciousness and adjusted his clothes. Then I entered a mysterious small room. In this room, there is a simple projection instrument that can link all countries to meet together. Among them is the Tamron base. In the Tamron base, all are intensively developing electromagnetic railguns, preparing to give the US imperialism a major blow. Master, the German Federation requires global calls. Yi Tan turned his head. Global call? This is something to do. Take it. As Yi Tan's voice just fell, 11 figures were instantly projected in the room. These 11 figures are all leaders of various countries. Yi Tan looked at everyone with a sneer. Everyone also looked at Yi Tan. At this time, the German president opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, according to the information I have received, you all seem to have acquired the relic technology, but we in Germany are very peace-loving. Therefore, I ask all countries to have an individual capability test. Of course, this test is about in the future development of various countries. If anyone fails, they will cede their land. Hand over the heritage technology. Of course, you don't need to participate in our Peace Federation. You are the first to eliminate everyone. What do you think?" Chapter 190. Chapter 186. Why, a brick is killing you. Thank you Tmall for the 20,000 reward. Yi Tan was dumbfounded to hear that. Nima, arrogant to this level, what kind of super relic technology did you take? It turned out to be compared to the individual ability. Hearing the arrogant words of Germany made other countries dumbfounded. Even the Emperor of the Sun Kingdom beeped the dog directly. What happened to Nima? Didn't you say yes, just to persecute the American Emperor alone? You are now directly dealing with everyone, looking for death. Leaders of various countries began to discuss. Although countries already have relic technology, arrogance is arrogant, but now Germany has to do it with real guns. Can they start to mess up in their hearts? Okay, I agree. The first speaker of the American Emperor tilted his nose and looked at the people with disdain. He was very happy in his heart. This time the ruins came out with the ability of individual soldiers, and now they are compared with them. It is almost death. And he can see now that Germany is too arrogant this time and has allowed those alliances that support him. We are disgusted. Agree. Leaders of various countries all agreed, and they did not want to start a third world war unless it was a last resort. Since it can be solved by comparison, let's try. Who is afraid of whom? Okay. Everyone agrees. Then set the data tomorrow. Under the attention of human beings around the world, we will compete in the Golden Triangle of No Man's Land. After speaking, the German president set his sights on Yi Tan, as did the leaders of other countries. Among so many people, perhaps only Yi Tan is more hateful, and they are about to toss their country away. Now they just want Yi Tan was completely finished. Yi Tan saw everyone's eyes and despised. Stupid force. Turn off the projection directly. The angry leaders of the countries who are still on the phone almost have their noses crooked. They had never seen such an arrogant person, who felt like a dog in their hearts. All national leaders are cruel in their hearts, and tomorrow is Yi Tan's death. In the afternoon of the same day, all countries announced the contents of this meeting globally. People all over the world are boiling. Are you coming? Is it going to be the first empire? Tomorrow is a wonderful thing that you cannot miss. In the Tenglong base, Yi Tan immediately ordered the scientists to reform the armored soldiers. This time, he could finally take revenge. And the time was delayed. When the competition was over, the US Emperor and the Sun were directly blown up through Germany. In the evening, the aircraft carriers of various countries rushed out of the Golden Triangle uninhabited area, which belongs to a large desert in the Golden Triangle. During World War II, the test nuclear bomb dropped by the state directly turned it into a desert uninhabited area. Usually few people are there. The next day, nearly 1 million people gathered in that desert no man's land at this moment. These people are all elite troops from various countries. They came this time to frighten the countries and also to pretend to compare. All countries are acting. Many surveillance cameras were also placed in the huge open space surrounded by people. On the camera, there are nationalities. This time it was also a live broadcast, and it was all live broadcasts of famous names from various countries. The test is at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now people from all over the world have gradually come together, and the audience sitting in front of the TV is also paying attention. This is a rare live broadcast in a century, and it is not to be missed. This is also the belief in the hearts of people from all countries. The Huaxia live broadcaster is exactly that Fan Jian. He is now a well-known reporter. The Chinese people admire him for his shameful appearance, which is even worse than Yi Tan. On a high platform, Fan Jian held a binoculars in one hand, looking at the battlefield being cleared, and said, "Dear viewers, what you see now is the power of the countries in this competition. Now that all countries have arrived, there is only one power left, and that is our famous Damron group, Yi Tan." After Fan Jian said proudly, he continued to look at the sky with a telescope. "Fuck coming." Fan Jian stood up abruptly, shouting towards the distance in the sky. Then cameras from various countries all looked towards the sky. In the sky, the overwhelming anti-gravity sports cars, like an army of locusts, are densely packed. Very shocking. And the leaders of various countries have gathered together, with a look of hatred looking at the anti-gravity sports car that pulls the wind in the sky. The first speaker of the US Imperial Speaker said disdainfully, "Hey, what about pulling the wind? In a few days, their group will no longer exist. Let them stay there for a few days." And at this moment, the anti-gravity sports car in the sky suddenly groaned. The whole sky was trembling slightly. The awe-inspiring leaders of various countries took a breath. Yi Tan is still the same Yi Tan, not scared by the relics of other countries, and he is as arrogant as ever. The anti-gravity stopped neatly on the ground. All the soldiers gathered together. 80,000 people, all of them at the top of the first class, were wearing exoskeleton suits and holding electromagnetic guns, ran to the place belonging to Yi Tan. As for the place that belongs to Yi Tan, a little bit has been squeezed by the forces of various countries, and it seems to look down upon Yi Tan. Fan Jian roared, "Live." Dear viewers, Yi Tan appeared. Look at those fighters. They are the elites of the world. Compared with Yi Tan, the fighters of those countries are nothing but dirt. And I found that our Chinese fighters, and Yi Tan's fighters are still somewhat similar. Now, countries are squeezing Yi Tan, and the venues belonging to Yi Tan are very rare. What will our Yi Tan do? Yi Tan came to their place of production and looked at a field that was not even enough for a medium-sized football field. His expression suddenly became gloomy. These people are looking for death. Yi Tan was angry, and the 80,000 soldiers behind him became violent. They saluted Yi Tan suddenly, and slammed their right foot. In an instant, a hole was stepped out of the ground. Hiss. Everyone in the world took a deep breath. Is this Nima still a human? Superhuman? Even Fan Jian was shocked and speechless. Yi Tan looked at the left and the right. They were all his enemies. The left was from the Sun country, and the right was from Russia. There was no good bird. On the left, the little emperor of the Sun Kingdom is already standing far away, looking at Yi Tan laughingly. His expression is still very sad. Yi Tan's face was cold, and he walked towards the Emperor of Japan. The Emperor of the Sun Kingdom suddenly lifted his heart when he saw Yi Tan coming, and the guards around him all held up their guns and aimed at Yi Tan. Yi Tan walked to the Sun Nation army, looked at the Emperor nestled inside, and smiled disdainfully. Suddenly, the Emperor was angry and beat the dog. Do you look down on me? I have hundreds of thousands of troops here. I don't believe you dare to do it. The Emperor of the Sun Kingdom thought in his heart, and then boldly walked towards Yi Tan. With a confident swing of his hand, the army put down their guns. So many countries watched, Don't believe how you can drop me. Fan Jian didn't dare to speak when he saw it. He held his breath and looked at the two sides. He knew Yi Tan's character, it was purely neurotic, and the Japanese emperor was simply desperate. Seeing the Japanese emperor coming, Yi Tan sneered even more disdainfully, and then waved to the Japanese emperor. The Japanese emperor stood there angrily and stopped leaving. Yi Tan was taken aback. Oh, shameless, then I will go over. With that said, Yi Tan walked towards the Emperor of Japan. The Emperor of Japan saw Yi Tan approaching him, and he was immediately happy. This is like a sheep entering the wolf's mouth. In my army, how can you drop me? Yi Tan walked up to the little emperor, sneered slightly, and then said, Hey, silly force, how are you? A mount? The Japanese emperor was stunned. Although he was proficient in Chinese, Yi Tan was stupid when he came up directly forcing him to react. I saw Yi Tan directly drew out a square and angular divine tool from behind. Yes, it was a brick, and slammed it at the emperor's head. Boom. Anyone who wipes Naima, isn't it very hungry? After Yi Tan roared, another brick went up. Pretend to be forced. Continue wiping Nima. Boom. The head of the Japanese emperor was directly beaten to shreds by Yi Tan with a brick, and the brain and meat were scattered directly on the ground. The whole scene fell silent for a while. Everyone was blindfolded and stared blankly. I wiped this. Yi Tan's speed was too fast, less than 3 seconds. The head of the Japanese emperor headshot directly, and the Japanese guards reacted. Stupid. Da. In an instant, the overwhelming bullets poured directly towards Yi Tan. But Yi Tan's troops fired directly. The whole scene fought directly. It's fighting. The Japanese emperor was directly killed by Yi Tan's bricks. Fuck. It's so exciting. Chapter 191. Chapter 187. Crazy situation. Pretend to be compared. Keep going. Yi Tan's yellow brick slammed into the head of the Japanese emperor frantically. Brick by brick. He didn't give any reaction to the Japanese emperor, just grabbing the emperor's neck and smashing it madly. Yi Tan's expression was staring like a cow. His expression was crazy, and his mouth was talking like a second-rate man on the street. Fuck. It's fighting. Fan Jian yelled frantically on the screen. The Chinese people went violently and went crazy. It was so exciting. They came up and killed the Emperor of Japan. There was no one at the scene. Yi Tan shot the Japanese empress to death, and then ran towards his troops frantically, after pretending to be better than waiting to die. And the Japanese guards, how could it be possible to let Yi Tan go, and come up directly to kill our prime minister, and still let you live? It's so deceiving. It was impossible for hundreds of thousands of soldiers to shoot together, but they immediately began to jam and the whole scene was in chaos. And Yi Tan was still running wildly. The next moment, the anti-gravity sports car parked at the rear screamed, and rose all the time. Vulcan Gatling was directly erected on the left and right, and shot at the Japanese guards. The soldiers below directly loaded the bullets. The 0.5 kilograms mass bullet. Boom. Tens of thousands of mass bullets were overwhelmingly fired towards the Japanese guards. Boom. The power of that mass shell is similar to that of a small steel cannon. Each shell can take hundreds of lives. The soldiers were still firing frantically, and the Gatling in the sky was also spinning frantically, and the golden bullet shot out. The leaders of various countries gathered on that high platform saw the sudden war. Their hearts are beeping dogs. What's the matter? Why is there a fight over there? The German president asked with a gloomy look at the battlefield roaring in the distance. The first speaker, sitting on the side with Erlang's legs tilted, eating grapes and spitting out grape skins disdainfully said, "What else can it be? That neuropathy Yi Tan must have committed a crime. He must have done something wicked." After the first speaker finished speaking, the leaders of all countries in the room looked sideways. Nima, is there a president who is so insensitive to you? Mad. This is a global live broadcast. Are you really good like this? Since the first speaker was vomiting blood by Yi Weather, his head was a little abnormal, and he often laughed crazily in the middle of the night, and didn't know what he was laughing at, just like being crazy. At this moment, a bodyguard came up and whispered into the ear of the German president, not knowing what he said. The German president's eyes widened suddenly, and he shouted in horror, "Really?" Then the Japanese prime minister was beaten to death by Yi Tanyi with a brick. Puff. The first speaker of the US imperial speaker spit out the grapes that had just not lowered his throat, and looked at the German president blindly. Then his eyes rolled twice and he started laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, I was photographed to death, and the filming is good. This kind of stooges, you deserve to die. Ha ha ha, good. The first speaker laughed wildly and yelled. The German president has a gloomy face, isn't it? Isn't the running dog just talking about himself? Isn't the son going to take refuge in the last? It depends on the owner to beat a dog. Yi Tan is too arrogant. Go, tell General Rima, let him surround me with Japan and Yi Tan. Let them stop fighting for me. The bodyguard heard the German president say so and immediately nodded and ran off. And just after that bodyguard went down. Suddenly, in this presidential position, a famous bodyguard saw a bright spot in the sky and shouted in horror, "I wipe, missile." Immediately, bodyguards from various countries came to their respective presidents and took cover. The bomb exploded directly toward the presidential stand. Boom! The soaring flames simply didn't get close to these presidents, or else Nima would have ended immediately and the leaders of all countries would have died. Yi Tan, Yi Tan. Germany and other leaders are yelling up to the sky. Needless to say, only that day the neurosis would do such a thing. Give me a shock to them. Don't fight. Don't fight. The German president roared furiously, and the other leaders also gave orders to their troops with a look of anger. But Yi Tan had already returned to the army at this moment, and his heart was boiling as he watched the army scod blocking and killing God. The soldiers nowadays are simply invincible. Go down with one shot. Tusk, does Japan still have soldiers? Seeing the circle of soldiers from various countries surrounded outside, Yi Tan directly ordered to stop the attack. It wasn't that he was cowardly, was that the special Japanese soldier began to flee. The hundreds of thousands of troops, crowded together, being attacked by Yi Tan as a target. Can it not be chaotic? Moreover, the Huaxia troops next door. The reason why the Huaxia troops stand with Japan is because, in a word, the troops directly do it. Anyway, the Chinese are now infected with Yi Tan's crazy. In short, in a word, it is awkward. Just do it. The battlefield was quiet. Japan was immediately crippled, and the huge army began to retreat to the side. Even the Russian next to it, seeing the cannibalistic eyes of Yi Tan's army, retreated in horror. Nima, this is a group of neuroses. Isn't it just a suppression? You shoot the prime minister to death, who is so crazy in this world. Seeing that his place was getting bigger, Yi Tan sneered to disperse the troops. One person directly occupied the position of two people. The Japanese prime minister was called to death by Yi Tan with a brick, and the right-wing deputy emperor directly took over everything in the country. Looking at the tens of thousands of troops, the number of troops was less than 100,000, and there was a sense of despair in his heart. It was finally quiet. Yi Tan didn't make any noise anymore. After the battle just now, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But Yi Tan stopped making noise, but Fan Jian was trembling, still shouting frantically. Did you see? Did you see? That day the Emperor Devil was directly killed by Yi Tan's bricks. Ha ha ha, it's too unpopular. Kill the devil, let them keep suppressing us! Exclamation mark. On the side, the Japanese reporter who was broadcasting live, staring at Fan Jian with a hideous and distorted expression. The Emperor of Japan was directly killed by Yi Tan. He was unable to suffocate a word from beginning to end because he didn't know what to say. I've never seen this kind of thing. Have you ever seen a president who just came to power, was directly killed by a brick? It's so ridiculous. But it happened to Yi Tan. What can you do to him? Now this product is still talking about it. The murderous gaze of a Japanese reporter could kill Fan Jian hundreds of millions of times. Fan Jian saw the murderous eyes of the Japanese reporter and shouted directly, "What are you looking at? Look at you. I will wipe Nima, Let you take a look. Fan Jian directly slammed the camera at the head of the Japanese devil reporter. Chapter 192. Chapter 188. Another emperor died. Thank Sander for his great reward. Thank Fan Jian fought directly on the reporter stage. It was a madness. The camera smashed like crazy, and no one stopped at all. And below, the leaders of the various countries have now returned to their own country's position, especially, they are gathering together, and they have not been killed by Yi Tan directly. The German president stood on the high platform, staring coldly at the quiet troops below. He cleared his throat and said into the microphone, "Now, the competition is ready to begin. Countries will send their strongest combat capabilities. First of all, we have to ask the leaders of the countries to come up and draw lots." Hearing this, Yi Tan sneered, still playing quite sluggishly. Drawing lots. Yi Tan strode directly towards the high platform, and the leaders of the country also walked towards it. Just walked through the Japanese realm. The new emperor, who had just taken office for less than 20 minutes, looked at Yi Tan with a look of anger, and the murderous intent in his eyes. He just wanted to pinch Yi Tan to death. Yi Tan sneered contemptuously and continued to walk forward. And just when it was about to pass the Japanese military field, boom, there was a gunshot. And in that Japanese army, a Japanese sergeant actually took a gun and drove towards Yi Tan. Yi Tan heard the noise, and his back swished to cool, and he rolled towards the ground. Wow! Regarding this sudden change, everyone's mind was suddenly lifted, and the warriors in the Huaxia domain directly raised their guns and aimed at this little devil and Yi Tan's troops. Suddenly, all the soldiers had a bloody murderous look in their eyes. Fire! Fire! A Japanese non-commissioned officer yelled in front of the troops. His heart was terrified. This Nemo wants to do something. But Yi Tan stood up. His eyes were cold, like an ice cellar, and the killing intent in his heart was so dense that he had the heart to slaughter the entire Japanese army. And the new Japanese emperor, seeing Yi Tan's crazy eyes, trembled in his heart. He didn't know how the former emperor died, because the former emperor glanced at Yi Tan more in the crowd. He was shot dead with a brick. And this time, the new emperor's desire to die is all there. And he would have long known that he would not find such a valiant soldier to shoot. It's okay if you said you hit the dog, but you beeped the dog and missed nothing. It's over, it's over, Yi Tan is here. The new emperor trembled, and his calves trembled rhythmically. Don't come over. The new emperor yelled in shock. Yi Tan saw the look that the emperor was about to urinate that day, and his face suddenly showed a contemptuous expression. And suddenly he no longer wanted to kill this guy. Yi Tan stood quietly. The new emperor was trembling in the distance. His brain is blank now. When he encounters this kind of murderous neurosis, he can stand now, which is pretty good. What does Yi Tan mean now? Do you let me go? The new emperor comforted himself and walked slowly towards the high platform. But after the shock just now, his legs were a little numb, and when he walked, he didn't listen to his orders. Passing slowly in front of Yi Tan suddenly turned around when he first passed. Suddenly, the new emperor shuddered. What did he see? Yi Tan had a brick behind him. Thinking of the tragic death of the former emperor, an extremely foul-smelling tuft was ejected from his lower body, and the back of the pear was directly wet. Yi Tan didn't want to look at the goods, but suddenly smelled a pungent smell. Yi Tan turned his head and stared at the emperor that day. The emperor also felt the bitter killing intent behind him, turned his head, trembling at Yi Tan, and smiled reluctantly. But the killing intent in Yi Tan's eyes grew stronger. The emperor spouted a little directly that day. Fuck, you are so bullying. You have been disgusting me with shit. Yi Tan took out the brick directly from behind. When the emperor saw that day, his eyes were suddenly black and he fell directly to the ground. The moment he fell, Yi Tan grabbed his collar directly, and the brick slammed at the emperor's head. Beep the dog, let you sneak attack, let you poop and smoke me, you are simply deceiving too much. Boom. A brick, the emperor's head that day opened the scoop directly. Let you deceive people too much. Boom. With this brick, the new emperor's eyes popped out directly. The whole head was filled with red blood, and there was a trace of viscous yellow liquid in his eyes. Make you sick of me, attack me. Boom. 3 combos of bricks. That day, the Emperor's head was directly smashed, and the brain tissue of the walnut kernel became fragments, splashing all over the sky. The whole scene is blinded. Why is it fighting again? Fan Jian took a breath of excitement when he saw it. Dear viewers, have you seen it? Yi Tan killed another Japanese emperor. Niang. This emperor was killed by Yi Tan before he took office 10 minutes. It's so cool. And the people of Huaxia looked at them dumbfounded. Some men froze in their mouths with cigarettes in their mouths, beeping in their hearts, staring dumbfounded. 6666. Irub, this is already the second emperor of Japan. Is there any more in Japan? Ha ha ha. Cool. Japan is only the second emperor. Do you know how many presidents the US emperor has now? Since Yi Tan appeared, how many presidents has the US emperor changed? Beep the dog. Ha ha ha, my brother is amazing. Yi Tan can now become a presidential killer. Don't let him approach the leaders of the country, or he will be killed. Ha ha ha, you said Yi Tan will go up there. Someone and Yi does the sky stand together? Go up to draw lots. Don't be kidding me, I really suspect that Yi Tan will kill all the presidents here one by one, and the troops will be slaughtered. It's crazy, I'm so passionate. I really want to rush to do it. Just now my mother asked me why I watched the video on my knees. I told my mother that I live in a fake earth. At the scene, everyone was stunned. The incident was so sudden, it was like walking alone. Suddenly another person attacked you, and all of them were strangers, so just do it. It's a beeping dog. Then the lungs of the German president were about to explode. What's more, it's not 3 hours before Nima, and Japan has died and 2 emperors have stood up. Can you stop messing up? But Germany did not dare to go up and stop it. This time, under the attention of the world, Japan first shot Yi Tan. Fire? Bragging, your home is fired and you take aim, or shoot toward the front left, to pull the calf. Yi Tan doesn't do you. Who do you do? No one can save you if you want to die. To be continued. The follow-up will be more exciting. Please pay attention. Chapter 193. Chapter 189. The Battle of Domination. Thank you Anda for the reward. Thank you. Yi Tan's madness shocked everyone. This Nima is too crazy, just don't want it. Within 20 minutes, 2 Japanese emperors were killed directly. Why don't you go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Even the Japanese guards, watching the Japanese emperor who had just taken office were killed again, could only stare dumbfounded and clenched the double grabs. They didn't dare to move now. The corpses of the tens of thousands of massacres just now were still thrown there. If they were fighting with Yi Tanzu, it would be an act of seeking death. It was not worth it for an emperor. I was saying that I didn't see the commander-in-chief of the army, and they were all blinded and drafted and stood there. Yi Tan grabbed the Japanese emperor's collar with his head turned into flesh, and threw it at his troops. The fat and short body, with a bang, fell directly in front of Yi Tan's troops. I saw Yi Tan's troops slamming through an aisle, and 2 mechanical wolfhounds rushed directly from behind. They swooped directly on the body of the Japanese emperor and tore them fiercely. The mouth went down, and the sharp teeth directly evoked a large red intestine. Phew. This scene directly made everyone see it. This is not the first time Yi Tan's wolf dog cannibalized people, but every time he saw it, there was an inexplicable feeling of vomiting. That feeling, people just want to vomit bitterness. The eyes of the leaders of the countries are gloomy, and this is no way to go on, even if the countries have the relics, and they are so arrogant, but Yi Tan's things are even more arrogant than them. One person can shock a country. Yi Tan has done it. Yi Tan's black and gold battle clothes had already been dyed red with blood at this moment, and the red blood, like a scene of hell, felt the violent aura of Yi Tan's body. Just as scared them, their scalp numb. Yi Tan walked towards the high platform, and along the way, the commander-in-chief of the troops standing in front of the countries all walked back slightly. They don't want to be shot to death by Yi Tan's neurosis for no reason. If the shot is dead, It will be useless to go to hell to beep. When they came to the high platform, the leaders of those countries asked about the strong smell of blood on Yitan, frowning, and gathered in fear. Seeing Yitan's powerful deterrence, the German president was very uncomfortable. He clearly organized this competition. Why Yitan snatched the limelight? Why did the ruins in the possession of one's own country dare to be called the first, and no one would dare to be the second? But why didn't Yitan see it? German president in his heart crazy growler. The skin and flesh on his face were trembling slightly, and his eyes were full of boundless killing intent. He has now realized that Yitan is a tens of thousands of years insane. Even if countries have relics, they will not be seen. It must be killed, otherwise, the world will become Yitan one day. Yitan, the individual capability of your troops has surpassed the national level. I ask you to play. The German president stared at Yitan gloomily and said, "Wow." As soon as the words of the German president came out, the entire high platform leaders made a noise. Short-term shocked voices also appeared in the troops of various countries. But reporters from all over the world are excited. Only Fan Jian was angry. Staring firmly at the high platform, people all over the world were shocked in their hearts. They didn't expect that Germany would even ask for it, so would Yitan agree to it? And Yitan stared at the leaders of the country with the German president on the high platform with biting eyes. Of course he knows what German peace is, isn't it just to let him die? But is it possible? And just when Yitan hadn't spoken, the countries were staring at him. Yitan's troops were moving. I don't know where a dozen huge gongs and drums were brought. Boom, boom, boom. I saw the heavy beating of gongs and drums, immediately causing everyone's hearts to boil. Listening to the drums, their blood flowed back. Boom. This time, the 80,000 soldiers saluted Yitan together, and the movement of their feet directly caused the sand on the entire desert to bounce. War. The soldier in front of him slammed up to the sky and screamed, and the right arm of the tightly held gun was violently violent. War, war, war. The overwhelming killing intent of the 80,000 soldiers, that simple word of war, roared out a taste that made everyone fearful. War, war, war. 80,000 warriors are all looking up to the sky and roaring, as if they are all looking forward to this battle for dominance. The leaders of various countries were dumbfounded. What happened? Did Yitan's troops rebel and revolt? But the German president was ecstatic in his heart. These 80,000 fighters demanded a fight. It was the sound of nature. It felt like God helped him. Boom, 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 boom. The bloody drums sounded on this battlefield. The fighting spirit of the 80,000 fighters made everyone take a breath, and everyone looked at that crazy troop with envy. It's simply that every country can have such a troop. Heavenly soldier. Nothing can stop. And Yitan's cold heart was aroused by the sound of drums. The war intent in Yitan's eyes was also condensed. In the Red Police, there is a hidden rule, that is, as long as the leader is singled out, he must fight, and the dominance is their deep support. It is also the obsession in their hearts. The master is powerful and crazy, and the soldiers will be even more crazy and cruel. Of course, a weak opponent can never be a dominant opponent, because they are not worthy. There are also powerful opponents who invite to fight, but the soldiers believe in the master, the omnipotent master, the spiritual pillar master. Even if it is not beaten, even if it is injured, they will all rush to avenge the master one by one, even if they die. But they don't need a cowardly master. War. Yitan exclaimed. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire sky solidified and transformed into that overwhelming killing intent and that crazy fighting intent. Boom, boom, boom. Every drumbeat was accompanied by the sound of the soldiers stomping their right foot, as if to cheer for their master. It is good. The German president heard it and shouted happily. He was eager for Yitan to fight. Yitan's troops couldn't do it. But Yitan, that's not necessarily true. Boom. Just as the German president was laughing wildly, he was suddenly hit on the back of the head, and his entire consciousness was instantly tranced. But immediately followed by the second heavy blow, The German president's consciousness directly darkened. At the moment he fainted, he seemed to hear someone yelling in the distance. Fuck. Yi Tan shot the president with a brick again. Chapter 194. Chapter 190, Solo Test. Look, the German president is being beaten by Yi Tan. With a horrified roar, everyone looked. That's not the case. Yi Tan didn't know when, and holding the blood-soaked brick, he knocked the head of the German president. The brick hit the German president's head. With that blow, the bricks shattered in all directions, as if hitting some hard objects. What? Yi Tan muttered to himself, then grabbed the German president's brain and pulled it fiercely. Laugh. The sound was like tearing pigskin. I saw the German president's brain scratched on Yi Tan's hand, and under the fainted German president's brain, there was a bright and shiny iron skin. Yi Tan sneered, then kicked the German president fiercely. This guy is so afraid of death, he has prepared a tin case on his head. Is he afraid of being shot at him? What Yi Tan hates most for his life is the kind of villain who plays tricks behind his back, and there are people who can't hide the murderous intent to kill him in front of him. When encountering such a person, Yi Tan never talks nonsense. It is just a brick fall. What conspiracy, what kind of routine, can block the powerful power of the brick? Facing Yi Tan's crazy look, the leaders of all countries are sitting on pins and needles in panic, and they are really afraid that Yi Tan will suddenly give them a brick. The panic in their hearts plunged the entire battlefield into an awkward atmosphere. As for the game, why did 2 presidents die and 1 president before it started? The game still has to go on, but now Yi Tan is on top. No one came forward to host it. This rare scene outside the year is simply beeping. Standing in the distance, the confident senior Chinese leaders all stepped forward. Into the microphone, he waved his big arm and said in Mandarin, "The test begins." As someone began to host, all the country leaders began to draw lots. Draw, but a huge box, from 1 to 6, a total of 2 pairs. If you draw exactly the same one, then it is your opponent. The leaders of various countries closed their eyes and talked about their ideas, hoping that Yi Tan could be drawn. After all, Yi Tan was not like those warriors perverted, and leaders of various countries were more confident in their respective countries' heritage weapons. If Yi Tan is drawn, Yi Tan must die ugly. The leaders of the countries have already drawn the numbers, and they all looked at the numbers in their hands. After reading the numbers, the whole atmosphere changed in the next second. Each of them looked at each other in pairs, and their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and endless fighting spirit. And there is only one country, the country without a president, the Sun Nation. The commander-in-chief of the Sun Nation's troops this time, looking at Yi Tan with a distorted and aggrieved face, but then turned into a hideous look. Very fierce. Yes, Japan corresponds to Yi Tan. Other countries looked at Yi Tan jokingly, as if Yi Tan would pass away forever in this competition. Yi Tan saw that everyone's eyes were full of killing intent against him, and he immediately took out a brick from behind and kept throwing it in his hands. "If my bricks go down, you may die." Speaking of these words, the leaders of the country immediately retreated, paralyzed, and Yi Tan was crazy now, and he could hardly see anyone. And under the Antarctic iceberg, in the pink boudoir, in front of the big screen, a young girl was lying on the pink soft round sofa. This girl is also 15 or 16 years old, with golden hair, white and flawless skin, a pair of big eyes, very bright, with a pair of ponytails, wearing a pink and white sailor suit, beautiful legs, and her chest and abdomen. 2 white Roshans are the same. In the middle of the Roshans, a red shining gem hangs. If Yi Tan stood here, according to his rating of beautiful women, this beautiful girl would be above Natasha. This seems to come from a fairy in the forest. As long as you look at it, everyone will be melted by this beautiful girl. Are you going to start? Finally there is a good show. The girl lay on the soft sofa. Her voice was as clear as a silver bell, and it was very sweet, shaking the golden ponytail, making everyone cute. And in the video in front of the beautiful girl, that picture is exactly the live broadcast of the Golden Triangle No Man's Land, and the competition from various countries. and in the Golden Triangle no man's land. All countries are ready to start the competition. Dear viewers, the national competition is about to begin. Just now we have obtained the assignment list for this competition. First of all, the first team in the competition is Italy against the US. The US Emperor who was bombed by Yitan 12. The US Emperor whose economy has regressed for 50 years, and the US Emperor who died of 2 presidents. What kind of individual technology will they use to fight against Italy? Stay. Fan Jian was broadcast live with unprecedented seriousness. But he couldn't conceal his guilty heart. Just now, the live broadcast could vomit blood to all the people of the US Empire. The shame of the country is now being talked about, and it is still broadcasted globally. This is very Fan Jian. It's getting started. Look, everyone. The first person to appear is the Italian individual player. Look, the individual ability of Italy turned out to be an exoskeleton armor. How similar is it to the exoskeleton worn by Yitan fighters? Ah, no. His exoskeleton armor seems to have a different change from Yitan. Only after the battle can we know the power of the Italian exoskeleton armor. Leaders of various countries also looked at the Italian players standing on the battlefield. They all sneered at once. An exoskeleton battle armor dared to appear on the stage. Although the exoskeleton has surpassed the level of Earth civilization, for the leaders of all countries, still not good enough. The president of Italy, with a look of anger, although his country's exoskeleton is relatively low level, but who cannot have a whole card. And that cheap reporter Fan Jian of Huaxia Live. He just beeped the dog. You directly and preconceived to slander Italy once. Are you really good? No way. Fan Jian's voice was the loudest on the stage of the reporter. That voice simply overwhelmed the entire battlefield. Some reporters were dumbfounded, almost discarded the camera and turned away. You have such a loud voice, how can we broadcast it? Oh, our 50-50 regressive economy that was bombed by people has blown up the capital. The US Emperor is on the stage. Wow, they actually bullied the small with the big. The US Emperor's individual ability this time turned out to be a huge giant. Can the little Italian single player beat the tortured American Emperor? Well, the competition is about to begin. We will wait and see who will win or lose. The first speaker sitting on the leadership seat snorted angrily, his nose almost crooked. This Huaxia reporter is even more arrogant than Yitan. Must find a chance to kill. Chapter 195. Chapter 191. Who else? Thanks to Elder Rock for the reward. Thank on the scene. A giant 4 meters tall, on his shoulders, there are 2 huge 30-tube Gatling, and on his arm there are several huge rocket launchers. In the hands of the steel giant, holding 2 huge long knives, there was a sizzling electric current on the long knives. I saw the former giant stomp fiercely towards the ground. A huge pit appeared immediately. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. I didn't expect the US Emperor to have such a powerful single Zolgia mesh. Is this different from a heavy robot? The Italian individual players also stomped. Boom, a footprint appeared. Ha 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 ha, ha ha, you still stomped like others. You are a little exoskeleton armored soldier, compared with my heavy armored soldier. Are you stupid? The first speaker of the American Emperor looked at the exoskeleton soldier stomping, and suddenly laughed out. The president of Italy, with a face of anger, swore in his heart that he must look good when he goes back. You say you have nothing to do. Game start. A man shouted with a megaphone. In an instant, the war was about to start. The former huge heavy armored soldier used the 2 sharp swords, one foot slammed forward, and the right knife slammed toward the exoskeleton warrior. Boom, a huge dust was stirred up in an instant. The huge armored soldier, the red mask lit up, and seeing the place where it was cut, there was no one. The Italian exoskeleton warrior had no idea where he was going. The right foot that had stepped back violently retracted and stood up, and the right knife also slashed across to the right. The body also followed the rotation. The huge machete made a loud explosion directly in the air. Call. There is no machete again. All the audience was boiling. What they saw? The exoskeleton warrior, the speed is super fast, as if the spring is installed under the feet. The jumping height and running speed are very fast. And everyone saw the power of that huge armored soldier, and a gap appeared directly when they went down. They were also very powerful, but they were far inferior to the Italian players in terms of agility. The first speaker's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect that the Italian exoskeleton could be so powerful and fast. If so, then this battle will be fought. But the Italian president was full of excitement, rubbing his right thumb and index finger in excitement. There are still a lot of whole cards that have not been played. If the American emperor can be defeated, it will be a supreme honor, and the American emperor will cede the land. Think about it, and I feel good. And that Fan Jian, looking at the entire battlefield with disdain, didn't need his introduction at this time, because the above was just notified. Let him be Loke, afraid that this guy will be hacked to death. In the Tenglong unit in the distance, Yi Tanzing watched the big and small hide and seek in the battle circle. Red Dragon, what principle is used by the Italian exoskeleton? It can run so fast. Master, the technology used in Italy may be magnet gravity. On the legs of the exoskeleton suit, there are a pair of positive and negative magnets. When a jump is needed, the positive and negative magnets will collide, allowing the user to jump. Sex and agility have been greatly increased, but this exoskeleton can cause huge damage to the body. If you can't feel it proficiently, it is very likely that your legs will be amputated directly by the positive and negative magnets. Hearing Hong Long's explanation, Yi Tan immediately lost any interest in this technology. To put it bluntly, it means that the magnet spring is installed. The higher the adjustment, the higher the agility speed, and the others are useless. On the battlefield, great changes have already taken place. The Italian player who had been peekaboo started to attack. The exoskeleton player jumped directly onto the huge battle armor and slammed on the head of the huge battle armor of the Emperor, as if to break the head of the huge battle armor abruptly. The real battle is about to begin. I saw the huge armored shoulders and 50 barrels of Gatling began to spin frantically. Spray the tongue directly. That huge body, with a fierce flick, wanted to fly the Italian player. But it doesn't seem so satisfactory. Bang bang bang. The exoskeleton warrior lying on the US armored soldier madly hammered the huge head. Moreover, his exoskeleton hands actually stimulated a red light to sweep towards the huge head. X-laser rays. The leaders of various countries all took a breath. X-laser imagined that they all have research, but there has been no alternative energy source, and they cannot be carried or loaded. Therefore, they have not succeeded in research and gave up. Unexpectedly, Italy actually developed this kind of radiation. It means that they have this energy technology. At least they have solved the problem. The huge mecha seemed to feel the danger coming, and when the X-laser rays approached the head, the huge head snapped away, become two halves. The exoskeleton warrior who was holding it was suddenly shaken off by this sudden change, standing dangling on the huge armored Gatling. And at this moment, the head that was turned into two halves stretched out a huge artillery from the inside, aiming at the exoskeleton warrior with a bang. The exoskeleton warrior's eyes shrank suddenly. He didn't expect that the huge armor would have such a trick. Boom! A ball of flames swallowed directly on the shoulders of the huge mecha. The exoskeleton warrior was directly swallowed by the fire, and the exploded body parts were flying all over the sky. Seeing this situation, the Italian president immediately slapped the table angrily and walked directly towards his troops, waiting for the end of the competition. He didn't expect that the exoskeleton armor of his country's research would be defeated so easily. Obviously there are still many whole cards that have not been played. Blame that damn soldier. The Italian president gritted his teeth and hated in his heart. He felt that this should not be the case. But it still happened. And the first speaker of the American emperor saw that the battle was over, and his American emperor directly won. So he stood up and waved towards the American Imperial Army. From the American Imperial Army, there was an overwhelming roar. The first speaker was very happy. His face was flushed. When the US Emperor Mecha on the battlefield was about to go back, suddenly, he stopped and stood quietly on the spot. The first speaker was a little startled. What's wrong? Did something go wrong? People all over the world looked at it puzzledly, thinking in their hearts that the US Emperor Mecha was probably broken. But at this moment, the mesh was holding double knives, slashing left and right in the air, turned around, pointed at the powers of various countries in a circle in the distance, and made the roaring electronic sound. Who else doesn't agree? Let's do it together. Puff. Hearing this, the first speaker of the US Emperor spurted blood from the corner of his mouth with angrily, looking at him incredibly. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that this was done by the American Emperor, because there were no living people in the Mecha, all were controlled by computers. Moreover, the news came just now that the Mecha is not controlled at all. This means that someone invaded and controlled the Mecha. Chapter 196. Chapter 192. Who am I crazy for? Thanks to Sister Oba for the 20,000 reward. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone knows that the US imperialism is very arrogant. But now, I did not expect that he was bombed by Yi-Tan so many times. Even the president killed too. The capital was bombed into a deep pit, and the economy went backwards for 50 years. Still so arrogant. Do you really think they are the American Emperor who used to be in everyone's hearts? They thought that the American Emperor was crazy, that he was really crazy, and he was going to challenge all countries. Isn't this looking for death? Do you really think your American Emperor is #1 in the world? It is good. Okay. Agree, this idea is good. One by one is too time consuming. It is better to have a melee together. The leaders of all countries smiled. They longed for such a result. If they were to compete one by one, it would be too fair. It is not as good as this kind of melee, where the countries can join forces in private. Hearing that all countries had agreed, the first speaker of the US Emperor was as disgusting as eating xiang. There is no way now. The American Emperor can only bite the bullet. Before the American Emperor nodded, many national individual players have already appeared on the stage. Seeing that the American Emperor's heart is ashamed as a beeping dog, it is simply a deception. But Yi-Tan was a little confused. He was a little doubtful whether the first speaker of the American Emperor was neurotic and how to make this choice. According to Red Dragon's analysis, the American Emperor's heavy armor is now somewhat damaged, and cannot reach perfect combat power at all. So why did it still make such a move? Yi-Tan was a little suspicious, since he had made this choice. Then come and stop. Dear viewers, have you seen that the invincible American Emperor has provoked various countries among them, and now the individual capabilities of various countries have been played? Look at it. The individual capabilities of all countries seem to be mechas. Have all countries already mastered this technology? No. There are still a few who are in the physical battle. We will wait and see what ulterior cards they have. Fan Jian took the microphone and stood on the high platform and roared, "Live." This is also the above arrangement. Since the American Emperor is so arrogant, then give him more publicity. The people on the American side saw that their country had made such a choice. Everyone was dumbfounded. I have some doubts in my heart. Is it possible that the technology of your own country has surpassed that of other countries? Can already be swept away? Countries have already played. Only one person is short of it and you can compete. The eyes of all countries are in the direction of the Tamron group. Boom, boom, boom. With the dull drums sounded again. Everyone mentioned in their hearts, they knew that Yi-Tan was about to play. Swish. With a sound that broke through the air, everyone looked up, and Yi-Tan was wearing a red gold steel suit, floating down from the air. The appearance is the same as that of the movie Iron Man. With his red eyes, he stared at the people around him and inspected. Everyone in the world is looking at the steel underneath. For them, this steel suit is not greasy to look at. This appearance is better than all countries. It's simply not a class. That made his heavy mecha saw Yi-Tan, the last person on the field, before the international referee started shouting. Suddenly, a sky-splitting style slashed towards Australia's enhanced units not far away. Then Australia's enhanced arms were stunned in the distance, and the referee hadn't said the start. Puff. The enhanced unit was directly chopped in half, and the blood exploded in the air like splashing water, and then spilled down, directly dyeing this big sword red and coquettish. The President of Australia was stunned in the distance on the spot, and said dumbfounded, Dead? The first speaker sitting not far away was also shocked by his country's Mecca. He didn't expect that Mecca was so beautiful and very beautiful. No, you foul. The referee hasn't called to start. The Australian president snarled frantically at the first speaker, his own country's enhanced arms, and there are so many hole cards that have not been shown. The biggest hole card, it can directly blow this place to the ground. Does your country cut the land for others like this? Is this a joke? Hey, your skills are not as good as others. Don't blame the referee, you are on the battlefield. And wait for the enemy to start shouting? The first speaker counterattacked disdainfully. The Australian president, who choked directly, was speechless. Yes, on the battlefield. Wait for the enemy to say start. But this is not really a battlefield. What about a good international competition? What about your morals? Australia seemed to be beeped by 10,000 dogs. On the battlefield, the American emperor, who suddenly violently killed one person, directly shocked the players from all over the world. All of them ran out of their hearts. What are they doing? Get a blood before they even start. What are you looking at? Seek death. A Frenchman is a fat mesh with a funny look. Many players on the scene looked sideways, but this fat guy was still a violent temper. He took out a large password box from the big belly mecha and slapped it fiercely at the tight player who was mocking just now. That American emperor hacked one person to death, and the entire battlefield was on the verge of breaking out. The national referee did not dare to step forward. Nonsense. Go up and call for a start. Isn't this looking for death? The entire scene is in chaos, and countries have now begun to blindly attack each other. No matter who you are, you will die first. And Yi Tan stood far away wearing a steel suit, watching this group of dogs biting dogs, and made his heavy meshes first of all the targets of various countries. Bombs, bullets, and special technologies are all attacking frantically. Boom! One individual player was destroyed. And this time it turned out to be a German 2-meter heavy mesh. With a bandage on his head, the German president sat in a chair with a gloomy smile. Although their mechas are not as powerful as the American imperialists, they are beyond the existence of other countries. Thinking about the cards, the German president is very excited. More and more countries are eliminated. On the entire battlefield, only the Sun country, Germany, the US, Russia, China, Yi Tan, and Britain are left. These countries are all countries with a high level of international science and technology. Yes, even if there are relics in some countries, it is very sad, because the level of their research is not at all, and the technology they have developed is only a fighter in the hot chicken, can only be eliminated from the battlefield. The players from the 7 countries did not move. At this moment, they were not as violent as they were just now. Instead, they looked at each other vigilantly, waiting for each other to do it first. Dear viewers, is the real competition about to begin? These countries have eliminated some non-influential countries and are now competing for the final victory. Who will win or lose? I really look forward to it. Fan Jian started to commit a crime again, holding the microphone and yelling, directly made the faces of the leaders of the country who had just been eliminated, and vowed to kill the goods this time. Chapter 197. Chapter 193, Fan Jian is unbeatable. Thanks to Kinai for being promoted to the leader. Yi Tan stood in the distance, watching the players from these 6 countries warily. It is these countries that resent him the most. They now want to kill themselves, because their existence is blocking their footsteps. This heavy machine didn't move, it just looked at everyone. This move caused Yi Tan's suspicion. The American emperor was so violent, wasn't it just to put himself on the court and kill himself? Why is it so calm this time? It's totally different from the American emperor's style in the past. And at this moment, the Russian chose manual operation and started to walk next to Yi Tan. Yi Tan sneered, just watched quietly. Everyone stared at the Russian players, expecting the Russian players to fight Yi Tan so they could go fishing in troubled waters. And just as they stared at the Russian player suddenly violently passed by the Sun Nation fortified human. The Russian player had a plan to transform his people, and his entire body was transformed into a hot weapon. A Mitsubishi machine gun suddenly popped out of his arm, and he suddenly attacked the Japanese player. That Sun Gyozu, a violent heart-shaking, paralyzed, knows that you will sneak attack. The athletes of the Sun country are transforming human technology to achieve the defense effect by injecting nanoworms. Nanoworms are deployed under the skin surface to achieve the defense effect. The human being injected will reduce the lifespan to 50%. Although the lifespan is reduced by half, this also makes the Sun country boil, which is a powerful technology. It is also a reformer. But the bullet shot by the Russian Mitsubishi machine gun is very powerful. Around the battlefield, there are 30 centimeters steel plates separated. The Russian bullets, like the bullets with an accelerator added, penetrate the Japanese players' stomachs with a single brush, and they are still spinning wildly towards the distant steel plate. Go with boom, the bullet stopped, but a hole in the steel plate was also opened. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, the Russian reformers were not those weapons, but bullets. These bullets can be said to be launched on the battlefield. It is estimated that if they are well hidden, they can pass through, and even reach the effect of 100 guns. Even the armor of the American emperor directly maintained a defensive posture when he saw the effect of the bullet launch. There are other players. This bullet is too abnormal. One shot, no matter how thick the mecha, will be penetrated to death. The Japanese players directly hit the sieve. But the Japanese player showed that crazy and ugly smile, grinning wretchedly. The Russian player's heart trembled, and his heart became more and more bottomless. He was beaten like this by himself, without a trace of blood, and he was so crazy. Everyone watched nervously. At this moment, the Sun Nation player moved, not the body, but the muzzle on the body, and the speed matched with the naked eye. Quiet. Everyone was suppressed. Is this Nima still a human? It is so amazing that many people are very interested in this technique. At this moment, Fan Jian was shouting, "Look, everyone! The Japanese player's skin wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the Russian player was stunned in the distance. Why did you stop? Why not attack now?" Everyone nodded their heads when they heard Fan Jian's words. Why didn't they attack? What a great opportunity. Even the Russian president agreed with Fan Jian. After the Russian player listened, he began to prepare to continue his attack. "You are stupid. Why are you attacking with a weapon? Go up and fuck him. Your bullet has no effect on him. You have to use a knife." "Why do you use a knife with a knife behind your back?" The Russian soldier didn't know what was going on. His hand actually touched his back with the knife. When the Sun country player saw it, he rushed towards the Russian fighters. The nanoworm's transformation plan can greatly increase the power used, and it can grow without limit, but he has a critical point. That is, it cannot exceed the total of 50 cows. The power of a live cow can hit a person, 50 cows. Yi Tan's power, which had already surpassed, slammed the Russian soldier with a punch. "Quickly, chop him with a knife," Fan Jian roared. The Russian soldier listened and drew his sword directly. Bang bang bang. The knife slashed at the Sun's body. There was no response at all, just a thumping sound. "Are you stupid? Why don't you use a gun?" When the Russian player heard it, he almost spurted blood. "Something. Didn't you want to use a knife? Why are you still scolding me now? And him beeping a dog. Why should I listen to you?" The Russian players can't save face, and now they don't know whether to shoot or shoot. But when the Sun country players saw it, heaven helped me, and directly hit the Russian player's head with a Pegasus meteor fist. Snapped. The Russian player without any defense was directly hit to death by the Sun country player. Dear viewers, the Russian players actually made a great mistake in the battle. They are good at being disturbed by others, and they don't have a trace of their own opinions. They easily obey others and don't know whether they should use a gun or a knife until they die. The player is still holding a useless knife, and his extremely powerful gun is still on the side. This player is too wasteful, and he can't even beat a dwarf national player. The Russian president wants to kill. Fly into a rage. This Huaxia reporter was so peculiar that he was ridiculing them in public, which is simply not to be arrogant. And the Sun Country is already shameless at this moment. As long as you can win the game, no matter what Fan Jian said, I won anyway. At this moment, the American Emperor suddenly went violently and slammed a big sword at the Sun Country player who was still triumphant. The Japanese players, who had had time to react, were directly split from the beginning to the end by the American Emperor, and they were directly divided into two halves. The nanoworm inside the corpse actually began to flow out a thick grey-white liquid, and the corpse directly turned into a pool of stinky water. The Medi-Heavy robot is holding a machete, and the electric current on the machete is constantly spitting electric sparks, looking very shocked. The other players, there are basically no individual soldiers anymore, and the rest are all mecha types. The Battle of Mecha is about to begin. Death. The Medi-Heavy mecha slammed directly at Yetan. Yetan sneered, already on guard. As soon as the anti-gravity was turned on, Yetan brushed and flew directly to the left, preparing to strike the heavy mecha in the air. Let me die. You go first. Yetan also roared loudly. Chapter 198. Chapter 194. Gao Wu. Thank you K-Jewel for the reward. Boom 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 boom, boom 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 boom, there were dull drums, and they started to beat again. The war of dominance is about to begin. Yetan has never liked such awkward technology of remote attack. He likes violent attacks, the pleasure of destroying people with that punch. But to deal with the American Emperor, no matter how rude it is, and the American Emperor's battle armor rushes directly from a distance. As long as it is a nearby player, it is directly a horizontal split. The players from various countries retreated. But the target of this mecha does not seem to be them, but Yetan, who is standing far away. Call. A wind whistle. A luminous electric knife slashed down at Yetan's head. In an instant, the first speaker sitting on the high platform stood up excitedly. From the beginning to the present, this mecha out of the control of the US has never failed. Even if there is, it is all temptation. And now that electric knife is about to slash at Yetan's head, will success or failure be the result of this? The first speaker was nervous, and the leaders of other countries were also nervous. Killing Yetan. The world is peaceful. People all over the world are watching nervously. Are the two most powerful guys going to fight? What will happen to the outcome? At this moment, Yetan suddenly turned around and ran towards the American Emperor. Wow! The whole world is shocked. Yetan is crazy. Even rushing towards the US Emperor mecha. Is this looking for death? The author doesn't know whether to die or not. I saw that Yetan jumped suddenly when approaching the large mecha of the American Emperor and jumped onto the head of the large mecha. The first speaker saw that Yetan jumped onto the head of the American Emperor mecha. Although he escaped the attack of the big sword, his head had a hole card. Ha ha ha, the first speaker kept laughing in his heart. He seemed to have seen Yetan's head exploded. Sure enough, Yetan just jumped onto the head of the American Emperor mecha, and the head of the American Emperor mecha smashed into two halves. A huge fort protruded from inside. Yetan watched with a sneer and muttered in a low voice, "Shabi." Then on the right arm of the steel suit, a cannonball with a big ballpoint pen appeared directly, and with a direct swish, it shot into the barrel. After Yetan finished shooting, he jumped directly back. Then, before the fort fired a missile, he heard a bang, and the head of the American Emperor's mecha was directly swallowed by the fire. Yetan hadn't stood still. The heavy mecha whose head was blown out of the flames directly burst out of the flames, and the big sword that was held high, slashed directly towards Yetan. What? The people who supported Yetan blurted out and shouted in surprise. They didn't expect that the US Emperor's heavy mecha was so tenacious. Also, at this time, the mecha is not a human being. Even if it is damaged, it will not have any pain. Yetan stood steady. The electric knife followed closely, and when the electric knife was about to approach Yetan, Yetan suddenly turned around, and the steel fist slammed directly towards the side of the electric knife. Second, boom. The electric knife was beaten crooked by Yetan, but Yetan was uncomfortable. The electric current was almost tens of millions of Ford. If there was no insulating suit in the steel suit, otherwise he would become a coke at this moment. Yetan is now numb in his right hand, without any intuition at all. But at the moment when the US Emperor Mecha hit the knife came back in the air, and cut off Yi Tan's head severely. Yi Tan snorted coldly, 4 meters high, why don't you go to heaven? Thinking in his heart, he rolled directly towards the legs of the former Tahai US Emperor Mecha. The electric knife is only 3 meters long, and it can cut the ground, but the knife can't cut it on yourself. Yi Tan approached the thigh of the US Emperor Mecha and slammed his fist at the joint of the thigh of the heavy mecha. Boom! The thigh iron skin of the American mecha was directly smashed into a deep pit. It's so hard, Yi Tan sighed in his heart. The movements on his hands were getting faster and faster and more crazy. He didn't give the US Emperor Mecha a chance at all, only knowing that he was smashing his legs crazily, and his position was swaying. In this way, it seemed as if a giant was spinning around a villain, and the giant couldn't do anything to the little ants under his feet. For a time, the two people were directly deadlocked together. At this time, the two remaining national players stared at each other, then nodded and ran directly towards Yi Tan. They also want Yi Tan to die. This is also the task they have explained above. When you see Yi Tan, regardless of other things, kill him first. The two mechas ran directly towards Yi Tan. At this time, the Huaxia player standing aside and watching from a distance, wearing a mecha that looked similar to Yi Tan's steel suit, rushed towards the players. That's right. The Huaxia players wanted to stop the players from these countries and not let them disturb Yi Tan. This is also the task passed on above. And the Huaxia player, in the helmet, looked firmly at the several nationally selected mobile phone armors standing in front of him. In the headsets of Huaxia players, there are people who constantly analyze the weaknesses of the players in front of them. That person is China's combat think tank. Their sharp eyesight can quickly discover the weaknesses of players from various countries. After all, they have been observing on the battlefield for so long. Get out of the German player orderly. Other players directly show the guys, as long as the Huaxia players do not leave, they will immediately start attacking. After all, one less opponent is still good. The Huaxia warrior did not answer, the expression in his eyes was very cold. Without saying a word, he rushed directly towards the German player who had just cursed. When the German and British players saw this situation, they directly took a variety of weapons and violently attacked the Huaxia players. Seeing that crazy attack, the Chinese warrior did the same as Yi Tan, and jumped sharply. Anti-gravity opened in the air, before the players from various countries had reacted. The Huaxia players' arms, thighs, backs, and heads all directly appeared with high destructive weapons, and fiercely attacked the players from all over the world. The small Gatling on the arm, from the thigh to the calf, are all small high-concentration bombs. There are 2 small steel cannons on his back, and a half-barrel sniper rifle on his head. Boom, boom, swish swish, da-da-da. All kinds of artillery firing directly from the Chinese soldiers. 2 national players were directly blinded by this crazy firepower, whose special modified mesh is modified like this. This is simply a mobile arsenal. Are you afraid that others will hit the ammunition stored in your body? Seeing this perverted Huaxia player, the eyes of the world were all blinded. They had never seen such a fierce mecha, even Yi Tan, not so scary. Chapter 199. Chapter 195, Shameless. Thanks to Oba for being the 3rd leader of this book. Dear viewers, I see, this is the power of Huaxia. Countries are beaten like a paralysis, and they dare not fight back. Why? Because they are afraid of death. I believe that the rise of China must stand on the top of each country. Fan Jian was on the reporter stage, holding the microphone and shouting loudly. The demeanor is crazy, like a gambler who has been stuck for 3 days and 3 nights. As for the Huaxia people, all of them took a deep breath. They were obviously shocked by the ability of Huaxia's individual players, and even more shocked by the mecha. Ha ha ha, we China will become gods. Fighting. Those foreign devils who were beating were crying for their parents, but they could not find North. Kill them, give Yi Tan some time. Sooner or later, all countries will be destroyed. The two national players were frantically attacked by Chinese fighters everywhere, and they were slowly moving backwards. The leaders of the various countries on the high platform were beeping dogs in their hearts, looking at the entire battlefield humiliatingly. Obviously the plot was not played like this, and they are now immune to Fan Jian's words. Anyway, shameless, so shameless. The two leaders, who are now the same haters, sat on the high platform and discussed with each other, as if an agreement had been reached, and then they sent someone to give orders to their national players. After all countries gave orders, they all sat in their seats with a smile. They felt that this plan was very seamless and perfect. Under the bombardment of various countries, the players seemed to have received some task. All smiled excitedly, and then began to gather together. The Tomitit German mecha, the invisible mecha of the British mecha, and optical camouflage can hide the soldiers and wear equipment to move with the environment. Of course, the biggest flaw of this mecha is that it consumes huge energy, but the British mecha seems to have developed a perfect energy problem. In the headsets of the players of the two countries, the two are already linked and talking. Ready, it'll help you attract firepower, you go to assassinate secretly, the German player said gloomily in the headset. And the British player on the other end obviously received the above order, which is also the plan, and directly agreed. Tom's Hong. Afterwards, I saw that the German player came in front of the British player to block the crazy firepower. The British players saw that they could execute the plan. The plan was perfect, and it could also solve the dangerous enemy of China. It was perfect. And just before he was ready to enter the optical camouflage stealth technology, a heavy and powerful mecha Big Paw patted him on the shoulder. The British player thought there was something wrong. Just about to ask in the headset, he felt his body suddenly float up. No, he was caught. Fack, Germany. As the dog said, you are simply beasts. The British player had to yell at him. The German player grabbed him and threw it at the crazy missile jetting China. Can he not beep the dog? The Chinese players saw that Germany was selling their teammates so shamelessly and threw their teammates over. There is no lower limit. The Chinese players attacked frantically. He must kill Britain within 3 seconds, or the German players would sneak up. But the British mecha still took a little time to kill. It took 5 seconds to kill the British mecha. The British mecha that could not withstand a single blow directly became a pile of scrap iron, a cloud of black and electric current. When the British eagle-nosed foreigner president saw that his player had been shamed by Germany, his heart was suddenly agitated. I strode directly to the German president with a bandage on his head, and roared frantically, Fack oil, we have a good plan, why should we damage our mecha? I told you, from now on, we, Britain and Germany, will be enemies forever. With that, the British president went straight on. Sitting on the high platform, only China and Germany are left. The German president laughed loudly, but in his heart he cursed the British president like a silly pen. He believed everything. Now countries have tolerated the existence of countries. What alliances are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Fools. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the arrogant smile of Germany, the head of China #1 was full of disdain, and he still sat there with majesty as before, watching the entire rapidly changing battlefield. At this time, Fan Jian began to shout again. Dear viewers, you just saw. What is a pig teammate? What is a selling teammate? Germany is like a pig, and even sold its idiot teammates. If they cooperated well just now, they might not be able to be a great country, our invincible China. But now this pig teammate from Germany actually sold his teammate. Just like a shame. We play alone with China, you say? Does it look like a shame? Fan Jian was indeed angry this time, looking at the German mecha on the battlefield that was already close. Huixia was already at a disadvantage, and Fan Jian's direct and upright swearing, who called him Huixia. What? Do you talk to me about quality? So the shamelessness of Germany has already conquered you guys. Or are you born as running dogs of those Germans? Wow, you are going to be civilized with me. Damn, I didn't go up and kill that German player is pretty good. And tell me about civility? Special. Come here and I will tell you that this brick in my hand may kill you all at once. The Chinese netizens all got up and started to scrutinize comments. However, because of their comments, the website couldn't respond at all. Although the barrage has been reduced to 4, the densely packed comments made people scalp numb, and they didn't know what a large group of people were talking about. At that time, suddenly a huge banner appeared directly on the screen. Congratulations to local tyrant Eddie Local Tyrant for the 700,000 reward, and encouragement for Chinese soldiers. After that, the first Ho, who had just appeared on the screen, directly released the words in the comment area. The bright red subtitles are very conspicuous, and the speed over the barrage is also very slow. The first Eddie user made, "It's shameful to kill the dog raised in Germany, kill him. Everyone, stand up." All the netizens suddenly felt a beep in their hearts. What the hell is this? And there are rewards. There is still red? There is also voting, beeping the dog. But then everyone thought, the Chinese soldiers on the battlefield were desperate, sweating blood and sweat to fight for the country's face and conquering land. If they die on the battlefield, who will their family support? Don't the people of this country even pay this little money, don't fight for the country and work hard? Now Huaxia people also know that the country has now reached the most urgent time, and everything needs money. If you want to surpass other countries, first make the country rich. With the first horse red, followed by the second, the third dot, there is also a ticket king. The vicissitudes of life users. Fuck. Needless to say, just kill it. Rock users are popular. Pia Hong. Pia Hong. Let us Chinese players rise up, we must kill that German player. Dash. The entire Huaxia live broadcast commentary has gone crazy. They didn't find the reward before, thinking it was a live broadcast. Now that they saw this, everyone was madly rewarding, just to stand in the front row and fight alongside the Huaxia players. Chapter 200 Chapter 196 Violent Yitan. Thanks to Kjul for the reward. And on the battlefield, the moral election that sells teammates, regardless of the crazy attacks of the Chinese players, rushed to death. If he wants to pass now, he needs to abolish the Huaxia player first. The German players ran wildly on the ground, their agile machine legs were very vigorous. The Huaxia player, looking at the screen mask inside the helmet, showed fewer and fewer bullets, constantly braving the red light. This is bad. The steel suit was given to China by Yitan, allowing them to flex their muscles in this game, but after modification, this steel suit is no longer a melee type. Instead, it fired on the honeycomb uniform. But there are not many bullets that can be stored. Seeing the German player getting closer, the heart of the Chinese player was beating. Boom! German players jump up. In the crowd, many people were exclaiming, "Yes, they have always thought that the mechas of the American and Germans cannot go to the sky or jump at all." However, the mechas of the German players suddenly jumped and bounced 5 meters in the air. And that Huaxia player has been tied. Seeing the fierce German player, the Chinese soldier was a little flustered, and he was about to drive the steel suit to continue flying. He didn't believe that the German player could jump. And just as the China player's program continued to soar, the German player didn't know when, it was already close, and grabbed the calf of the steel suit. Immediately, in the steel helmets of the Huaxia players, there was a constant reminder from the brain. Unknown target has fixed his legs. 3 solutions are analyzed. The Huaxia player directly chose the first one, that is to disassemble the thigh steel suit shell. When the German player grabbed his calf, his face was full of madness. As long as he is close, who can stop his attack? Laugh. The German player saw with his own eyes that the calf he was holding started to loosen. Dixuan's eyes shrank suddenly. Could it be that it was broken? Boom. Dixuan hadn't reacted yet, and the calf he had grabbed broke away, and his heavy mecha fell straight down. After a few meals, the heavy robot fell from a height of 5 meters. A huge deep hole was smashed in an instant, and the huge dust flew directly. The Huaxia player saw the German election fall, and immediately controlled the steel jersey to fly up. Only the top now is the safest place. After Dixuan smashed into a huge pit, the mecha started to smoke lightly. The combatants in the mecha were looking anxiously at the control platform. The entire operating platform is red at the moment. Great alarm bell. Attention, attention. The mecha was damaged 13% and the right leg was severely squeezed. Please repair it as soon as possible. Attention, attention. There are enemies approaching, and enemies approaching. Dixuan was shocked. He was now operating the mecha to stand up, but the mecha seemed to be stuck somewhere and couldn't stand up at all. And at this time there was an enemy. Did Germany fail like this? Boom! Before he could react, he, who was hiding in his stomach, saw that the iron sheet next to the operation platform was suddenly broken open. Seeing the people coming, Dixuan was surprised again. Yi Tan. Isn't Yi Tanzing being entangled by the American Emperor? Why is he here? Wearing that golden steel suit, Yi Tan walked directly into the 2-meter-high mecha. The space inside was not very large, and the soldier could at least stand alone. Yi Tan grabbed Dixuan's neck and lifted it up fiercely. After that, before giving Dixuan a chance to speak, Yi Tan's manipulator slammed into Dixuan's heart, and then slammed again. The thumping bright red blood was directly dug out by Yi Tan abruptly. Now Dixuan only felt a throb and tear in his chest, followed by the burning pain. After that, he felt his chest, as if something was missing. His nerves were much easier, and his whole body began to become numb. Yi Tan dug out the heart of Dixuan and stretched it under Dixuan's stunned expression. Dixuan had already spoken at this moment, and he was still calm in the pleasure of being suddenly and violently poached his heart. But within a few seconds of shaking the gods, his consciousness was still very clear. Seeing Yi Tan holding the bright red potato heart in his hand, his whole brain exploded, snapped. The heart was broken, and in front of him, it was crushed to pieces, and the muddy flesh slowly flowed out from between Yi Tan's fingers. Dixuan also slowly disappeared from consciousness. Yi Tan looked at Dixuan's death with cold eyes, and then pressed Dixuan's head with one hand, and slammed into some iron plates that he had pretended to be spikes. The not-sharp iron plate was constantly cutting Dixuan's neck. Yi Tan enjoyed pushing and pulling, looking at the bloody neck, while smiling bloodthirsty. But as time went on, Yi Tan's heart became more and more violent. Then he slammed his fist at the head of the German election, snapped. A fist was directly inserted into his head, and then Yi Tan Steel's fist slammed into a palm, and the head was directly broken by violence. Nay Dixuan, at this moment, there is no one to see. Blood is flowing everywhere. When Yi Tan was about to leave, the German mecha clicked, and the top of the mecha was cut in half. The mecha's eyes glowed red, holding 2 electric knives in his hand, looking at Yi Tan. Yi Tan held Dixuan's head in one hand and looked at the Meidi mecha. Violence, blood and gore, I like it. Suddenly a sweet and cold ethereal female voice appeared in the Meidi mecha. Yi Tan was stunned. How could there be a female voice? Before Yi Tan could react, the electric knife of the US Emperor mecha moved, slashing towards Yi Tan in a sky-splitting manner. Yi Tan has been fighting with Mdi for so long, and his heart is already bursting. Does anyone tell you? You are very annoying. Yi Tan yelled angrily, leapt suddenly, and rushed towards Mdi's 5-meter body and 3-meter high belly. Ho ho ho. The ethereal female voice, with that bloodthirsty and crazy voice, the US Emperor's mecha slammed backwards, and the 2 electric knives slashed towards Yi Tan in the air. The madness in Yi Tan's eyes is even more exuberant. Any woman, as long as she stands in front of her, whether you are a human or a god, you must die for me. Dead. Yi Tan roared violently and hit the electric knife with a punch. Kill people, destroy their weapons. If you want to kill the American Emperor, you must first destroy his 2 electric knives, otherwise the American Emperor has been playing martial arts with him. It is not a fire and powerless. To be continued. If you like it, you can bookmark it and comment on the 5-star comment 6666.